Chapter 76, You Are So Awesome. Marineford, Navy Headquarters. In the office of the Marshal. Jean Guo just received a fax. It was sent by Hayden, the commander of CP4. Hayden hoped that the Navy of the headquarters could assist them in their operations. However, Jean Guo didn't care about this request for assistance at all. The Navy had a lot of things to deal with. As a marshal, Jean Guo would not have the time to get involved in CP4's mess unless it was ordered by the 5 elders or someone from CP. Otherwise, he would not have the time to get involved in CP4's mess. Hayden stood in front of the fax machine and asked seriously, "Has the Navy not replied yet?" An agent replied, "Not yet." "Send one and continue." "Send again." Hayden 950 said a little unhappy. "Yes, sir." The agent sent a fax again. The intelligence agency and the Navy are two systems. Moreover, the Navy has always had a bad attitude towards the intelligence agency. After all, the agent's methods of doing things are very dirty. Of course, the agents have long been dissatisfied with the arrogance of the Navy. About an hour later, finally there was a reply. However, the content of the reply made Hayden angry. "The headquarters is discussing and will make a decision as soon as possible. Please wait patiently." Hayden tore up the fax in his hand and threw it directly into the trash can. What a discussion! It's all bureaucratic. It's obviously something that Sengoku can decide alone. However, Hayden was angry. He also knew that he couldn't beat the opponent. Therefore, Hayden went to write a report. He hoped that the world government would pay more attention to it. At the same time, Hayden specially noted in the report that he had sent an undercover agent to successfully join the Revolutionary Army. Last night, Hayden didn't sleep all night. His report has been written. It's very detailed. So far, the undercover agent he sent has successfully infiltrated the Revolutionary Army. Betty's movements have been grasped. Betty is a para-human type encouragement fruit ability user. She played a key role in many riots. Hayden, it is believed that arresting Betty and executing her in public will have a strong deterrent effect on the rebels. The report explains Hayden's point of view. It is well founded. Now it only needs to be approved by the superiors and finally sent to the 5 elders. The report was sent by fax. Just as Hayden was waiting for the instructions of the 5 elders, his undercover in the Revolutionary Army sent back the news. Bulu bulu. Bulu bulu. When Hayden saw the color of the shell of the den mushi, he immediately frowned and picked up the microphone. "Didn't I ask you to try not to contact me?" The den mushi imitated the appearance of a man and said, "Sir, the Revolutionary Army will have a big deal in the near future. Betty and many cadres will participate in it personally. It is the best time to arrest her." Hayden's words turn, "Is the news reliable?" The undercover replied, "It was Dirag who ordered it personally, and wanted Betty to start a large-scale riot in the East China Sea." The call ended. Hayden immediately contacted Major General Wilson, hoping that the East China Sea Navy would cooperate with them. Wilson also wanted to make a contribution. Therefore, he reported to the headquarters while mobilizing the Navy. Brigadier General Kondra must have known about such a big action. The Revolutionary Army will conduct a secret transaction. Who will the transaction target be? Could it be Lin? Brigadier General Kondra knew that Lin would do some dangerous transactions. However, Lin took good care of him. Not only did he help Brigadier General Kondra to get promoted, but he also gave him benefits on a monthly basis. Therefore, Brigadier General Kondra immediately contacted Lin and told Lin about Wilson's action plan. Lin picked up the microphone of the den mushi and wanted to contact Dirag. However, the den mushi made a woman's voice. "I am Betty, and now I will contact Mr. Lin." It was Betty. Dragon handed the den mushi to Betty again. After hearing Betty's voice, Lin's mind turned quickly. It seems that Dragon intends to train Betty. He really wants Betty to take over the East China Sea. However, for Lin, it doesn't matter. Lin said, the East China Sea Navy is already in action. CP4 asked them to cooperate. I understand, thank you for your reminder. Betty thanked her. They are investigating who the undercover is. Right now, Betty has just met Dragon. Dragon just asked Betty to trade with Lin. Not long after, CP4 has already targeted her. Prove that the undercover is next to Betty. But how to catch the undercover? Betty has no experience in dealing with undercovers. Moreover, the reason why undercovers are hateful is that they have completely obtained the trust. Betty doesn't know who is the most suspicious now. It feels that none of them are suspicious. While Betty was thinking, Lin said, I'll give you a suggestion. You can prepare multiple trading locations and let people around you go to check them out. On the day of the transaction, the Navy will show up in advance at which place, which will prove who is the undercover. Lin's words made Betty suddenly enlightened. You are really amazing. Betty admired sincerely. No wonder Darag admired Lin so much. Lin was indeed far superior to ordinary people in terms of intelligence. Lin thought it was nothing, it was just a simple trick. However, if the undercover in the Revolutionary Army was not caught, Lin would be in trouble. Lin wanted to seek long-term benefits from the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 77, The Ambition of the Industrial Party. Betty adopted Lin's advice to her, and she set the trading location to 4 places. Then, she found time to tell the 4 people she trusted the most. These 4 people have been with her during this period. If one of them is an agent, the information will definitely be leaked. Betty told Darag about this. Darag quietly sent someone to follow. Sure enough, not long after the 4 people left, the Navy and agents set up an ambush on an island in advance. I didn't expect Byron to be an undercover. Betty was very surprised, because she had saved Byron and was Byron's savior. Moreover, Byron had been following Betty for quite a while. It has been 3 years since the year 1509 of the Haiwan calendar. Betty really couldn't believe that the person who had followed her for 3 years, 12, would actually be an undercover sent by the world government. Fortunately, they discovered it in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Lari Peninsula Beach. Latu and others have unloaded all the goods on the ship. Among the goods sold this time, there are also carrots and barrels of ketchup and orange juice. This is the first time Betty is in charge of the transaction. In the past, her job was to boost morale and participate in battles on the front line. As for medicines and food, she had never cared about them. She didn't expect there would be so many. The goods are all here, you can check them. Lin En looked at Betty and said calmly. Betty took the list and checked it. When she saw the baskets of carrots, barrels of ketchup, and orange juice, she was stunned for a while. Betty pointed at the carrots and tomatoes and said, "We didn't order these." Lin En said, "If you want to riot, you will definitely not be able to get fresh vegetables and fruits anytime and anywhere. Although it is unavoidable, lack of vitamin C is also a very troublesome thing. At the least, you will be easily tired, and at the worst, you will get scurvy." The orange juice was squeezed from the oranges sent by Berumal. The tomatoes and carrots were also sent by the villagers of Kokoyasi village. Because there were too many and they took up space, Lin En simply squeezed the oranges into juice and made tomatoes into ketchup. This time, the sale was also a promotion of new products. "Sorry, we didn't consider these." Betty felt a little ashamed. She had never thought about the health of her comrades. After all, everyone is full of passion. They don't care about life and death, so how can they care about health? Moreover, the usual meals are simple, just rice and dried meat or bread and dried meat. Lin En patted the ketchup and said, "This is a gift. You can order it again if you need it in the future. It can also be regarded as increasing the income of Donghai farmers whose agricultural products are unsaleable." "Thank you, we will order it in the future." Betty was grateful. Then, Betty handed the money to Lin En. Lin En counted the amount of money. The total amount of this transaction is 900 million baileys. Lin En's profit can reach 700 million. Lin En said, "Okay, if you need any goods, then contact me again." After Lin En and others left by boat, Betty looked at Lin En's back with admiration and praise in her eyes. Wise, calm, and observant. At the same time, he also cares about ordinary people. As Durag said, this is an incredible man. If he is also willing to join the Revolutionary Army, then the pace of overthrowing the world government and changing the world should be greatly accelerated. However, maybe she can change his mind. In the Revolutionary Army, there were also navy, pirates, and bounty hunters in the past, and they all joined the revolution because of Dragon's revolutionary ideas. Since the navy, pirates and bounty hunters can change, why can Lin En change? Of course, everything is Betty's wishful thinking. Commodities such as ketchup and orange juice are not rare. However, there are many island countries in the world. Therefore, there are many areas where commodities are not covered. Lin En is ambitious and a staunch industrialist. In the future, Lin En wants to produce all products. Let a large number of workers work for him. These working people will work for Lin En like the people in Orange Town, and they can't leave him. Even the whole world can't leave him. Of course, these are all part of Lin En's goals. It's not very practical to think about these now. Keep your feet on the ground and follow the rules. Lin En plans to set up an orange juice factory and a canning factory including beef tomato sauce in Keikiaxi village. The initial customers are naturally the Revolutionary Army. As long as the products are produced and someone can pay for them, the production line can be kept running. As long as the production line is stable, new products will be produced every day. At the same time, the taste problem can be solved in the process and more flavors can be created. In this way, the products will be competitive and can be sold to various regions in the East China Sea. Moreover, Lin En has a close relationship with Keikiaxi village. Problems such as factory construction and recruitment are easy to solve. At the same time, it can also solve the problem of difficult sales of local agricultural products. The villagers of Keikiaxi village are estimated to be grateful to Lin En like the residents of Orange Town. Chapter 78, Looks Like a Dog. November 1512 of the Haiwan calendar. The orange juice factory and canning factory invested and built by Lin En in Keikiaxi village started construction one after another. Before and after the factory started construction, the villagers were very excited. The newly built orange juice factory and canning factory will not only solve the problem of unsaleable agricultural products, but also greatly increase their income. Moreover, the wages in the factory are not low. Each worker can receive 240,000 baileys per month. If they are skilled workers, they can receive nearly 400,000 baileys. At the same time, there are positions such as team leaders and workshop directors on the assembly line, with higher wages. However, the initial orange juice factory only recruited 20 workers, and the canning factory also recruited a small number of workers, only 50 people. Moreover, only one person from each household can go to work in the factory. Lin En appointed Barumara as the factory director, responsible for managing the orange juice factory and the canning factory, and responsible for the safety of the island factory. The two factories in Kokoyasi village are being built rapidly. However, Donghai Financial News has no time to pay attention to him. Because the recent newspapers are all related to the news of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army bought supplies from Lin En, naturally not for vacation. The Revolutionary Army launched riots in the capitals of the East China Sea countries or important ports. Every time there was a riot, each country sent the kingdom army to suppress it. As for the navy would not come to suppress it because the Revolutionary Army was too good at taking advantage of loopholes. Every riot was in the name of a domestic riot in each country, not under the banner of the Revolutionary Army. In this way, the domestic riots in each country belonged to the internal contradictions of each country. The Navy had no obligation to clean up the mess for each country. Of course, even when facing the Kingdom Army, the Revolutionary Army did not have an advantage. Although Betty's fruit of encouragement could indeed inspire people and make the weak full of courage. However, the weapons were still at a disadvantage. Especially when attacking the capital or the important town, they often suffered a bloody head. The Revolutionary Army needed to learn a lesson, and at the same time, they needed to find a way to buy more weapons. January 19, 1513, Haiwan calendar. Many areas in the East China Sea were in turmoil, and there were more and more pirates on the sea. Fortunately, the Lin and Chamber of Commerce had foresight and formed a security force in advance. Therefore, in the entire East China Sea, only the Lin Chamber of Commerce has an armed force with a non-governmental background. At the same time, Lin has a close relationship with the Navy and can always ask for naval escort. Guanagal Port. Mickey and Bob got off the ship one after another. Mickey and Bob have both gained weight in the past 2 years. Especially Mickey, whose chin is now invisible and he has a beer belly. Mr. Mickey Bob is awesome first. In Guanagal Port, there is a liaison office of the Lin Chamber of Commerce. The liaison office recruits full-time employees to entertain members of the Chamber of Commerce. Behind Mickey and Bob, members of the Lin Chamber of Commerce are organizing workers to unload goods. Perfumes, plum wine, cigars, Excalibur, etc. have become the main products of the Lin Chamber of Commerce. They are very popular wherever they go. Of course, it is not just a matter of selling products now. Now in the entire East China Sea business circle, the Lin Chamber of Commerce has the best reputation because it is safe. Mr. Mickey, Mr. Bob. At this time, a middle-aged man with short limbs came up. His name is Cliff, and he is a businessman specializing in selling soybeans and wheat. Cliff learned from the contact office that Mickey and Bob would come today. So, he waited at the dock early. Who are you? Mickey didn't know Cliff, so he didn't plan to shake hands with Cliff. Cliff withdrew his outstretched hand with a little embarrassment and took the initiative to introduce himself. Mickey, first of all, Mr. Bob, I have submitted my application to join the Lin Merchants for 3 months. I don't know when it will be approved. Cliff did not beat around the bush and directly explained his purpose. Business in the East China Sea is not good now. There are riots in various countries, and there are pirates on the sea. The Navy also took the opportunity to blackmail, and the local gangs in various places also need to be dealt with. Cliff sells soybeans and wheat, not gold. Therefore, Cliff urgently needs to come up with a way to allow him to do business safely. It is obvious that the Lin Chamber of Commerce, which has its own armed forces, exclusive fleets, and naval background, is currently the most reliable thigh in the East China Sea. However, Mickey does not want Cliff to join so easily. Sorry, there are too many applications recently. Please wait a little longer. We will reply to you when there is news. Although Mickey used an apologetic tone, he gave a lot of hints in his words. First of all, there are many people applying to join the Chamber of Commerce, not just you. Secondly, if you don't want to wait, you will have to pay some price. Cliff was also mentally prepared. He had heard about it from merchants in the same town before. Damn, if you want to join the Lin Chamber of Commerce now, you must have connections. If you don't have connections, they won't agree to join. Therefore, Cliff took out the bundle of money he had prepared in advance. It wasn't much, 1 million Baileys. Mickey and Bob looked at it and snorted disdainfully. Now there are countless merchants queuing up to join the Lin Chamber of Commerce to obtain a certain amount of space on the merchant ship to transport goods. Not to mention 1 million Baileys, even 5 million Baileys, there are people willing to pay, but Mickey and Bob have forgotten. Once, the two of them were beaten like 2 dogs in Rogue Town. Now the two of them are like dogs, relying on Lin's background and connections, not only starting to make things difficult for the newcomers, but also seeking benefits for themselves. Chapter 79, The First 1,000 Person Conference. When Lin returned to Windmill Village, it was already April. He has been very busy recently. The canning factory and the juice factory have been very good, which is beyond expectations. Especially canned food. The canned food sold by Lin N is cheap, tastes good, and has a long shelf life and can be stored for a long time. Therefore, Lin N distributed the canned food to the members of the Chamber of Commerce and contact points in various places. Soon, the goods were sold out. On the dock, the ships coming and going are very fond of canned food. Of course, because it is cheap, customers buy a lot at one time. Afterwards, Lin N made additional investments in Kikyoxi village, adding 2 factories and 6 production lines. As long as the products produced by the production line can be sold, then expand production. The advantage of expanding production is that it can reduce production costs to the greatest extent. When production costs are reduced, the price of goods can also be reduced. Use low prices to impact the market and eventually occupy the entire market share. Hey! Lin N let out a long breath. 600 Sitting and meditating. No matter how busy you are, you must take time to practice. External force is a prop, strength is the real foundation. Why the Revolutionary Army was not quickly eliminated? In the final analysis, it was still because Dragon was strong enough. Of course, the so-called strength is not only personal strength, but also brains. If the Golden Lion was the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, the Revolutionary Army would have been eliminated countless times. Tired. Ma Qina took a towel and wiped the sweat from Lin N's forehead with confidence. Wang's appetite is like a bottomless pit. It will continue to absorb Lin N's armed color domineering, and greedily use Lin N's armed color domineering to temper itself. Now Huang is not only black, but also shiny black. Lin N put Huang into the scabbard. At this time, Ma Qina said, "Someone quietly gave me a letter a few days ago." Lin N asked calmly, "What letter?" Ma Qina did not hide it, about the report on Mickey's reselling of goods. Lin did not rush to respond. Ma Qina twisted the towel, "I shouldn't have said these things. But you have always advocated the principle of fairness and justice. I think Mickey's behavior is unfair to others. Mickey and others are old people, and can get the goods from Lin N's warehouse at a relatively low price. As for the newcomers, if they want to get the goods, they still need to be reviewed by the Chamber of Commerce. The people responsible for the review of the Chamber of Commerce are Mickey, Bob, and others. So the problem comes. Mickey, Bob, and others are stuck in the review and do not make a reply. Then the newcomers can't get the goods. And Mickey can resell the goods and make a profit from it. In fact, Lin N knows all these things. It's just that Lin N has always pretended not to know. No matter how Mickey and others resell the goods, they are selling Lin N's goods. Lin N is no longer an ordinary peddler. He has transformed into a capitalist. He has his own factory, his own workers, and his own products. In Lin N's eyes, Mickey and others are at best a group of more senior salesmen. They are all helping Lin N sell goods and make money. Lin N said, "Is that so? I've been busy with new investments recently and haven't paid attention to these." Ma Qina wiped Lin N's back with a towel and whispered softly, "Gad, I understand you. If you hadn't worked so hard, everyone's life wouldn't have gotten better. The mothers-in-law all say you're the savior." In Ma Qina's opinion, it's because of Lin N that there are so many factories and so many job opportunities. The villagers can use high-end perfumes, enjoy more advanced cigars, drink fine wine, and wear beautiful clothes. Windmill Village is because of Lin N and become rich. Of course, not only life has become better, but also tomorrow is full of hope. Now that the villagers have money, they are all thinking about when to build a better house, when to go out for travel, etc. After a long time, Lin En said, "You are right. The purpose of my establishment of the Chamber of Commerce is to provide them with shelter and help." In June 1513 of the Haiwan calendar, Windmill Village. In Makina's Tavern. The tavern is not open to the public today. However, today's tavern is more lively than ever. Because Lin En convened a general membership meeting for the first time. There were old people who joined the earliest and newcomers who attended the meeting. There were a total of 1,073 merchants who came to the meeting. In addition, some merchants also had followers and bodyguards. The tavern was surrounded by people inside and outside. In order to entertain so many people, all the villagers in Windmill Village were mobilized. Every household prepared food and vacated tables and chairs. When I looked at the list of members of the Chamber of Commerce before, Lin En didn't feel anything special. Now looking at the scale of the 1,000-person conference, it is really shocking. Under the gaze of thousands of businessmen, Lin En came to the summit and began to speak. Lin En said, "I am Lin En, the president of Lin En Chamber of Commerce. Some of you may not have seen me." As soon as the voice fell, Mickey, Bob, Jane, and others took the lead in applauding. More than 1,000 businessmen applauded at the same time. With your joining, the Chamber of Commerce is not only becoming more and more dynamic but also more and more competitive. Not long ago, a reporter interviewed me. She said that our Chamber of Commerce will definitely be the largest Chamber of Commerce in Donghai in the future. I think she is wrong. Lin En deliberately paused, his eyes swept over Mickey and others, and said, "I think we will be the largest Chamber of Commerce in the world in the future." So. Lin En paused again, his eyes stopped on Mickey, Bob, and Jane. Chapter 80, Long Live the President. I have something to say today and want to talk to you. When Lin En said these words, Mickey, Bob, Jane, and others always felt pregnant. As if something was going to happen. Lin En said, "Mickey, do you remember how we met?" Mickey stood up and replied, "President, how could we forget? If you hadn't saved me and Bob at the dock, we might have been beaten to death by the gangsters." Bob also stood up, "Thanks to the President, we will never forget the President's kindness in this life." Yes, we will never forget the President's kindness in this life. Without the President, we wouldn't be where we are today. Provided shelter and help. Thanks to the President for founding the Chamber of Commerce and providing us with. The President is our benefactor in this life. In the venue, all the businessmen sitting in the front row stood up, and they all expressed their gratitude to Lin En. Of course, this gratitude should be true. However, will it take a lifetime to repay? This is a bit uncertain. People's hearts are separated by their stomachs, and it has been a few years now. People's hearts will change. I know everything. Lin En waved his hand to signal Mickey and others to sit down, so, I think it is necessary to hold a meeting today. At this time, everyone in the meeting room was waiting for Lin En to continue. I still remember that 2 years ago, Mickey and Bob's goods were robbed by pirates. They went to the Navy to report the case, but the Navy ignored them. Later, I negotiated with the Navy in the name of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce. Lin En said this and looked at Mickey again, "Is that right?" Mickey nodded. Later, the President also distributed the goods to us to sell, otherwise how could we make so much money? Lin asked Mickey, "Mickey, do you still remember what was the purpose of my establishing the Chamber of Commerce?" Mickey was panicked by Lin's look. His brain was working fast, but he said, "President, of course I remember. We hope to get your protection and help and lead us to make money together." Lin pretended to be emotional and said, "Yes, you did say that at the time, and I did that. With our efforts, the Chamber of Commerce has more and more members, and our influence is getting wider and wider." Mickey hurriedly said, "Thanks to the wise leadership of the President, without the President, we would not have achieved what we have now." "Do you think so?" "Yes, thanks to the leadership of the President. If the President hadn't helped me 2 years ago, my batch of goods would have been seized by the kingdom of Gaia. Me too, if the president hadn't come forward, my ship and goods would have been seized by the navy. Mickey, Bob and others began to make a fuss. Then, another wave of olds began to tell the past, highlighting the kindness that Lin had given them. At this time, Lin waved his hand again, signaling silence. Everyone quieted down. 140. Lin sighed lightly, and looked at Mickey, Bob, and others with regret and pity. Since you remember why the Chamber of Commerce was established, why did you change your original intention? Mickey, Bob, Jane, and others were stunned when they heard this. To be honest, I don't want to interfere with the activities of the Chamber of Commerce. I just want to share the money with you and make you all live better. But, I found that I can't ignore things, because if I don't show up, you will do whatever you want. When Lin said this, Mickey, Bob, Jane and others trembled in their hearts. President, I want to explain something about the Chamber of Commerce. Enough. Lin looked at Mickey with disappointment. You disappoint me too much. Lin's eyes passed Mickey and others, no longer looking at them but at the merchants behind them. From today on, the review of the Chamber of Commerce will be handled by Makina, and she has been appointed as the acting president. Makina walked to Lin in a bit of fear and greeted the people in the venue. The businessmen present all thought that Kainyo is Lin's woman. Therefore, it is reasonable for Makina to act as the president and conduct the review. In addition, you can also talk to Makina directly about the distribution rights of all goods, and among you, select 12 representatives to communicate directly with Makina. As for the new rules of the Chamber of Commerce, in order to ensure fairness and justice, I will personally formulate them in the future. Lin's words conveyed two messages. First, the review and shipment of the Chamber of Commerce will be the responsibility of Makina. Second, the Chamber of Commerce will become Lin's one-man show in the future, and he can only make the final decision on anything. However, no one opposed Lin. Long live the president! We believe that the president will be fair and just. Follow the president to make a lot of money. The merchants shouted collectively. Only when people have experienced the so-called voting system and cannot solve problems through voting, will they want a savior. Lin is now playing the role of a savior. As for Mickey, Bob, Jane, and others, they are just puppets abandoned by Lin. They have completed their missions and laid the foundation for the growth of Lin Chamber of Commerce. What Lin needs now is to reorganize the Chamber of Commerce and win over the people. After the meeting, Mickey, Bob, Jane, and others went to find Lin. They thought that they were not expelled from the Chamber of Commerce, which proved that Lin still remembered the old friendship. President, please give us another chance. Jane and others. In the office, the boss's chair was facing Mickey and Bob. We will never do stupid things again. Mickey, Bob, Jane, and others begged. Sorry, Big Brother is not here. Bartolomeo sat in Lin's boss chair. When he turned around, the door of the office was also closed. It was locked from the outside. Bartolomeo drew his knife. Worthless puppets should be dealt with as soon as possible to avoid leaving behind zero troubles. Chapter 81, Growing like a Snowball. A little kindness, a big grudge. Lin has a deep understanding of this. With the unpleasant experience in the previous life, he understood that Mickey, Bob, Jane, and others would not reflect on their own mistakes. Moreover, they would still harbor resentment. If they were used by someone with ulterior motives, even if they would not threaten Lin, they would still cause trouble to Lin. Lin was not a person who liked to leave trouble for himself. Solve the problem that can be solved directly. Either don't kill people, or kill them and scatter the ashes. To truly disappear from the world. Knock knock knock. Bartolomeo knocked on the door. Lin said, "Come in." Bartolomeo said, "Brother, everything has been cleaned up." 600. Yet. Lin nodded and did not question Bartolomeo's ability to do things. Bartolomeo has been following Lin for many years, and he has been working hard to improve. Although Bartolomeo is not mature enough, this is a natural thing. At this time, Nochigo and Kuina were both in the room. Nochigo was not surprised that Lin dealt with Mickey and others this time. Or, it should be said that it is natural. No Kaigao hates people who bully others by taking advantage of their power. Obviously, Mickey, Bob and others have indeed gone too far. However, Kuina is very calm. She does not express any opinions, or, any opinions have nothing to do with her. She is dedicated to pursuing the ultimate of kendo. She practices when she has time. Of course, everything that Lin sees will become her experience. The Buddhist concept of entering the world and leaving the world is also understood in kendo. The world can be understood as the world or the secular world. Everything experienced in the secular world is worldly practice. To break away from the shackles of the secular world and isolate oneself from the world is to leave the world. Kendo is not only about the practice of strength, endurance, speed, and sword skills. At the same time, the focus is on cultivating the mind. What Kuina has to do now is to stay natural. Lin reorganized the Chamber of Commerce. Afterwards, new regulations and systems were set. First, 12 representatives are elected from among the members. These 12 representatives can represent all members and make suggestions to Lin. Lin can accept or reject without giving an explanation. Second, only 12 representatives can serve as secondary distributors. The rest of the members can only be third-level distributors. Third, the price of goods is uniformly set by the Chamber of Commerce, and no one can violate it. Fourth, the President has the right to decide on all matters and the right to dismiss representatives. Fifth, any member must abide by the regulations of the Chamber of Commerce. If they violate the regulations, they will be forced to be expelled from the Chamber of Commerce. Sixth, the Chamber of Commerce needs to maintain unity. All members must attend the gathering instructions issued by the President in a timely manner. If they are absent, they will be automatically expelled from the Chamber of Commerce. 10th, the Chamber of Commerce needs to unite and help each other. If a member has difficulties, he can apply for assistance from the Chamber of Commerce Liaison Office. When the Liaison Office cannot solve the problem, the merchants in the area where the Liaison Office is located need to work together to solve the difficulties. 8th, Supplement Article 1. If merchants in the area refuse to fulfill their mutual assistance obligations, they will be expelled from the Chamber of Commerce. 9th, merchants who are expelled from the Chamber of Commerce will be included in the Chamber of Commerce's blacklist. 10th, anyone who is included in the Chamber of Commerce's blacklist is an enemy of the Chamber of Commerce. 11th, all members have the obligation to maintain the honor and dignity of the Chamber of Commerce. Once the Chamber of Commerce is attacked, they must unconditionally support the Chamber of Commerce. Lin's new rules seem very harsh, but they are all based on unity and mutual assistance. The members have just experienced the oppression of Mickey, Bob, Jane, and others. Therefore, the support for Lin is unprecedentedly high. Without any obstacles and doubts, Lin's new system began to be implemented. The rules that he came up with and became more and more organized were the basis for his control of the Chamber of Commerce. After the Chamber of Commerce was reorganized, what Lin had to do next was to let go. He only needed to produce more goods now. Invest in more production lines. Convert all the money earned into means of production. In simple terms, it was to build factories, purchase raw materials, and hire workers. The products produced would be sold to various countries and regions in the East China Sea through the members of the Chamber of Commerce. The products were sold, profits were earned, and the profits were invested in production. Continuously expand and continue the cycle. As long as the sales link was guaranteed and the production capacity could keep up, then Lin would have a real printing press. Everything produced in the factory was Bailey. September 1514 of the Haiwan calendar. Lin's ambitions were getting bigger and bigger, and the scale of the factory was also expanding rapidly. The number of workers employed has now reached more than 6,000. Unbelievably, Lin En's factory was like a spring after rain, rising from the ground. Moreover, the growth rate was breathtaking. In just 1 year, Lin En's canning factory has expanded from the original canned vegetables and canned fruits to canned fish and canned meat, etc., covering all categories. Moreover, the taste and flavor are excellent, and the market feedback is very good. At the same time, the fruit juice is not limited to orange juice, apple juice, watermelon juice, bayberry juice, etc., and the styles are diverse. Not only that, Lin En acquired a flour mill and a rice processing plant at the beginning of the year. Bags of flour and rice, as well as bagged vegetables, began to be sold in major cities in Donghai. These bagged foods have a feature of accurate shelf life, weight, and the reputation of Lin En Chamber of Commerce. The two words Lin En represent reliability. Civilians buy goods with Lin En's name on them, so they don't have to worry about buying counterfeit goods. However, the world government has no intention to care about the Chamber of Commerce in Donghai this year. September 16, 1514, Haiwan calendar. The world government held a world conference in the Holy Land of Marijoa. Many member countries of the world government participated. The content of the meeting was to guard against the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Chapter 82, Here Comes the Relation. The Revolutionary Army played a big role in Lin's rapid growth. The Revolutionary Army created riots and triggered conflicts in various places. As a result, wars broke out in local areas of various countries. Wars consume a lot of resources. Lin not only sold food and medicine to the Revolutionary Army. At the same time, it was also sold to the East China Sea countries through conventional channels. Especially canned products have a long shelf life. Once the city began to fall into a state of closure due to the war, the value of canned food was reflected. Therefore, the demand for canned products increased. Lin's production line can continue to increase. Of course, the world government and the member countries have realized this problem. Dragon is indeed a very scary man. As long as Dragon exists, the flag of revolution will always be erected. The ruling class of each country will face constant riots. But how to eliminate Dragon is another problem. Let the Navy intervene directly. First, the Navy has limited manpower and it is impossible to waste it in ordinary riots. 12. The countries of various countries do not want the Navy and the world government to intervene more in the kingdom. Therefore, this meeting is destined to be a meeting with no obvious results. Even so, the World Economic News Agency still used today's meeting as the front page headline. The photo of Drago was once again posted in the most conspicuous position. At the same time, the title is The Most Dangerous Man in the World. Lin En finished reading the newspaper and threw it aside. The momentum is very strong. Do you think they will overthrow the world government? He said. Brother, the Revolutionary Army's Bartolomeo picked up the newspaper and looked at Lin En with an incredible expression. At this time, Kuina also stopped practicing and waited for Lin En's answer. Lin En has a very thorough understanding of the world and can give Kuina a lot of inspiration. Lin En took out a cigar from the cigar box, lit it, and took a deep breath. It's still early now. Bartolomeo said, but now there are the 4 emperors on the sea, and the Revolutionary Army on the 4 seas. The world government is not feeling well either. Lin En said, what you see is just the appearance. The world government has its own plans. What plans? Bartolomeo was particularly curious. Lin En asked back, do you remember Mickey? Bartolomeo nodded. He killed Mickey himself, so he would not forget it. When we first met Mickey and his friends, they were in danger of losing their jobs, so they just wanted a stable environment and to make some money. However, after I provided them with security and they made money, they began to desire more money and began to gain power. Just imagine, if I didn't take action to get rid of Mickey, what would Mickey and his friends want in the future? What else would they do? This is desire, a part of human nature that is difficult to eradicate. It is not completely bad. It can drive us to move forward. It is just greedy. If we are not careful, we will be pushed into the abyss. Lin En's words made Kuina fall into thought. No Gjo muttered, when you are in danger, you want safety, when you are safe, you want wealth. With wealth you want power, with power your ambition will expand, is that right? The world government is the same as all countries, you can treat them as independent individuals, or as a whole. The birth of the revolutionary army is inevitable, it is inevitable that it will grow stronger. As for the future, Lin En paused deliberately, shook his head and said, it's still unknown. The 4 emperors are in the New World. If the world government wants to defeat the 4 emperors' forces one by one, it can do it. Just like destroying the Whitebeard pirates during the war at the top. But why not do it? Lin En's interpretation of the world is that it can be destroyed, but it is not necessary. The world government hopes to maintain a balance with a crisis. Under this abnormal balance, the existence of the world government and the navy is indispensable. For the most basic right to survive, people will naturally follow the management of the world government and support the navy's justice. You can't go to the pirates to solve the problem after something happens, right? Similarly, the member states also need to rely on the world government for their own rule. In this way, as long as the unstable dangers such as pirates and the revolutionary army can be controlled and eliminated at any time, the sense of crisis can be controlled. Of course, this is Lin En's interpretation of the current world. As for whether the celestial dragons and the world government think so, it is not verifiable for the time being. December of 156-0014 in the Haiwan calendar. A Navy warship entered the East China Sea. The Navy captain on the ship had short silver hair and wore a large coat with the word justice written on the back. He had goggles hanging around his neck and a 10-handed sword made of sea stone on his back. At this time, Smoker was holding a den mushi. The den mushi imitated a woman's expression and voice. Smoker, you must reflect well after arriving in the East China Sea. Tina doesn't want to hear any more bad news about you. You don't need to remind me. Smoker ended the call impatiently. With Smoker's personality, if it weren't for Zephyr's protection, he would have been expelled from the Navy long ago. Not only does he like to act on his own, but he also regards disobeying orders as normal. At the same time, he often contradicts his superiors. And Smoker's reflection in the East China Sea this time is more of a protection than a punishment. The Navy's top brass also hopes that Smoker can reflect well. Don't cause unnecessary trouble again. After all, the friendship between Zifa and Zhang Guo and others is there. Most of the young and strong vice admirals of the Navy are Zifa's disciples. Chapter 83, No one is given face. Smoker has just arrived in the East China Sea. He should have gone to the 8th Division first to say hello to Admiral Wilson. After all, he is now under the jurisdiction of the 8th Division. However, Smoker is not very interested in this kind of official etiquette. Moreover, when Smoker was in the headquarters, he often ignored his superiors. Therefore, he directly sent the warship to the station. The 8th Division. Wilson and Conley have prepared good wine and food. Although Wilson is a major general and Conley is a brigadier general, they both know it. The person who is coming this time is a relative, and he is not small. Disciple of the former Navy Admiral Blackarm Zifa. Most of the vice admirals in the Navy headquarters are his seniors. Therefore, they dare not neglect it and must entertain Smoker well. Whatever Smoker wants, they will try their best to satisfy him. Because they all know that Smoker has this relationship and background, so he can come back to the headquarters at any time. In the future, Smoker will definitely be promoted to the rank of Lieutenant General of the headquarters. If they curry favor with him now, they will be taken care of in the future. But Wilson and Conley, as well as many colonels and lieutenants of the 8th Division, waited and waited, but still did not see Smoker coming. Condley asked, could it be that something happened? Wilson was also afraid of something happening, so he hurriedly said, send a fax immediately. Not long after, Smoker gave a reply. But this reply was a bit irritating. Because Smoker said he had arrived at the base. At the base? Shouldn't he report to the 8th Division first? This is the normal process, right? Although Wilson and Condley were a little annoyed, Smoker was a person with a background. They couldn't afford to offend him, and they didn't dare to offend him. Forget it, just be careful and don't get into trouble. After Smoker arrived in the East China Sea, he did not stay in the garrison to enjoy himself. The next day, Smoker organized the Marines to start training. During the training process, many problems can be exposed. For example, the usual training intensity of the Marines, and the quality of the Marines themselves, etc. Smoker is a very serious person. As long as he is determined to do something, he will do it very seriously. Although Smoker was stationed in the East China Sea, it does not mean that Smoker will not find trouble. After a month of intensive training for the Marines stationed, Smoker took the Marines out to sea. He wanted to fight pirates. Although there are not many decent pirates in the East China Sea. The current highest bounty is only about 20 million. However, the high or low bounty for pirates has nothing to do with Smoker's determination to fight pirates. Smoker has absolutely zero tolerance for pirates. Catch one is one. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that Smoker was recognized and appreciated by Zifa. Monster, monster. This was the first time Thomas saw someone who was hit by a bullet but could not die. The bullet passed through the body, yes, through. Thomas saw it clearly. But nothing happened. Smoker turned his head and looked at Thomas, who was holding a cigar, and then moved his hands. His arm turned into white smoke and began to stretch. Bang! Thomas was knocked to the ground. The pirate of Bailey who offered a reward of 9 million in the East China Sea. Vulnerable. It is worthy of being the weakest sea. The quality of the pirates is really too poor. At this time, a Marine ran over. They caught a young businessman in the pirates' hideout. The merchant was dragged to Smoker by the Marine. Let go, let me go, I was caught here by them, and I don't know them at all. The young businessman is called Hogan, a member of the Lin Chamber of Commerce. Before joining the Lin Chamber of Commerce, he was already engaged in smuggling. After joining the Lin Chamber of Commerce, with background and connections, he naturally became more courageous. Therefore, Hogan no longer does smuggling, and he does business with pirates in private. Although the pirates are brutal, they also need to buy necessary supplies. For example, guns and bullets, medicines, etc. You are a bunch of bastards who are greedy for money, and you actually sell weapons to pirates. Smoker grabbed Hogan's collar and looked at Hogan with contempt. Hogan looked at Smoker and tried to break free. He kicked his feet and said, "You are framing me. I am a member of the Lin Chamber of Commerce. I will sue you." Lin Chamber of Commerce. Smoker had just come to the East China Sea, and his recent work was to catch pirates, so he had no intersection with businessmen. At this time, a major named Joseph came over and whispered, "Colonel Smoker. Lin's Chamber of Commerce has a close relationship with our East China Sea Navy. I think these are all misunderstandings." Major Joseph was once a subordinate of Condley. After Condley was promoted, he also promoted him. Kings, because of the relationship between Lin and Condley, Joseph naturally sided with Lin. How can we let go of the black-hearted businessman who sold weapons to pirates so easily? Smoker hated evil and was a master who would not be persuaded by soft or hard tactics. Even if the vice admiral of the headquarters asked him to release the person, he would not let him go. "Hey, I'm a member of the Lin Chamber of Commerce." "Wait, our president won't let you go." Hogan is very smart. He will never admit that he sold weapons and medicines to pirates. Therefore, he repeatedly emphasized that he had nothing to do with this matter. However, the boxes of guns and medicines were printed with the Lin Chamber of Commerce. The pirates also gave evidence. Evidence is available. It is impossible for Hogan to clear himself. Chapter 84, it is related to reputation. The person is safe. Smoker arrested the people of the Lin Chamber of Commerce, and Major Joseph immediately contacted Condley. He reported the cause of the incident to Condley truthfully. The relationship between Conrad and Lin, that is needless to say. Without Lin, he would not be where he is today. Therefore, there is no need for Lin to ask for people. Condley took the initiative to find Smoker. The 151st Marine Branch Headquarters. The prison cells in the headquarters are now full of pirates. Smoker's trip to the sea this time can be described as a heavy blow. When Condra came to find Smoker, Smoker was outside the interrogation room, listening to the screams in the interrogation room. Pirates are not only cruel, but also cunning. They will not take the initiative to confess their crimes. Therefore, let them suffer a little. Torture? Anyway, they are not good people. Condra, led by Major Joseph, came to the interrogation room. At this time, it was Hogan's turn. Hogan was tied to the rack and the whip fell on him fiercely. Of course, Hogan still had a hard mouth. 600. But what Hogan didn't know was that Smoker didn't need him to admit his crimes. Instead, he used the excuse of interrogation to punish him severely. Colonel Smoker. Condley stood at the door and took the initiative to greet Smoker. Smoker glanced at Condley. Condley's Navy Justice cloak had the shoulder straps of a brigadier general. In terms of official rank, he was definitely above Smoker. But Smoker had no intention of standing up to salute. Smoker looked at Condley and asked, "Is there anything I can do for you, Brigadier General?" "What kind of attitude is this? Condley is a brigadier general after all." But these guys from the headquarters didn't take Condley seriously at all. Although Condley was unhappy, it was not the first time he had experienced such things. Which young man with connections and background in the headquarters is not arrogant? Condley put on a smile. "I heard that Colonel Smoker arrested a member of the Lin Chamber of Commerce, Gah. Well, they are interrogating him." Smoker kicked the table, and his toes pointed in the direction of Hogan. Looking at Hogan's miserable condition, Condley hurriedly said, "This is all a misunderstanding. President Lin is a good friend of our Navy." Smoker snorted coldly and threw the pirate's confession to Condra. "The evidence is solid, there are witnesses and evidence, and he can be convicted." "Convicted? Then why did you beat him?" Condra was speechless, took a breath, and said, "President Lin is a good friend of Vice Admiral Garp. This matter still needs to be investigated. Let's release him first." Condra thought that he could solve the problem by bringing up Garp. Navy hero Garp, Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. This is enough to make Smoker give a shit. Smoker yawned and closed his eyes without looking at Condra. "He sold weapons to pirates, there are witnesses and evidence, enough to sentence him to 10 years. You don't even give Garp face." Condley had no choice but to contact Lin. This matter can only be handled by Lin himself. The day Hogan was captured by Smoker, the E16 contact office contacted Lin. "President, one of our members has lost contact with the contact office. Have you negotiated with the Navy?" "Colonel Hans of the 165th Branch is investigating. Wait for the results from the Navy." E is the abbreviation of East, which represents the East China Sea. At present, the Lin Chamber of Commerce has a total of 46 contact offices in the East China Sea. When members of the Chamber of Commerce arrive at a certain area on the Chamber of Commerce's merchant ships, they need to go to the contact office to register information. For example, the next destination to go to, the time required for round trip, etc. There are also the names and relevant information of the accompanying personnel. In addition, on the day the ship docks, the information must be updated at the contact office. This is entirely for safety considerations. No contact was made on that day. If the contact office is contacted and registered again, the contact office will summarize the relevant information and report it to Lin En for processing. The next day, Lin En received a call from Conley. Mr. Lin En, I have personally negotiated with Smoker, but he still refused to let him go. I understand that he has heard of him. This matter has caused you trouble. Lin En and Conley ended the call. Smoker? Has this guy been driven to Donghai so early? Lin En was not surprised at all when he heard that it was Smoker who caught him. Smoker is definitely a relative. If you want to be promoted, you can be promoted back to the headquarters from Donghai at any time. Moreover, disobeying military orders is like a joke. However, Lin En can't ignore this matter. Although Hogan is just an ordinary member of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce, the reputation of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce is the most important. Why do so many businessmen want to join the Lin En Chamber of Commerce? Because the Lin En Chamber of Commerce is fair and just and safe and reliable. As long as you join the Lin En Chamber of Commerce, you can be protected. This is the consensus of the Donghai business circle. It is also the reputation that Lin En has built over the years. Therefore, the person is safe. 151 Navy Branch. Lin En's ship is parked in the port. At the same time, Smoker also received a report. The president of Lin En's Chamber of Commerce. Smoker also became interested and wanted to know what the businessman wanted to do. Did he really think he could get people from him? Or did Lin En also want to use GARP to scare him? Smoker allowed Lin En to meet. At this time, in Smoker's office, Lin En walked in with a knife. Chapter 85, Don't eat soft or hard. Then you can only use hard. Smoker was stunned when he saw Lin En for the first time. Although Smoker reacted quickly and adjusted quickly. But the momentary astonishment in his eyes could not escape Lin En's eyes. Lin En smiled and asked, "Have you never seen a businessman with a knife?" Smoker looked at Lin En and nodded seriously, "This is the first time I've seen a businessman like you." Smoker has graduated from the military academy for so many years. He has seen a lot of people of all kinds. Although Smoker has never taken bribes, businessmen always come up to him to show their goodwill. The flattering and copper-smelling face makes it difficult for Smoker to transfer this stereotype to Lin En. In other words, it is difficult for him to believe that a swordsman will become a businessman. Isn't it good to be a swordsman? Must you be a businessman? Lin En seemed to see through Smoker's inner thoughts. He said calmly, "The sword is just a tool to protect yourself. So far, I haven't used it to hurt others." Smoker had no way to judge whether Lin En's words were true or false. However, his intuition told him that Lin En was not simple. Lin En said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin En. I am from Ziluabia village. I am now the president of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce." After listening, Smoker introduced himself, "Smoker, I just arrived in Donghai not long ago." Lin En asked, "Can we sit down and talk?" "Please sit down." Smoker pointed to the sofa in the office. Lin En and Smoker sat on the sofa, facing each other. Soon, Major Joseph brought tea. This tea was sent by the contact office of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce. Major Joseph was making tea. Lin En took out the gift, which was a box of cigars. Smoker just glanced at the packaging and said, "Do you have cigars from Bahai here?" "This brand of cigars is a high-end product from Bahai." Lin En replied, "As long as there are things in the world, I will try my best to deliver them to customers." It seems that President Lin En is really capable. Smoker didn't doubt too much. After all, Lin En and Karp knew each other. If Karp came back and helped Lin En bring goods, it would also make sense. Of course, Smoker was not a tax official, and he had no intention of catching tax evasion or counterfeiting. However, the cigar tasted similar after it was lit. Smoker asked while smoking a cigar, "President Lin En, are you here to ask for someone this time? Lin En took out the fax of the 8th branch from his arms, handed it to Smoker, and said, yes, I want to bail Hogan out. The fax was sent in the name of the 8th branch. Lin En was allowed to bail Hogan out. Smoker looked at the fax and shook his head and said, he sold weapons to pirates and sent them to Judicial Island. 10 years is enough. Judicial Island is still relatively unfamiliar to the people of the East China Sea. However, Lin En knew what Judicial Island was. Seeing Smoker mention Judicial Island, with a business-like look, Lin En smiled and said, Judicial Island will not send a judicial ship for an insignificant case. Lin En mentioned the judicial ship, which means that he knows Judicial Island. Smoker said curiously, President Lin seems to know a lot about the Grand Line. Lin smiled and said, I just heard from acquaintances that they often travel between the East China Sea and the Grand Line, and they have a wide range of experience. Is that so? Smoker looked at Lin's face and couldn't tell the truth from Lin's words. This man is very powerful and can't be underestimated. This is Smoker's judgment of Lin. At this time, Lin changed the subject, Colonel Smoker, you are from the Navy headquarters, and you should be familiar with the 7 warlords. Yet. Smoker answered with a nasal voice. Obviously, he was not happy with the existence of the 7 warlords. The existence of the 7 warlords system is simply an insult to the Navy. Lin continued, it is rumored that the members of the 7 warlords were pirates who caused trouble in the past. After becoming a warlord, their wanted notices were cancelled. Is that right? Yet. Smoker admitted. Although this is a stain on the Navy. Although I don't know why the world government wants to introduce the Wukai system, its existence has its rationality. Lin En said here, without waiting for Smoker to refute, he continued, Colonel Smoker, please listen to me. After I finish, it's not too late for you to refute me. Yet. Smoker was holding back a breath of anger. There is a fine. But who should be responsible for the world government's connivance of the 7 warlords? Also, Hogan selling weapons to pirates is indeed wrong. We are willing to pay the bail. In fact, Lin En's words are deliberately angering Smoker. You can take a small businessman as a starter, but do you dare to touch the 10 warlords? They are all wanted criminals who are unforgivable. Now they are not only not wanted, but can also rob legally. You are sophistry. Smoker took a deep puff of cigar. It is indeed my sophistry. However, this is the reality of the world. We are just businessmen, and our goal is to pursue profits. Of course, selling weapons to pirates is indeed our problem, and we will handle it ourselves. But when Lin En said this, he deliberately paused. This matter is also related to the face of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce. If I can't take the person away, what should I do with my face? Smoker stared at Lin En coldly and asked, what if I still don't let him go? Smoker is a typical person who doesn't give in to soft or hard tactics. Lin En looked at Smoker, smiled slightly, and said in a calm tone, then I can only take the person away by force. 0. Chapter 86, Teach Smoker a Lesson. Smoker looked at the knife in Lin En's hand and suddenly pulled out his 10 hands first. When Lin En held the 10 hands with the scabbard. No matter how hard Smoker pressed down, Lin En didn't move at all. In terms of strength, Smoker is no match for Lin En at all. You. Smoker widened his eyes and looked at Lin En. Lin En said calmly, I am just an ordinary businessman practicing kendo purely for self-protection, and there is no need to draw the sword today. Lin En's words meant that I can subdue you without drawing the sword. Smoker has not encountered such a strong opponent as Lin En from the Navy headquarters to the East China Sea. Of course, the monsters in the Navy headquarters do not need to target Smoker. Pichiki, Kizaru, Aokiji, and others, all 617 are students of Zifa, and are all seniors of Smoker. Therefore, Smoker has not suffered any loss so far. However, today is an exception. Smoker met Lin En. Lin En's sword was not unsheathed, and with his own strength alone, it was difficult for Smoker to move forward half a step. However, Smoker is not without a way. Admittedly, Smoker did not expect the gap in strength to be so big. But Smoker still has the ability of the devil fruit. President, don't underestimate me. White smoke. A large amount of smoke came out of Smoker's body. The ability of the smoke fruit. Smoke filled the entire office. He wanted to use the power of smoke to block the office and eventually make Lin En suffocate and fall into a coma. But Smoker underestimated Lin En too much. Although it is a natural devil fruit, its attack power is the lowest among natural devil fruits, right? When Lin En said this, a burst of energy burst out from his body. Armament Haki. The white smoke tried to wrap Lin En, but was directly pushed away by the armament Haki. Smoker was also pushed out. Not only the strength, but also the Haki is so strong? Smoker frowned. He naturally understood armament Haki, but his armament Haki was far less strong than Lin En. Moreover, since he obtained the smoke fruit and had the 10 hands, it was easy to deal with pirates. Therefore, Smoker's practice of armament Haki did not have much results. On the other hand, Lin En was able to push away all the smoke in an instant. The armament Haki reserves in his body were simply terrifying. Lin En reminded, Colonel SGE, stop it. If you continue to make trouble, you will be embarrassed. White Snake. How could Smoker compromise? Smoker turned his arm into smoke, then turned the smoked arm into a snake shape, aimed at Lin, and hit Lin. Now Smoker's control over the smoke fruit is very high. Even if the attack fails to hit, this move will track to the end until it hits the opponent and grabs it. But Lin raised his palm and aimed his palm at the flying fist. Bang! Lin's hand firmly grasped Smoker's fist. Lin said, Armament Haki can capture the entity of the ability user. You should practice active elementalization more. While speaking, Lin's fingers began to exert force. Smoker felt that his hand was clamped and could not move. Smoke ejector. Smoker still did not give up. His lower body turned into smoke, and in an instant, he was able to spray smoke to generate the reaction force of the explosive part to carry out a rapid impact. He wanted to push Lin out of the office. But Lin did not move a step. Smoker felt like an ant pushing a tree. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't shake Lin En even a little bit. How is this possible? Smoker has already exerted all his abilities that can improve his strength and speed. But the result is unacceptable to him. At this time, Major Joseph walked in. Major Joseph said, President Lin En, Mr. Hogan has been released on bail. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. After Lin En finished speaking, he let go of his hand and turned to leave the FANFIC room. Only Smoker with an extremely ugly expression was left. Lin En had already subdued him without even pulling out his knife. Smoker thought he was very strong, but he didn't expect. It seems that I was too naive in the past. Smoker laughed at himself. In the past, Smoker never took anyone seriously. But today, Lin En taught him a lesson. Let Smoker feel the power of monsters for the first time. Understand the real gap between himself and the world. Lin En walked in front, and Hogan followed behind. Along the way, Hogan flattered and thanked Lin En for his kindness. Lin En was silent. In this way, Hogan followed Lin En back to Windmill Village. In Windmill Village, some merchants had received the news and rushed back to Windmill Village. Hogan covered his face in front of everyone, and he still looked nervous. Thanks to the president this time, otherwise I might really go to jail. With the president here, what do we have to fear in the future? Yes, the president will protect us. The members of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce were as happy as if they had won a battle. It seemed that from today on, the Big 2.0C was their world. However, Lin En still had a calm face. He looked at Hogan and asked, "Selling arms to pirates, has this matter been informed to the Chamber of Commerce?" Hogan was stunned at first, and he naturally did not tell the Chamber of Commerce. Lin En asked again, "Who checked his cargo?" At this time, a security guard who was responsible for checking the cargo on the ship immediately stood up. Lin En said, "Hogan will no longer be a member of our Chamber of Commerce. In addition, you are also fired." Hogan was kept for the reputation of the Chamber of Commerce and Lin En's own face. Hogan was expelled because he concealed the Chamber of Commerce, did not report it, and sold the cargo to the sea privately. When the security guard inspected the warehouse, he failed to find the arms because of dereliction of duty, and he also had to bear the responsibility. Chapter 87, This Extremely Hypocritical Guy. Hogan was expelled from the Chamber of Commerce. However, Hogan was lucky. He was just an ordinary member of the Chamber of Commerce, and has not yet grasped the information from higher levels. Therefore, Lin En was not worried that Hogan would find a way to retaliate against the Chamber of Commerce after being expelled from the Chamber of Commerce, because he simply did not have that kind of power. This time, the matter was relatively successful. First, Lin En took action to rescue Hogan from the Navy's cell. This has already revealed Lin En's means. If it were other chambers of commerce, they would not be able to do this at all. In this way, the reputation of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce and the reputation of President Lin En will once again become the focus of the East China Sea business circle. With reputation and fame, naturally, more people will want to join the Lin En Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, members of other chambers of commerce in the East China Sea, or they may leave the original Chamber of Commerce and switch to Lin's Chamber of Commerce. This is similar to the magnetic effect, continuously attracting businessmen and funds to enter the Lin's Chamber of Commerce. In the end, it will make the Lin's Chamber of Commerce stronger. If Lin's investment in means of production is a snowball, then the Lin's Chamber of Commerce has truly exploded its potential after the Hogan incident. Joining the Lin's Chamber of Commerce will get you protection, and this protection is not empty talk. Lin's words are true. Lin's honesty, Lin's promises, and Lin's promises that will never be broken. Lin's acceptance of the report of the Donghai Financial News Agency again. The reporter who interviewed Lin was still Hannah. Hannah is now a gold medal reporter of Donghai Financial News Agency. Because of Lin En's relationship, she can not only interview nobles, but also the Navy. Moreover, there have been rumors in the media circle recently that Hannah is Lin En's lover. Hannah wanted to take the initiative to clarify, but the president disagreed. In the president's view, gossip and rumors have one thing in common, that is, attention. As long as there is attention, it can attract people's attention. When Hannah met Lin En, she took the initiative to apologize. "Sorry, I wanted to clarify, but our president disagreed. He wanted to stir up this topic, wait until the topic ferments, and then publicly clarify it, and ask the rumor maker to apologize. It doesn't matter." Lin En didn't mind. For businessmen, being hyped is also a normal thing. Moreover, this can also increase popularity. Businessmen are different from celebrities. The most important thing for businessmen is integrity. As long as there is no problem with integrity, the quality of the goods produced, and the services provided are recognized, then all the gossip news is a kind of alternative publicity. What's more, Lin En is still very young and unmarried, which makes her a hot topic. President Lin En, there are more and more pirates on the sea now, and riots have broken out in various countries and regions in the East China Sea, which has seriously affected the economy of the East China Sea. Will it affect the development of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce in the future? What do you think about the future? No longer talking about the scandal, Hannah went straight to the point. The rise of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce in the East China Sea is already a major news, and the attention is increasing every day. Therefore, launching the Rise of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce series of news will definitely trigger new hot spots. First of all, we are people-oriented, and take fairness, justice, integrity, and compliance as the basis for the establishment of the Chamber of Commerce. Secondly, we have strengthened communication and contact with the Navy and established our own security escort team to ensure the safety of every voyage. Finally, we strictly control product quality and put consumer experience first. This is an important reason for our rapid development. For the future, I am still optimistic, which can be reflected from the growth in the sales of the Chamber of Commerce's products. At the same time, I believe that the people of the East China Sea are hardworking, brave, and yearn for a better life. So they are full of expectations for a better material life. Of course, I also call on all parties to be reasonable and restrained. Life is priceless. Lin En talked freely, avoiding the important issues. He did not mention the current situation in the East China Sea. Revolutionary army, pirates, or internal problems of various countries. He didn't want to talk about it. He only mentioned that the Lin Chamber of Commerce had good products, good services, and its own exclusive routes. At the same time, it had its own armed forces and close relations with the Navy. Only talk about advantages. In other words, this interview was just a soft advertisement to further promote the Lin Chamber of Commerce. Hannah also followed the questions set in advance and continued to ask, does the Lin Chamber of Commerce have plans to go to the Grand Route in the future? Lin said, of course, I want to promote the concept of the East China Sea people's yearning for a good life to the world, so that the world can understand that the East China Sea is not the weakest sea, we just yearn for peace and a better life. Lin's words have already represented that he wants to make the Lin Chamber of Commerce into the 600 East China Sea Light. Not only to become the savior of the wounded in the East China Sea, but also to make the East China Sea people proud of Lin. There are not only Roger and Garp in the East China Sea, but also great businessmen. Lin. Smoker looked at the newspaper, then tore it up and threw it into the trash can. He felt that Lin was as annoying as those bureaucrats. Merchants are really a group of disgusting things. Calling for restraint and rationality. The president who condoned the members of the Chamber of Commerce to sell weapons to pirates? These words from Lin En really made Smoker feel sick. It's hypocrisy to the extreme. Lin En is definitely not a good person. Smoker believes this. However, Smoker was indeed stimulated. Let me tell you what true justice is. Smoker goes out to sea to hunt pirates during the day and practices at night. In his heart, there is a strong desire to prove himself. Lin En's understanding of the world is not wrong. The world government's treatment of the 7 warlords of the sea is a stain on the Navy. This is not wrong. Then, let him use his strength to change these. Recommend and share. Fs. Chapter 88, The Road to the World's Greatest Swordsman. September 19, 1515, Haiwan Calendar. The sea breeze blows gently. The villagers in Shimotsuki village are preparing for the village festival. Decades ago, Shimotsuki Kozaburo left Wano country with dozens of samurai and arrived in Shimotsuki village. Here he established a village and multiplied. Therefore, this day is not only a day to commemorate the establishment of the village, but also a remembrance of his hometown. I really miss the cherry blossoms of Beiwu. I think you miss the geisha in Keshan town. Sonoko is now what is it like? You lustful guy, you haven't changed for decades. As the elders of the village, Kozaburo, and the samurai who followed him away, can't help but recall the past whenever there is a village festival. Why did they leave Wano country back then? They never told their descendants. Never thought about going back. Only on special days, they cherish the past. Missing the sake, geisha, and casinos in their hometown. At this time, Lin En's boat appeared at the dock. Every time this day comes, Lin En will come back and bring gifts to the village. When Lin En came back, he found that Suojiang had changed a lot from the past. The current Suojiang has lost his childish appearance and has become a young man full of vitality. The age of 14. For a swordsman, it is a very important note. Because soon, when Suojiang turns 15, he will be a master. Like other children, he will leave the village and travel to a wider world. That is, practice in the world. On the way, he will encounter the warmth and coldness of human feelings, feel the indifference of the world, fight with the sea, hurricanes, and the world, watch the natural phenomena, and accompany the sun, moon, and stars. Integrate the understanding of the Tao into sword skills and constantly improve yourself. It seems that you have not slacked off. When Lin En saw Suojiang, he could judge Suojiang's current state from the muscle lines on Suojiang's body. The strength, speed, and endurance of a swordsman come from himself. Therefore, the physique can directly reflect everything. Suojiang's muscles are well developed, especially the small muscles. The small muscles determine endurance. Suojiang answered seriously, "My goal is to surpass Kuina, so there is not a single day of slacking off." At this time, Kuina was already 16 years old. Because of Lin En's intervention, Kuina's trajectory as a human and a bull changed greatly. She was 1.86 meters tall, slender, and wore a tight kendo uniform that completely set off her figure. And, because of adequate nutrition, Kuina did not stop growing, and her height was still growing. In terms of appearance, she was a high-cold version of Tashiji. Suojiang quietly compared his own height and Kuina's height. Now Zoro is only 1.2 meters tall. He is one head shorter than Kuina. After taking a deep breath, Suojiang bowed to Kuina and formally said to Kuina, "Kuina, please have a duel with me." Kuina looked at Suojiang and nodded. Kuina not only grew taller, but also grew in strength. Although the genes of heaven have a great influence on height, but the acquired diet also has a huge impact on height. Two-sword flow, tiger hunting. Suojiang attacked first. He would not think that Kuina was a girl and let her, because that was disrespectful to her. Similarly, Kuina also responded to Suojiang. II/star flash. Kuina kept holding the sword. The moment Suojiang approached, she drew her sword and unsheathed the Wado Ikemonji. The sword light shone, reflecting on Suojiang's face. When Wado Ikemonji slashed on Suojiang's double swords. Boom! Suojiang's feet sank into the ground, sinking half a foot deep. Suojiang's hand holding the sword was numb. The power of the two swords fed back to both hands directly told Zoro. Now Kuina has become stronger again. And, she is so strong that it is difficult for Suojiang to connect the slashes. At this time, Kojiro came over. Kojiro saw the battle between Kuina and Suojiang. Sure enough, Kuina was influenced by Lin En and has transformed. Lin En's swordsmanship comes from Kosaburo. But, Lin En's swordsmanship has embarked on a path of his own. It is also slashing. Lin En's understanding of slashing is completely different. The current Kuina is the same. The III slash that Kuina used was taught by Kojiro. But, the sword force has completely changed. The moment she drew the sword just now, it was like a meteor flashing across the night. At that moment, Suojiang must have felt it. Kuina seemed to have become a meteor flashing across the sky. It was so dazzling, and at the same time, it flashed by, extremely fast. The power that burst out in an instant was unbearable. The gap between Suojiang and Kuina has widened to the point where it is impossible to catch up without changing the status quo. At this time, Kojiro came to Lin En and said with emotion, "If my father saw this, he would definitely want to drive you away again. You have a talent in kendo that ordinary people can hardly reach, but you have become a businessman full of the smell of money." Lin En replied, "This is all the result of Kuina's own practice, and it has nothing to do with me. Yes, she has walked her own way." Kojiro was more relieved and happy than anyone else. As a father, he has always been proud of Kuina. It's just that Kuina is a girl, and girls are limited by their bodies, and there is a ceiling for their growth. Although it was cruel, he still told Kuina the truth. She couldn't become the world's #1 swordsman. Kosaburo also thought so. Only Lin En disagreed, and at the same time, he completely changed Kuina. Kuina has put away her sword. Suojiang lost to Kuina again. However, this time Suojiang was not as childish as before. Instead, he turned around and knelt down to Kojiro. "Teacher, I also want to go to sea early." Kojiro asked, "Do you want to follow Uncle Lin En?" He thought that Suojiang was stimulated and wanted to follow Lin En to learn. However, Kojiro was not angry or surprised. Because Kuina became stronger and stronger after following Lin En. Suojiang shook his head and said, "If I don't make changes, I will never be able to surpass Kuina." Chapter 89, Formal Apprenticeship, Zoro's Oath. Suojiang didn't know how to surpass Kuina. But he knew that he had to go out to practice as soon as possible. Because Suojiang heard Kojiro say a long time ago that Lin En only practiced for 3 years before he became a master. Kuina was the same, leaving Shimatsuki village to follow Lin En to practice. She must have encountered a lot of things outside, tempering her heart, her sword, and her swordsmanship. If she follows Lin En, she may be able to improve greatly in a short period of time. But Kuina is also with Lin En. If the way of practice is the same, how can she surpass Kuina? Therefore, Suojiang wants to leave, he wants to find his own swordsmanship. In fact, when Suojiang left Shimatsuki village, his early sword skills were similar to tiger hunting, eagle wave, rhino return, and guizhan. These sword skills are the initial understanding. By observing everything, experiencing everything, and integrating it into sword skills. But it's too superficial. Later, as Suojiang's understanding of ghosts and gods, the world, and kendo gradually deepened, his sword skills underwent a qualitative transformation. This is the practice process of a swordsman. If the swordsman's practice is only 600 training strength, endurance, and speed, then neither sword skills nor sword momentum can be improved significantly. And the swordsman's meditation is a magical state. In meditation, the swordsman can imagine the process of fighting with wild beasts, heaven and earth, and ghosts in his mind. You can simulate the sun, moon, and stars, and imagine moving mountains and filling the sea. This is Lin En's understanding of kendo, and he taught Kuina the direction. Kuina found her own way after stepping out of the windmill village. Now she has to take this step to rappel. The village festival dinner began. Accompanied by the traditional samurai sword dance, the dinner kicked off to a climax. This is not the first time Lin En has seen a sword dance. It is said that the sword dance is the sword posture of Jianyu Thunder God. In the past, it was performed by the White Dance Maiko performance. It is said that the Maiko can communicate directly with Take Me a Raijin. At the same time, Take Me a Raijin will possess the Maiko of Cheng and come down to save the cattle. Of course, this is just a legend. However, the warriors of Shimatsuki village are not Maiko. Therefore, only unmarried women from each family can perform. Kuina also participated. It is still very enjoyable to watch. Suojiang sat next to Lin En. This was arranged by Kojiro. Kojiro saw Suojiang's confusion, so he asked him to sit next to Lin En. Lin En picked up the wine cup. "Pour me some wine." Suojiang nodded and held the wine pot with both hands. After Lin En drank 3 cups in a row, he suddenly said, "People are like this rice wine." Suojiang knew that it was Lin En who was instructing him, so he listened carefully. "It's turbid, and you can't see the bottom," Lin En said, and then drank the wine again. "Only after drinking it, can you experience its taste. The wine in your bowl can only be understood after you drink it yourself." After hearing this, Suojiang fell into deep thought. Lin En smiled and asked, "Gina's sword was very exciting, but yours, isn't it wonderful? People need to appreciate, not compare with others." What belongs to others is ultimately someone else's, and what belongs to you is yours. You want to surpass Kuina, then surpass yourself first. Your own life. Surpass yourself. Suojiang took a deep breath, stood up and walked to Lin En, kneeling down seriously. Thank you for the guidance of the uncle. Kuina's knife star flash really gave him too much shock. It is said that landscapes, calligraphy and paintings have artistic conception. The same is true for Kendo. BCAA, laymen always find it difficult to understand. Swordsmen are different. The ultimate Kendo they follow is this mysterious artistic conception. Suojiang has been thinking about that sword all day. If it were him, could he do it? If you don't think it through, it will become a hurdle. You can compare and deliberately want to catch up. Finally, you go to extremes and get completely lost. At this time, Lin En muttered, "Senior brother is really something, this kind of thing should be guided by him." Kojiro was not far from Lin En. He smiled and said little. But Kosaburo could not help but snorted, but this time it was not because of impatience. It was because of pride. Lin En was the best disciple he had ever taught. Kosaburo never denied this. The next morning, Suojiang carried his bag, took the rice balls prepared by Mitsuki for him, put on a hat, carried his bag, and headed for the dock in the morning dew. Kojiro was already waiting at the dock. "Teacher." Suojiang saluted Kojiro. Kojiro threw a knife to him. Suojiang subconsciously caught the knife. Kojiro said, "The name of the knife is Kamatsumaru, use it well." Kamatsumaru was also made by Kosaburo. It was just an early work. Kosaburo used it for a while, but later he stopped using it after he had Wado Ikemonji. Today, Sojiang is leaving his master's office, so it's considered a leaving ceremony. "Thank you, master." Suojiang knelt on the ground. Suojiang was a very principled person. He had learned swordsmanship from Kojiro for many years, and Kojiro taught him selflessly. Over the years, the relationship between Suojiang and Kojiro needs no further explanation. Kojiro said, "Go, I hope we can hear your name resounding across the sea in the village." "Yes." Suo kowtowed again, turned around and got on the boat to leave. His practice had just begun. At the same time, in the bamboo forest not far from the pier, Lin En and Kuina stood side by side. Lin En asked, "Don't you need to say a few words to him?" Kuina said calmly, "He will find his own way, and what I have to do is wait for him in front." At this time, Suojiang on the boat suddenly shouted in the direction of the village, "Kuina, I will definitely defeat you and become the world's #1 swordsman." Chapter 90, No Mercy, Take Advantage of the Fire. November 1515 of the Haiwan calendar. Lin En came to the Leslie region of the East China Sea. The Leslie region has been in a situation of war and turmoil. In the past few years, the Kingdom Army was able to suppress the rebels. But in recent years, with the behind-the-scenes guidance of the Revolutionary Army, as well as the experience and increase in the number of soldiers of the rebels, the Kingdom Army no longer has an advantage in the battles in recent years. However, the turmoil in the Leslie region has earned Lin En a huge amount of money. The rice, flour cans, etc. eaten by the rebels here are all supplied by Lin En. Every time the rebels break through the city, they will rob the wealth of the nobles and use it to pay for weapons, food, and medicine. Use. In other words, the rebels are almost working for Lin En and earning money for Lin En. Lin En came to Corrado County in Leslie. This was once an industrial city. It's just that the industry is in the hands of the nobles. Since Corrado County was captured by the rebels, the factories here have stopped production. The people here either fled or joined the rebels. As for the nobles, they were either tortured by the rebels or had already fled. Therefore, all the factories here are empty, including the machines inside, all of which are nothing. Lin En came to a steel mill and said, "This used to be the largest steel mill in Donghai. and its annual output accounted for 40% of Donghai's steel production. Bartolomeo asked, "Should we buy it?" "Of course, why not? Lin En has been waiting for this day for a long time. If it was before the war in Leslie, it would be almost a daydream to buy this steel mill. Because the production capacity and technology of this steel mill are the best in the East China Sea. The nobles will never sell the steel mill. Because it is a duck that lays golden eggs. But now it is different. The Leslie area fell, and the kingdom army was beaten back by the rebels. It's not just the steel mill. Lin En's appetite is more than that. This is a huge industrial area. Lin En naturally wants to take it all. Besides, the timing is just right. The rebels and the kingdom army fought, and the kingdom army was at a disadvantage and lost control of these areas. Control. Therefore, Lin En can now negotiate with the nobles in the capital. As for why he didn't negotiate with the Revolutionary Army? The Revolutionary Army would not give Lin En a price that would make him excited. As for after buying it from the nobles, it would be Lin En's property. Lin En believed that the Revolutionary Army would not break up with him because of what happened here. After all, the Revolutionary Army still needed Lin En's help. Barrier, the capital of the Frank Kingdom. Barrier is a port city. There used to be a very well-known famous Golden Beach, and hot songs and dances. However, now Barrier has entered the citywide martial law. On the front battlefield, the National Army was defeated and the rebels were advancing. Of the 200,000 national troops, more than 100,000 were killed, captured, or rebelled in front of the battlefield. Now the rebels, led by Betty, are heading straight for the capital Barrier. Can Barrier be defended? This is a question that everyone is concerned about. Recently, the nobles have been preparing to escape. Although Barrier is a century-old city with strong and thick walls. But the rebels are too powerful. If you don't escape Barrier early, you may become a dead soul under the knife of the rebels. Outside the Duke of Owen's mansion. Lin En brought people to the Duke's mansion. Owen and Lin En are not too familiar with each other, but the perfume sold by Lin En Chamber of Commerce is used by their family. Therefore, Owen still spared some time to meet Lin En. Soon after Lin En and Owen met, Lin En explained his intention. Want to buy the steel mill, textile mill in Corator, and the copper mine in Linz. Owen didn't expect Lin En to be so open-minded and wanted to buy for so many years at a time. However, this is not surprising. Lin En must have his own way to make so much money. Owen asked directly, "If you really want to buy it, how much do you plan to pay for the steel mill?" Lin En said, 1 billion Baileys. 1 billion Baileys? Owen originally wanted to ask for a high price and rip off Lin En. Unexpectedly, the price Lin En gave him was shocking. Owen said, "Lin En, such a large factory can't be bought for 1 billion. Duke Owen didn't expect Lin En to be so direct. This is simply robbery. Lin En said, "Then I'll wait until the rebels establish a new country before talking to them about the acquisition." The implication is that if you don't sell it now, you won't get even 100 million Baileys. Owen kept silent, thinking hard about the pros and cons. If there is a result, just send someone to the nearest contact office of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce. After Lin En finished speaking, he walked out directly. He didn't believe that Duke Owen would not sell. Because Owen knew it in his heart. The regime might really be overthrown, and once it was overthrown, the factory would belong to the new government. Wait! Duke Owen shouted hurriedly. If you don't sell it now, you may not get the 1 billion Baileys. Lin En smiled slightly. No Kai Gao prepared the transfer contract. Starting this year, Lin En signed contracts with them to buy factories everywhere. And, they were all purchased at extremely low prices. It's like taking advantage of the fire to rob zero. Chapter 91, The Evil of Capital. Steel is the food of industry and the most indispensable part of industry. The Revolutionary Army and the insurgents in Leslie area have not realized this yet. They are now only thinking about overthrowing the Frank kingdom as soon as possible and establishing a new country. They believe that as long as a new country is established, life will get better and everything will become better. It seems that as long as the new country is established, they can live a happy life every day without worries. Just like they are marching towards Billier now. They drink red wine and juice purchased from the Lin Chamber of Commerce and eat various canned foods. There is no hunger, and everyone is very happy. However, they don't realize that their good days in the 30s and 40s are based on depriving the wealth of the nobles. There is no such thing as nothing in the world. The land is barren, the industry is abandoned, and they are eating up the mountains. Lin is much more active than them. In a very short time, Lin looked for nobles everywhere in Billier and bought a large number of factories from them at a low price. This is a plunder that despises blood. It is also the evil of capital. The nobles plundered and oppressed the civilians through power and force. The capitalists plundered and oppressed the civilians through money. And, it is just and protected by law. Because private property is legal. Coal mines, steel, textiles. Lin En quickly acquired factories in Cerrado County in a short period of time. Although the Revolutionary Army occupied this area, it was a bargain for Lin En. Now what Lin En has to do is to meet with Betty and talk about resuming work. December 1515 of the Haiwan calendar. The cold wind from the northern polar region swept across the Leslie area. The temperature in the Leslie area began to drop. The rebels need more high-fat food and warm quilts. Prepare for the attack on the capital Billier after the beginning of spring next year. At this time, a small town hotel in Cerrado County. Most of the men in this town followed the rebels and left. They were going to the capital Billier. Only women and old people were left in the town. At this time, in a room in the hotel, Lin En and Betty sat face to face. Betty said to Lin, "President Lin, next spring, we will establish a new country here." Betty still relies on Lin. Why is the momentum of the East China Sea Revolution so fierce? In the final analysis, it is Lin who helps them supply materials so that the soldiers can have enough food, and the injured can also be treated with medicine. It can be said that Lin provides the backup for the rebels. Lin can feel the excitement and pride from Betty's words. They are finally going to succeed. If they succeed, it will become the first successful example of overthrowing the old dynasty since the establishment of the Revolutionary Army. Lin said, "I am happy for you. However, this is not why I came to you." Betty asked, "President Lin, you are our respected friend. If you have anything, you can tell us directly." Lin said, "I want to restart the industry in Cerrado County as soon as possible. Of course, we will make plans and resume production as soon as possible after the founding of the country." Before Betty finished speaking, Lin En shook his head and said, "I have acquired the industrial park in Cerrado County." Betty was puzzled when she heard this. They had just conquered Cerrado County, and the industrial area here should belong to the people here. Lin En glanced at No Kai Gao. No Kai Gao took out a copy of the contract and handed it to Betty. Lin En said, "This is my acquisition contract, all legal, including relevant property rights certificates." Betty quickly flipped through the contract, her face full of surprise. This is the law of the Frank Kingdom." Lin En said calmly, "Personal property is worth protecting, and I am not a noble here. You want to overthrow the nobles, not our businessmen. Or all the property owners. That's the truth. However, the industrial area in Cerrado County is a very important wealth. It is the economic lifeline of the Frank Kingdom. It was acquired by Lin En just like that. However, if you do not recognize Lin's ownership of those factories, it is equivalent to breaking up with Lin. The rebels will face a difficult life without clothes for the winter, no food, and no medicine." Lin said, "I hope you can communicate clearly with the rebels. Of course, I will still recruit workers here to provide a better life for Corrado County and the entire country." Betty was silent for 1.7 for a long time and asked, "Can we buy back these factories?" Lin replied, "Of course, in accordance with business principles, the premise is that you can pay enough money. Want to buy it back? Of course you can buy it. The transaction is fair." But Lin snatched it from the nobles at a low price. Now the rebels want to buy it back? It must be a sky-high price. However, Lin is very clear about the financial situation of the rebels. Their money is simply not enough to redeem these factories. And if they do not sign an agreement with Lin as soon as possible, the rebels will be unable to move forward this winter. Chapter 92, It is difficult to escape the law of true fragrance. Lin En is sure to defeat the rebels and force them to compromise. Of course, they can also refuse to compromise. Lin En will cut off the rebels' supply of materials. The rebels have no materials this winter, and it is impossible to grow food from the ground in the short term. How to attack the capital when they are starving and freezing? As long as the Frank kingdom survives the winter, it can organize a counterattack. By then, the rebels will lose everything. Betty discussed the matter of Corrado County with the top leaders of the rebels. This is the situation. Whether to accept it or not depends on you. Betty said to the cadres of the rebels. If we don't agree, will he stop the supply of materials? One of the cadres asked hurriedly. Their team has grown to 500,000 people. Such a large force needs to consume a lot of food every day. Now all the materials that can be raised in the country have been raised, and the gap must be purchased from the outside. And Lin N12 is currently the only one who will sell them materials. If Lin stops selling supplies, there will definitely be big problems for the 500,000 troops. At this time, the cadres all cast their eyes on a man. Jackson, the leader of the Frank Kingdom's rebels. He used to be a worker in a mine. In the riot 6 years ago, Jackson led the miners and rushed to the front to fight against the Kingdom army. Therefore, he quickly stood out. He was brave and fought bravely. Even in the most difficult moments of the rebels, he did not compromise with the national army. No. I will not accept his conditions. No matter how he got the factories, these factories belong to the people of Frank. Jackson's philosophy is that everything in the country belongs to the people. The property of the nobles was plundered from the civilians, so it is natural to return it to the people. Now Lin's behavior is that he is a thief who stole the fruits of their revolution. Everything belongs to the people. Yes, everything belongs to the people. Merchants are thieves. We must protect our revolutionary achievements. The cadres who support Jackson stood up collectively and supported Jackson loudly. Betty sighed and said, I respect your opinions. Betty knew Jackson. Jackson was a staunch supporter of the proletariat. He believed that all inequalities were due to assets. If everyone was the master of the country, there would naturally be equality. However, Jackson's idea was still too simple. Betty contacted Lin and told Lin Jackson's decision. Lin was not very surprised. He had already made many contingency plans. If it could be smoothly received, it would be good. Then there would be no trouble and directly recruit workers for production. However, if the rebels did not cooperate, then they would show strength. Starting from November 1515 in the Haiwan calendar, Lin stopped providing supplies to the Revolutionary Army. Flour, rice, canned food, bacon, beer, juice. Food that was once abundant on the table, blankets for heating, etc. All gone. December is here. It starts to snow in Tianshan. The cold wind from the polar regions, like a steel knife scraping bones, forced the 500,000 rebels to stay in the tents and keep warm by the charcoal fire. Turner Port. This is one of the few ports still controlled by the Frank Kingdom. Your Highness, this is the material ordered by your country. Swarmed to Turner Port. At this time, the merchant ships of the Lin Chamber of Commerce, like a swarm of bees. Clive is now one of the 12 representatives of the Lin Chamber of Commerce. He is keen to participate in the activities of the Chamber of Commerce and has the support of most businessmen. Now Clive Leaf negotiated with the Frank Kingdom on behalf of Lin. Merchants have their own ways to protect their rights and interests. Since the rebels did not recognize Lin's ownership of the industrial zone in Corrader County, Lin not only stopped selling supplies to the rebels, but also began to sell supplies to the kingdom. Rice, flour, canned food, bacon, beer, juice, cotton clothes, quilts. All the supplies that the country lacks the most. Ha ha ha. Prince Dennis laughed proudly. With this batch of supplies, they can recruit troops. After all, there are too many people in this country who are hungry. Especially the winter is still very long. Starting from November, it will last until March before spring comes. A lot of supplies are needed. The spies sent by Dennis have successfully found out that the untouchables and rebels are short of food. As long as they survive the winter, it will be their death. Not only selling supplies. Lin also found the East China Economic News Agency, and 600 began to report the miserable situation in the Leslie area of the Frank Kingdom. The civilians here began to freeze to death and starve to death in winter due to lack of food and bedding. This is definitely the worst fishing boat attack for the rebels. This will make the rebels lose justice and support. After all, not everyone understands the truth of revolution. Most people just want to overthrow the nobles and make life better. But now the nobles have not been overthrown, and they are almost starving to death. In the middle of December 1515 of the Haiwan calendar, the rebels' food was exhausted ahead of schedule. Their original food reserves could last until January. However, refugees in the Leslie area enthusiastically joined the rebels for food. The rebels' strength increased rapidly from 500,000 to 800,000. With so many people eating together, the food consumption rate is naturally much faster. The rebels are stationed in Abno. At this time, the cadres of the rebels privately found Betty and wanted Betty to communicate with Lin. They need food and all the supplies to survive. In the final analysis, even people with backbones can't escape the law of true fragrance. Chapter 93, Lin's rise is unstoppable. The rebels will compromise. Lin was not surprised by this. Man is made of iron, and food is made of steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will be hungry. The truth is easy to understand. The rebels of the Frank Kingdom and the Kingdom Army continued to fight for 7 years. For 7 years, the fields were barren and the factories were shut down. Business, industry, agriculture, were almost all stagnant. The people of this country live entirely on their old capital. If the rebels cannot capture Dubilier as soon as possible and establish a new kingdom, their already clean financial situation will enter a countdown to collapse. Therefore, the rebels need Lin to continue to provide supplies. Without the supply of supplies, all their efforts will be in vain. Betty and Lin meet again. Still in a small town hotel in Corrado County. But this time, there is an extra Jackson. This is the first time Jackson has met Lin. Lin snapped his fingers. Nochigo pushed the prepared contract in front of Betty. Lin said to Betty, "This is the agreement I prepared. As long as you sign it, we can continue to supply." Betty frowned after reading the contract. Lin said, "Of course, I support equality and freedom. If you don't want to sign, you can refuse me. I never force people." Jackson looked unhappy. What a good sentence. However, Betty couldn't intervene. Because Lin only interrupted the supply to the rebels in Leslie area. As for the rebels in other countries, Lin will continue to do business. Of course, Lin's business is now two-way. Lin privately sells supplies to the Revolutionary Army, and Lin Chamber of Commerce sells supplies to various countries. Lin is making money on both sides. As a businessman, he naturally seeks the source. Betty glanced at Jackson. Jackson picked up the pen, signed the agreement, and pressed his handprint at the same time. Okay, the agreement is effective. I wish you all to build your ideal country as soon as possible." Lin En said a blessing that made the soldiers uncomfortable and then left with his people. In January 1516 of the Haiwan calendar, the industrial area in Corator County resumed work. At the same time, iron mines, coal mines, and other mines also resumed work. Lin En and the Lin En Chamber of Commerce injected a large amount of funds. The factories and mining areas that had been shut down began to recruit a large number of workers. People in the Leslie area have not worked for a long time. They need food to feed their families and money to see doctors. Therefore, when Lin En started recruiting workers, a large number of laborers applied for jobs. There were many children among them. Lin En did not refuse anyone. Children also had a salary. Although the salary of child laborers was only 1/3 of that of adults, children and their parents hoped that they could get jobs. If the children can support themselves and bring back some food, it can greatly relieve the pressure on the family. In the final analysis, poverty is the source of all disasters. February 1516 of the Haiwan calendar. The factories in the Corator industrial zone have basically resumed work. Lin recruited nearly 100,000 workers. However, the wages paid are very limited. The hourly wage of an adult is 300 baileys, and the hourly wage of a child laborer is 100 baileys. 300 baileys can only buy half a pound of flour. Years of war have made the prices in the Leslie area so high that it is shocking. Even if the money is small, many people are scrambling for job opportunities. Because if you don't do it, many people will do it. When the dog is hungry, it will come to find food. It's rough but not reasonable. Thick. In war-torn countries, most people just want to have a full meal, nothing more. Hurry up. Come on, today's overtime pay will be doubled. Oh. Facing the cold wind blowing from the sea, the workers pulled the finished steel to the dock one by one, and loaded it on the dock. These steels have been digested within the Lin En Chamber of Commerce. There is no need for Lin En to contact customers specifically, as there are already customers who have booked them. Revolutions and riots are breaking out in various countries, and the demand for steel is increasing day by day. Cannonballs, swords, rifles. Now steel is also an important strategic material. And all countries want to stockpile as much as possible. In this process, Lin En earned a lot of bailey with cheap wages. In February 1517 of the Haiwan calendar, Ziluabu village. This time, Lin En came back and brought gifts to the elderly and children in the village. At the same time, Lin En also took the initiative to donate 500 million baileys to build nursing homes, schools, hospitals, etc. for the village. The name of the good man Lin En was once again spread to the world by the media. Lin En came to Cameron's villa. Cameron had been ill not long ago and had been lying down for half a month. However, Kay's medical skills learned over the years were not in vain. Under Kay's care, Cameron's body gradually recovered. In Cameron's study, there was a fire burning in the fireplace, and the room was warm. Lin En and Cameron sat face to face. There was a newspaper on the coffee table. The newspaper said that Lin En had acquired the grape plantation in the Aubrey area of Donghai. The grape plantation in the Aubrey area accounted for 30% of the grape planting volume in Donghai. Wangs. Although it was only 30%, the sunlight time in the Aubrey area was long enough, and the grapes were the sweetest. It was the best grape-producing area in Donghai. In other words, Lin En controlled the key raw materials of Donghai wine. And in the newspaper a few days ago, Lin En was also expanding. Acquiring ranches and farms, buying a lot of land, acquiring factories, shipping companies, etc. It is incredible that within less than 2 years after acquiring the Corrado industrial zone, Lin En has extended his claws to all walks of life. The power of capital is to acquire at a low price, then take the opportunity to monopolize, and finally squeeze out the maximum profit. Now the report of Donghai Financial News Agency will not be shocked by Lin En's amazing acquisition. The focus of the newspaper is when Lin En will acquire again. It is incredible that Lin En makes money faster than robbing a bank. Chapter 94, Stop Pretending, I Know Who You Are. Lin En's development speed has indeed exceeded Kamei's imagination. How did Lin En make money over the years? The efficiency of capital accumulation can no longer be described as snowballing. If it is simply based on selling perfumes, cigars, and high-end wines, it is absolutely impossible. At the same time, Lin En's acquisition of the Cerrado industrial zone 2 years ago also shocked the Donghai business circle. It is rumored that Lin En took advantage of the fire to rob the nobles at a very low price. However, what is even more incredible is that the rebels confiscated the assets of the nobles. But they still recognized that Lin En had the right to use the Corrado industrial zone. This is unbelievable. However, some things are business secrets, and there may be hidden secrets that cannot be seen in the light. Kamei didn't ask too much. However, Lin En didn't mind telling the truth. Raise funds, gather capital together through the call of the Chamber of Commerce. The profits are shared by the members, and 50% of the annual dividends will be distributed to them. The remaining 5 billion baileys, for example, a piece of land requires 10 billion baileys, and I pay 5 billion baileys. The concept that Lin En 600 said made Camelon silent for a long time. Indeed, Lin En's approach can indeed be realized, and capital can be expanded in a short period of time. However, even if it is raising funds, the premise is Lin En's ability to call and his own strength. If Lin En wants to have absolute control, he must control 50, even if 50% is an astronomical figure. Kamei put down the coffee, changed the topic, and asked, "Are you ready to go to the Grand Line? Every man has a heart to conquer the world. Of course, those who give up halfway don't count. The same is true for businessmen, they all want to expand Naiyi to all parts of the world. Cameron once had such an idea, and his Chamber of Commerce has expanded Naiyi to the Grand Line. However, in the end, it failed to continue to expand to the West Sea, North Sea, and South Sea. There are many reasons, and there are resistances from all sides. Therefore, Kame still looks forward to Lin's future development. Lin said, the layout of the East China Sea is almost done, and all the preparations are ready. When the funds are recovered, we will go to the Grand Line. Although Lin has made a lot of money in recent years, it costs money to acquire industries. At the same time, hiring workers, purchasing raw materials, etc. are all production costs that cannot be ignored. He said, "Well, you have indeed acquired a large number of industries in recent years, and the relationship with the Navy has also been opened up. The most important capital for businessmen is the means of production. The means of production are the core. For example, Lin En has factories and raw materials. He only needs labor to help him work, and he can produce goods continuously. Goods have no geographical restrictions. What can be sold in the East China Sea can also be sold in the Grand Line and the Four Seas. Secondly, Lin En has the background and network of the Navy. This makes Lin En's intention in the East China Sea very smooth. Not only that, Kamei also heard that Lin En has close contacts with pirates. Although it is just a rumor, Lin En's Chamber of Commerce cargo ship is rarely attacked by pirates. Of course, it is mainly because Lin En's Chamber of Commerce has its own armed security and the timely escort of the Navy. Lin En took a cigar and took a deep puff. Seeing his confident look, Kamei reminded him, but the troubles encountered in the Grand Line are more than those in the East China Sea, and the Navy may not be able to help. Kamei obviously suffered losses in the Grand Line. Therefore, only then would he feel so emotional. Lin En smiled and replied, "No way, this is not a reasonable world. However, I don't care about those troubles." Over the years, Lin En has been expanding the scale of the Chamber of Commerce. Now the Lin En Chamber of Commerce has more than 6,000 Donghai businessmen. The number of workers employed by Lin En and the Lin En Chamber of Commerce has reached 400,000. In addition, Lin En has also acquired a large amount of land, including plantations, ranches, farms, etc. The Chamber of Commerce with more than 6,000 people has a terrifying amount of funds. The large amount of capital injection makes the Lin En Chamber of Commerce like a capital giant in the Donghai business circle. As long as the target is targeted by Lin En and the Lin En Chamber of Commerce, there is only the fate of bankruptcy or acquisition. Knock knock knock. At this time, the door of the house was knocked. Cameron shouted at the door, "Come in." "Master." A man in a black butler suit came in. The man had a big back hair and wore glasses, looking very gentle. At this time, the man was still holding a bag of things in his hand. He should have just gone out to purchase. However, Lin En looked at the man and recognized him. The man also saw Lin En. "Why is he here?" The man knew Lin En's identity. The famous president of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce. Rumor has it that he is a rich businessman who has risen rapidly in recent years, and may already be the richest man in Donghai. As for whether it is true or not, no one knows, and no one has calculated how much money Lin En has now. However, this is also good. Originally, Kuro just wanted to find an opportunity to kill Cameron and then trick Kaya to get all the property of their family. Now it seems that he may be able to make an extra fortune. Just as Kuro's mind was turning rapidly and he began to plan to murder Lin En. 100 plans Kuro. Lin En said suddenly. This sentence scared Kuro. However, Kuro subconsciously pushed his glasses with his palm, and was about to pretend that he didn't know the situation. Lin En said to him, "Don't pretend, I know you are the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, and the reward is 16 million Beiji Kuro." Chapter 95, Is he still human? Desperate Kuro. Kuro sneaked into Cameron's house as Crab Adel. He had already found out that Cameron was a wealthy businessman. Moreover, there were dozens of servants in the family. Therefore, Kuro quickly obtained Cameron's letter and became the housekeeper of the family. As long as Cameron's family was killed one by one, he could obtain Cameron's wealth and live a comfortable life from then on. In the final analysis, the goal of being a pirate is not for money. However, Cameron never expected it. He was actually recognized. Moreover, Lin En was very sure of his identity. Cameron frowned and asked, "Hasn't Kuro been executed?" He remembered that it was reported in the newspaper. Lin En smiled and looked at Kuro, "We need to ask the person involved." The expression on Kuro's face became even more unnatural. Then, Lin En looked at Kuro, "Let's go out and talk. I'm quite interested in you. Go out and talk." Kuro looked at Lin En and sneered in his heart. "If you want to go out and talk, you have to deal with Lin En's bodyguards. Lin En is such a wealthy businessman, the bodyguards around him must be strong. It will be difficult to get away at that time." Lin En said, "Go out." After that, Lin En stood up and was about to leave. But at this moment, Kuro suddenly launched an attack. Swish! In an instant, Kuro suddenly disappeared from the spot. Smart! Lin En grabbed forward with one hand. Kuro's neck seemed to be deliberately greeted, and was pinched by Lin En's hand. You, how could you?" Kuro was shocked. He looked at Lin En with fear and disbelief. Lin En not only saw through his movements, but also successfully predicted them. Lin En took Kuro outside the villa like catching a cat. Bartolomeo, Nojigo, and Kuina outside the villa looked at Kuro. At this time, Kuro was still trying to struggle. However, Lin En's hand was like a pair of pliers, firmly locking his neck. Bang! Lin En casually threw Kuro to an open space. It was already a distance from the villa. Except for Lin En and others, the Kame family was not present. Cough cough cough. Kuro sat on the ground and kept coughing. He had just been strangled and almost couldn't breathe. Lin En said, "Follow me in the future." Akuno looked at Lin En with a question mark on his face. Lin En said, I'm going to the Grand Line. I need to recruit some people who can be used. You and the Black Cat pirates may be useful. This is really contemptuous. The Black Cat pirates are notorious in the East China Sea, but they are despised by others. However, Lin En is very strong. Kuro stood up and wanted to escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! Kuro was as flexible as a cat demon, flying between the trees and branches. However, there was a whoosh sound behind him. A stone broke through the air, with a sharp whistle, and hit the branch under Kuro's feet. Bang! The branch exploded into sawdust. Kuro fell to the ground, but he reacted quickly and rolled on the ground to relieve the force. But he was just about to get up. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bang! Bang! A big pit was blasted in the direction in front of him, and the tree trunk on the right was shattered. All escape routes were blocked. Moreover, if he dared to move just now, he would definitely be hit. Whoosh! Another sound of breaking through the air sounded. This time, bang! A hill exploded. My God! Is this still a human being? Kuro was desperate. He turned around and looked at Lin. At this time, Lin was throwing a few stones in his hand. Bartolomeo was responsible for picking up the stones. Now he had picked up the egg-sized ones. They were nearly 500 meters apart. The stones could actually hit him. Moreover, the power was so strong. Lin made a please gesture. It seemed to tell Kuro, you can try to run again. Kuro's head was covered with beads of sweat, and his shirt was soaked with sweat. The whole person looked like he was fished out of a water tank. Lin said to Bartolomeo, bring him here. Yes. Bartolomeo stepped on the shaved and quickly came to Kuro. Why do you know it too? Kuro couldn't believe the facts in front of him. He always thought that this was a physical skill he created. In fact, Kuro's talent was not bad, and he was also very smart. It's just that he was short-sighted and content with pleasure. Therefore, Kuro didn't do much. Bartolomeo dragged Kuro to Lin En. Lin En asked, are you still running? Kuro shook his head. He was not stupid, so why would he run? Lin En played with him as easily as playing with an ant. Lin En said again, work under me in the future. I won't treat you unfairly. Okay, okay. Kuro replied with fear. Lin En said, by the way, remember to contact your subordinates. Even if they are cannon fodder, they are still worth it. I understand. I will contact them immediately. Kuro nodded subconsciously. Although he had not been in contact with Lin En for a long time, he was instinctively afraid of Lin En. Although it is easy to be smart, at least it is not difficult to communicate. After Lin En finished speaking, he turned and walked towards Cameron's villa. In the garden inside the villa, Kaya didn't know what was sent. However, when she saw Lin En coming back, she immediately stuck to him and asked Lin En to tell her a story. 14-year-old Kaya was still as clingy as a child. Chapter 96, Despicable Clique. In April 1517 of the Haiwan calendar, Lin En went to the Sendri area of the East Sea. This time, Kaya also came with him. According to Kaya, she just wanted to go out and play once. Lin En thought about it, and did not refuse, so he took her out. The place closest to the entrance of the Grand Line in the Sendri area except for Rogue Town. Because Rogue Town was destroyed 10 years ago, the town of Wacker in the Sendri area became the new trading. In Wacker Port, the Lin En Chamber of Commerce also set up a contact point. At the same time, all the warehouses on the dock were bought by the Lin En Chamber of Commerce. In addition to warehousing, even the loading and unloading companies at the dock belong to the Lin En Chamber of Commerce. In order to ensure the safety of Wacker Port, the Lin En Chamber of Commerce stationed a security team of 2,000 people here. 2,000 people is not a small scale. Moreover, there are 3,000 Navy commanders of smoker stationed in Wacker Port. Pirates passing through Port Wacker, if they have bad intentions and want to attack Port Wacker, they'd better consider their own strength. Otherwise, the Navy and the security forces of the Lin Chamber of Commerce will teach them a lesson. 1001 1002 1003 Smoker did not go out to sea today, but practiced in the base. The defeat to Lin has always been in Smoker's heart. The feeling that made him powerless. He still can't forget it. Therefore, Smoker has been working hard to practice over the years and constantly strengthening his strength. Report. At this time, Major Nilu came outside the office. Since Major Joseph assisted Lin and released Hogan, Major Joseph was transferred away. Major Joseph is now a staff officer in the 8th Division, with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Speak. Smoker responded casually. Nero said, the whereabouts of the Click pirates were found 75 nautical miles southeast. Let the 1st and 2nd battalions assemble and prepare to leave the port. Smoker's enthusiasm for fighting pirates can no longer be described as enthusiasm. In his eyes, it is something that must be done. As long as they appear in Smoker's jurisdiction, he will not let go of any pirates. Major Nero reminded, Sir, should we ask for support? At this time, the Navy of Waketown has a total of 1 wing of Marines. A wing has 3 battalions, and 1 battalion has 1,000 people. If you count the service soldiers, medical soldiers, maintenance soldiers, communication soldiers, and cooking soldiers, a battalion has about 1,200 people. At this time, Smoker gathered the forces of 2 battalions to deal with the Click pirates with 5,000 troops. 2,000 people against 5,000 people. Moreover, the Click pirates have 50 ships. Major Nero felt that a rash attack might cause huge losses. Smoker said, follow the order. Yes. Major Nero immediately notified the Marines. Because of Smoker's strict requirements, the Marines in the East China Sea cannot relax their training even in the base. They now hope to hear about the mission to go to sea. Because after going to sea, they don't need to train. Assemble. 1st Battalion, 2nd Battalion, assemble. The Marines in training quickly put on their uniforms and ran to the warships in the port. Shortly after Smoker led the fleet to sea, a pirate group appeared in the area 30 nautical miles northeast of Waketown. To be precise, this pirate group is the main force of the Click pirates. The Click pirates that appeared 75 nautical miles southeast were just the bait barrow led by the captain of the 2nd team. Barrow. It is to draw out the Navy of Waketown. As long as Smoker leaves Waketown, Click will take the opportunity to attack Waketown. The current prosperity of Waketown has far exceeded that of Rogue Town. In addition, the Lin Chamber of Commerce brought a large amount of goods. As long as they rob Waketown once, they will be rich. The troops led by Click have a total of 40 ships and 4,000 people. As for Barlow's side, most of them are the merchant ships they robbed disguised as bait. Little ones. Fire. As night fell, the Click pirates quietly approached Waketown. No one in Waketown noticed. As Click gave the order to fire. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the cannon broke the tranquility of the night. 40 ships, nearly 1,000 guns fired at the same time. With each round of bombardment, thousands of shells fell on the dock. Pirates, pirates are coming. On the dock lighthouse, the tower keeper shouted loudly on the radio. The searchlight of the lighthouse shone on the sea, passing over the pirate ship. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, how can there be so many? It was the first time for the tower guard to see such a large-scale pirate group. The 3rd Brigade of Marines in the garrison quickly got up from the barracks, picked up their weapons and rushed to the dock. At the same time, the security forces of the Lin Chamber of Commerce also quickly assembled under the order of Weiss. After several years of development, the security forces are also powerful. Moreover, the Lin Chamber of Commerce is well equipped. The armed merchant ship has a large caliber cannon. The sound of the cannon woke up Kaya. At this time, Lin En opened the door and said to Kaya, "Don't worry, Nakago will take care of you." Kaya nodded. She felt much more relieved when she heard Lin En's voice. Lin En said to Kuina, Bartolomeo, Latu, and others, "Follow me to the dock." Kuro, Zongjao, and others naturally followed. At the same time, Click looked at the dock where fire snakes had already sprung up and smoke billowed into the sky, and laughed triumphantly. "Stupid Navy, it was so easy to be deceived. You all listen to me. Take more children as hostages later. The purpose of taking more hostages is to prevent the Navy from counterattacking." The Navy was afraid of the hostages and did not dare to attack them with all their strength. Ajin, who was beside Click, snorted after hearing the words "take hostages." Click's methods are indeed despicable. Chapter 97, I'll take your head. Ha ha ha. Click laughed arrogantly. They are making good progress now, and the pirates have already attacked the dock. Plunder as much as you want. Turn this place into a sea of fire. Ha ha ha. Crick was a little too proud of himself. He was originally an unforgivable villain, but relying on his powerful military force, he was called the Overlord of the East China Sea. Of course, it is more likely that this title is self-proclaimed. At this time, the navy that had arrived began to fight with the Crick pirates. The weapon used by Crick is the Great Battle Gun. He has extraordinary strength that ordinary people don't have, and he is equipped with many weapons, such as shields, guns, cannons, spears, swords, poison gas bombs, etc. And there is even a gun hidden in his stomach. At this time, Crick was seen wielding the great battle gun weighing more than 1 ton with one arm freely. He was also equipped with 12 steel armors, diamond gloves, and needle armor, and the Marines could not hurt him at all. Bang! 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 When Crick attacks, an explosion will occur. There are countless Marines injured and blown away. Crick enjoyed this feeling. It was not the passionate battle experience, but the pleasure of killing. He was a despicable guy, and he threw gas bombs at houses in the distance, further creating panic and death. However, it is undeniable that Crick's behavior is very consistent with the style of pirates. Ha ha ha! All the Marines around Crick were repelled by him. The pirates have already landed and rushed into the town. They did not go directly to rob the warehouse. It's not that the goods in the warehouse are not valuable. It's that the goods in the warehouse need to be sold before they can be exchanged for money. Therefore, they prefer to rob cash, gold, and jewelry directly. These valuable gold jewelry, as well as cash, are also easy to carry. Lin En and others stood on the roof of a tall building in the town and looked down. It's still quite smart, not stupid. Weiss asked, "Boss, when will we clear the field?" The combat effectiveness of the 2,000 security forces in Whacktown is still good. Fighting pirates at sea over the years has also honed a wealth of combat experience. Lin En looked at Kuro and Zongjao, and then said, "Don't worry, wait until they all come to the town. Otherwise if they retreat from the sea, it will be troublesome to chase them. Catch them all in one fell swoop, leaving no remnants." Kuro pushed his glasses. "Boss, we will kill them soon." 4,000 pirates entered the town and started street fighting and hand-to-hand combat with the navy. There were only 1,000 Marines left behind. There were 4,000 pirates. In addition, Smoker was no longer in the town. Therefore, the Navy's defense line could not stop the pirates at all. Screams rang out. Civilians tried to escape, but were still caught and killed by pirates. Pirates are not good people after all. They will not show mercy or mercy. Corpses soon covered the streets, some Marines and some civilians. A Marine sergeant was besieged by more than a dozen pirates. Although he fought hard, there were pirates shooting cold guns in the distance, and there were pirates behind him who secretly rolled under his feet and cut his legs. Although the Navy's top leaders were corrupt, the Marines still had a strong sense of justice. They did not retreat and fought to the death. But The result was just to delay time. Major Bartlett has reported the news of the attack on Wake Town to Smoker. Smoker is rushing back at full speed, but it will take time. Maybe when Smoker returns, the town will have become a ruin. Bartolomeo held a telescope, looked into the distance and said, "Brother, their ships are all docked at the dock, and people have attacked the town." Lin En ordered, "Wes, Lotto, you take 500 people to sneak attack their ships from the sea, and then drive the ships away." "Yes." Wes and Lotto left with 500 people. Lin En said, "Bartolomeo, Kuro, Zongjao, you each take 500 people, and they will be left to you to deal with." "Yes." Bartolomeo, Kuro, and Zongjao answered at the same time. Soon, Bartolomeo, Kuro, and Zongjao, each with 500 security forces, began to attack the Click pirates. The roof of Lin En's warehouse. The large-caliber cannon began to fire at the town. Not only that, the security forces are also equipped with rocket launchers and new rifles that the Navy has just equipped. These weapons were purchased from the 8th Division. All weapons are scrap. Bang! 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 The shells and rockets fell into the pirates. The pirates were blown up. 600 kills. Kill. The security forces were all wearing black suits and black caps. At this time, their appearance instantly stunned the pirates. Where did this force come from? Crick was shocked and angry, and then he was about to attack the security forces. "Sorry, I'll take your head." Kuro's hands have been replaced with cat claws. Crick looked at Kuro with a puzzled look on his face. "Are you Kuro 100? Aren't you dead?" At this time, Ajin looked around and saw that the security forces had already chopped down a lot of pirates. After the Navy received reinforcements from the security forces, it finally reorganized its formation and launched an attack. However, what Ajin was more worried about was the sound of fighting coming from the direction of the dock. "It's bad. Boss, we've been ambushed. Let's retreat as soon as possible." Ajin tried to remind Click. "Get out of the way." Click pushed Ajin away, but didn't wait for him to do anything. A sword wave fell from the sky. The street was directly cut open and pierced through Click's body. Click stood there, motionless. Chapter 98, Ghost Ajin. "Come and join me." Beep. Beep. Blood flowed down from the top of his head along the center line of his eyebrows. How could it be? Click raised his hand in disbelief and caught the dripping blood. He was wearing steel armor. But it was like paper. It was cut open. It was cut open along with his body. Plop! Click fell to the ground. He died with his eyes open. Such a long distance, such a precise slash. Ajin stared at the distance with his eyes fixed. Gurgle. Kuro swallowed his saliva subconsciously. He knew it must be Lin En who did it. Kuro only knew that Lin En was very strong, a monster-like existence. But he never thought that Lin En would be so strong. The steel armor on Crick's body was difficult to penetrate even with knives and shells. However, Lin En cut Crick with his armor and body easily, just like cutting a piece of paper. Ajin glanced at Crick's body, then turned around and ran. Although Ajin also wanted to take Crick's body away, it was obviously impossible in the current situation. Escape, there might be a glimmer of hope. As long as he survived, it would be possible to avenge Crick. But Kuro also reacted. Kuro came to Ajin with silent steps. Kuro said, "Sorry, the boss didn't say he would let you go." Facing Kuro who was blocking his way, Ajin didn't waste any words and directly swung the crutches in both hands to attack Kuro. However, Kuro's silent steps were too fast. Like a ghost, floating in front of Ajin's eyes. Before Ajin caught Kuro, Kuro used the 10 blades to grab Ajin's shoulder fiercely. Ajin's right shoulder was scratched with several bloody marks. Blood flowed from his skin. Ajin was silent, as if he had never been injured, and didn't even hum. Lin En watched the battle between Ajin and Kuro. There are still talents in the East China Sea. Ajin's strength and potential are definitely among the young generation in the East China Sea. Moreover, Ajin is very good at observation and analysis. Kuro's speed is very fast, like a ghost. It is impossible to keep up with Kuro's speed at present. But it is not impossible to break the deadlock. Ajin raised the crutch of his left arm to block it diagonally upward. This is not the domineering of observation, but Ajin's judgment on Kuro's attack method. When XXXX. Sure enough, Kuro's attack was blocked. But Kuro's claws cooperated again and cut a wound on Ajin's abdomen. The cut was very deep and bleeding. However, this time Ajin did not defend himself. Instead, he attacked when he was injured and Kuro's attack was exhausted and his strength was not strong. Bang! Bang! The steel hammer on Ajin's baton hit Kuro's abdomen heavily. Kuro retreated more than 10 steps and vomited a lot of blood before he recovered. He underestimated Ajin's strength. Lin En said, learning ability, reaction ability, and self-judgment ability are all excellent. Then, Lin En looked at Kuina, go and catch him to see me. Yet. Kuina nodded, then stepped on the moon step and flew over the heads of everyone. Zhang Jiao saw Kuro injured and hurried to support him. Go to hell, demon! Zhang Jiao threw the knife ring on his body. As long as he hits Ajin, he can cause him trauma. Or, even if he can't cause trauma, he can give Kuro time to adjust. It's just that the 12 million bounty of the demon Ajin is not water at all. Therefore, Kuro and Zhang Jiao's joint efforts can't suppress Ajin, but Ajin found an opportunity and caused trauma to the two again. However, soon Kuro and Zhang Jiao's combined efforts took effect. It's not that the two of them temporarily broke through their own limits. It's that Ajin was anxious to get out of trouble. Because the pirates around him began to fall in groups. The navy stood on the roof, holding rifles, and was attacking the pirates. At this time, Kuina arrived. Woman! Ajin is still more principled. He doesn't want to hit a woman, but this time there is a little accident. Because his baton was directly cut off. And Kuina's speed is still scary. So fast that Kuro and Zhang Jiao dare not get close. After a few moves, Akin's forehead was full of sweat and unwillingness. However, the opponent's attack has not stopped. Block on the left. Block on the right. Dodge on the left and dodge on the side. This was the first time that Akin encountered someone who wanted to kill him with every move. Kings. Bang! Kuina turned around and kicked Akin in the ribs, breaking Akin's ribs directly. Before Akin could get up, the Wado Ikemonji was already on Akin's neck. With Crick being killed, the Crick pirates collapsed instantly. The security forces and the navy joined hands to deal with the prisoners of the Crick pirates. At this time, Kuina brought Ajin to the balcony. Lin En asked, "My name is Lin En, the president of Lin En Chamber of Commerce. Have you heard of my name?" Ajin nodded. "Is there anyone in Donghai who doesn't know you now?" "Well, I don't like to beat around the bush." Lin En looked at Ajin and said, "Come and hang out with me, and be my little brother in the future." Chapter 99, Let the World Know Your Existence. Lin En made a direct invitation. Ajin looked at Lin En and did not agree immediately. Ajin is the captain, named a demon by Click, and is very loyal to Click. The reason he is called a demon is that he is cold and ruthless. Even if the enemy cries and begs for mercy in front of him, he will kill without blinking an eye. But Ajin knows how to repay his gratitude. According to the original timeline, after he was saved by Sanji, he couldn't bear to kill Sanji. "I know that Click has done you a favor, and you are also a person who knows how to repay a favor. However, I have killed him. I also know that you have your own code of conduct. But Click is not someone worthy of your loyalty." Lin En said calmly. Kuro, Zhang Jiao, and others all looked at Ajin with doubtful eyes. They don't understand, is Ajin worth this? In Kuro's view, Lin En is a businessman, and only if he is valuable to him, he is worth recruiting. Of course, when recruiting Kuro, he didn't say so many words. Ajin was silent for a while, and asked back, "Are you worthy of my loyalty?" At this time, Bartolomeo kicked Ajin over with his foot. "Asshole, big brother recruited you, why don't you kneel down and kowtow to thank me?" Back then, Bartolomeo knelt on the ground and asked Lin En to accept him. Until now, Bartolomeo is grateful to Lin En for taking him in. Because without Lin En taking him with him, Bartolomeo would not have done what he has now, and would not have seen the world outside of Rogue Town. Maybe, in the end, he will only be a gangster boss who shouts and kills all day long. Ajin sat up again and asked Lin En again, "Are you worthy of my loyalty?" Ajin is a real man of temperament. His strength is obviously stronger than Crick, but he is willing to submit to Crick. As a pirate, this is very unreasonable. However, Ajin is willing to be the second in command. Because Crick appreciates him and uses him. Ajin is very grateful. Although Crick is despicable, it was Crick who discovered him at the beginning. This is also what Lin En appreciates him. A man dies for his confidant. Grateful and repaying. This is the talent that Lin En needs to obtain. Lin En said, "Anyway, you have nowhere to go now, so stay with me to heal your wounds and judge with your own eyes." Ajin raised his head, looked up at Lin En, and chose to stay. Because the ships of the Crick pirates are gone. The pirates were either killed or arrested. The Crick pirates are finished. Where to go in the future? Fiu. Ajin still has no goal and direction. The smoke dissipated, and the fire in Wake Town was also extinguished. The houses hit by the shells were being cleaned up by the residents, and the survivors buried under the rubble were quickly rescued. Ajin's head was wrapped in gauze, and he looked at everything in the distant street from the balcony. These were all caused by them yesterday. Women who lost their husbands, mothers who lost their children. Their wailing and crying did not touch Ajin at all. He was abandoned by his parents since he was a child and did not know what family affection was. He was abducted by human traffickers and escaped from them. He experienced pirate attacks and wars and saw the darkness of the world. Until he met Crick. Crick gave him a place to go and let him eat the first hot meal since he had cattle. From then on, Crick asked Ajin to do whatever he wanted, and Ajin did it and was loyal to him. At this time, Lin En came to Ajin with 2 bottles of iced beer in his hand. Lin En, "Cat," said, "I have asked someone to prepare a midnight snack, you must be very hungry." Ajin looked at Lin En and asked, "Why do you value me so much?" Now there are only Ajin and Lin En. The others were sent away by Lin En. Therefore, Ajin finally asked out his confusion. Lin En said, "Because I used to be like you. Very similar." Ajin frowned, as if he didn't quite believe Lin En and said, "Maybe your background is 100 times, 1,000 times more miserable than mine. But we have all experienced the same problems." Ajin asked, "What problem?" Lin En said, "Why live?" Ajin shook his head and replied coldly, "I just live for the sake of living." Ghost people, what is a ghost? Is the soul wandering in the world. No feelings, no flesh and blood, cold and lonely. At this time, Bartolomeo walked in, followed by a maid. The maid brought a plate of food. Seafood rice, steak, foie gras, lamb chops, caviar. All delicious. Moreover, each plate is super large, enough for 10 people. After the food was served, Bartolomeo and the maids left. Lin En said, "Let's eat first." Ajin followed and sat down. A large plate of seafood rice, Ajin directly used his hands to eat it in big mouthfuls. He was really hungry. The way he ate without any image was like a hungry ghost reincarnated. Lin En said, "If people just live for the sake of living, then what is the meaning of life? I have asked myself more than once. I don't understand, and I haven't thought so much." Ajin has never thought so much, so complicated. Because in the past, you thought that you just needed to follow click to find the direction. His life direction is your direction. What he wants you to do is what you have to do. You don't need to think. If he needs you, you have the meaning of existence. And I am the same. I used to think for others, but never thought about what I wanted. I always thought about what others wanted me to do, not what I wanted to do. I always thought that being needed by others would make me feel alive. When Lin En said this, Jin finally put down the plate in his hand. Lin En's words touched his heart. Only those who are burned by the heat will choose to throw themselves into the ice. Although they will also freeze themselves, they will be comforted by a little coolness. Lin En said, "So, follow me and I will take you to experience a different life. The world knows your existence." Chapter 100, Next Stop Grand Line. Jin chose to stay. He listened to what Lin said. He didn't know why he was alive all this time. He didn't think about why he was alive. Until Crick appeared, he was brought by Crick and lived with Crick from then on. And Lin's words gave Jin a direction. Maybe if he follows Lin, he will find the person he wants. Smoker captured Bal and wiped out the second team of Crick's pirate group. However, when Smoker returned to Whacktown and found the miserable state of Whacktown, he felt guilty for the first time. At the dock, Smoker saw Lin communicating with the merchants. Smoker rushed over directly and was about to question Lin angrily. At this time, Bartolomeo stood in front of Smoker. Lin said to Bartolomeo, "Let him come over." Smoker pushed Bartolomeo away and came to Lin. He stared and questioned Lin, "Why didn't you take action?" Lin said, "I killed Crick." Smoker stared into Lin's eyes, "I mean, why didn't you do it earlier? You obviously have the ability." Smoker has a personal experience of how strong Lin is. Smoker believes that as long as Lin takes the initiative, 100 Cricks will not be able to hurt Whack. However, Lin certainly did not do so. Lin said, "I am not a navy, I am just a businessman. It is not my duty to protect civilians. However, I have tried my best to at least assist the navy in eliminating them." This answer is justified and well-founded. Smoker asked with gritted teeth, holding back a burst of anger, "Is this your answer? Don't you have a sense of justice?" Lin replied, "If the Crick pirates cannot be completely wiped out, then they will retaliate against our Chamber of Commerce in the future, and the people who will suffer losses are the entire Chamber of Commerce. As the president, I need to be responsible for the entire Chamber of Commerce, just like you need to be responsible for yesterday's recklessness." From a logical and standpoint point of view, Lin En has indeed done his best. However, has he really done his best? Lin En knows the answer himself, and his answer now is just a secondary injury to Smoker. Smoker clenched his fists, turned around and left angrily. Although he was very angry, what Lin En said was right. The attack on Whacktown yesterday was entirely Smoker's personal responsibility. If Smoker had not rashly left Whacktown, the Crick pirates would not dare to attack. The main mistake was on Smoker. How could he be qualified to blame others? Jin's face was wrapped in bandages, and Smoker could not recognize his current appearance. This was the first time he heard Lin En's communication with the Navy. Kuro was even more impressed. Kuro and others knew Smoker's name. That was definitely a mad dog. I didn't expect Smoker to be defeated by Lin En. Smoker was sent away with just a few words. In July 1517 of the Haiwan calendar, after sending Kaya home, Lin En went to Windmill Village again and explained the future work of the Chamber of Commerce to Makina, Clive, and others in detail. Lin En once again cruised the East China Sea. Gothic Island, Shields Town, Orange Town, Cocoa West Village and other places, as well as Lin En's factory in the East China Sea, Lin En visited them all and inspected the work. Now the factory is on track, and the daily production is the products are sold by members of the Chamber of Commerce, and the relationship with the Navy is already solid. On the sea, the buggy pirates have also grown a lot in the past 2 years. The funds Lin En gave back to buggy made the buggy pirates the second largest in the East China Sea. Now the buggy pirates have 30 ships and nearly 3,000 pirates. If Lin En has something that is inconvenient to handle, he will entrust buggy to help, including some shady arms deals. It is also Lin En who finds the source of goods, and then the buggy pirates transport them out, or buggy directly trades with pirates and rebels. The current nature of the buggy pirates is closer to the Buggy Express Company in advance. December 15-17 of the Haiwan calendar. Lin En completed the inspection of all industries in the East China Sea and went to Yorma Island. Yorma Island. Now Buggy's new station. Buggy will change to a new island every once in a while. Especially after the Click pirates were wiped out, the buggy pirates became the largest pirates in the East China Sea. Of course, Buggy's hobby has not changed. If he finds a treasure map, he will still go treasure hunting. Although the bonus Buggy gets from Lin far exceeds the money he gets from treasure hunting. However, this is human fun. Lin's ship is docked not far from the beach. The pirates of the buggy pirates have quickly been on alert on the beach. Whether or not they are influenced by Lin, the members of the buggy pirates have always maintained a high level of thinking. Now they are the first in the East China Sea, and they are always vigilant that there are always people who want to harm them. Beiki. When Lin saw Buggy, Buggy was studying the treasure map. As soon as he saw Lin, Buggy immediately hid the treasure map. Because the arc of his action was too large, he also spilled the wine glass. "What are you doing here?" Buggy said unhappily. Only Kuro, Akin, and others knew the relationship between Lin and Buggy. Lin En said, "I'm going to the Grand Line, 0. Chapter 101, The Real Overlord of the East China Sea. Going to the Grand Line. When Buggy heard that Lin En was going to the Grand Line, he showed doubts. Because the water in the Grand Line is too deep. The world government, the navy, the 7 warlords of the sea, the 4 emperors. All forces are mixed together. It is not easy to rise under the eyes of major forces. In comparison, the East China Sea is too weak. However, it is precisely because of its weakness that Lin En quickly accumulated capital and rose in the East China Sea. Lin En replied, "I will go there sooner or later. After all, it is also a step to realize my ambition." Beiki said, "I won't go there." Lin En said, "I understand, so I just came to 070 to say goodbye to you." After that, Lin En turned around and left with his men. "Boss, when are we going to the Grand Line?" At this time, Machi asked. "The Grand Line is where all pirates yearn for. Enter the Grand Line and find Roger's treasure. It's exciting to think about it. Moreover, the current buggy pirates are already the number 1 in the East China Sea. As the number 1 pirate group in the East China Sea, don't they have the qualifications to go to the Grand Line?" Buggy crossed his legs and tilted his head to watch Lin En's ship go away. "Although I am not very interested in the Grand Line, it would be very interesting if this bad guy went there." After Lin En said goodbye to Buggy, he held another general meeting of the Chamber of Commerce. The meeting was still held in Windmill Village. The time was set on December 15th. Every time Lin En held a meeting, Windmill Village would always be very lively and busy. Because Lin En set up the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce here, all the warehouses of luxury goods are also here. Therefore, the prosperity of Windmill Village is inevitable. Now Windmill Village has new streets and the houses have been replanned. The streets are cleaned by special people and turned into boutique commercial streets for people to shop, relax, and provide delicious food. Of course, Lin En did not intervene too much in all this. Lin En only set up the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce here, and also set up the warehouse here. In addition, there are only some textile factories and grain depots. Compared with Lin En's total assets, the production of Windmill Village only accounts for a small part. However, even so, the village chief Slap seized the opportunity to transform the village and make it more prosperous. 5 days before the meeting, Karp's flagship returned. This time, Karp came back purely for vacation and had no other tasks. Although the rapid development of Windmill Village made Karp a little unfamiliar with the new Windmill Village. But seeing that everyone in his hometown was smiling happily, he couldn't intervene. Not long after Karp returned home, Lin En came to visit. Every time Lin En visited, he didn't come empty-handed. However, the gifts he sent were some snacks, food, fine wine, and the like. Karp did not resist this, nor did he think it was a bribe. Lin En said to Garp, "Mr. Garp, I will go to the Grand Line at the end of this month." Garp had heard of Lin En's dream in his early years. Therefore, Lin En's decision this time was not surprising. Garp grabbed a piece of cake and threw it into his mouth. "If you need help, you can go to Marin Vondo to find me." Garp is still very humane and extremely protective. The relationship between Lin En and Makina is no longer a secret. Moreover, Garp also brought a better life to Windmill Village, making everyone smile happily. Therefore, when Lin En went to the Grand Line to develop, Garp would naturally take care of him. Because Garp knew the current situation of the Grand Line very well. If no one took care of it, it would not be easy to gain a foothold. Lin En said, "Then I won't be polite. As long as if I encounter any trouble, I will ask you for help." Lin En must maintain the relationship with Garp and the Navy. Lin En is also happy to use the Navy's background to achieve his goals. On the day of the meeting, the Windmill Village pier was full of ships. No, it should be said that it was full of ships. Members who came from various regions of the East China Sea dared not be absent. If you miss the meeting, you will be expelled directly. Moreover, those who are expelled will become enemies of the Chamber of Commerce. Now the Lin En Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in the East China Sea, but no one dares to confront the Lin En Chamber of Commerce. The fate of becoming an enemy of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce is to go bankrupt at the least, and to be imprisoned at the worst. It can be seen how great the influence of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce is in the East China Sea. At this time, more than 6,000 merchants entered the Windmill Village, and the scale can only be described as magnificent. In addition to these more than 6,000 merchants, in addition to the people, they each brought their assistants, secretaries, and bodyguards. At least 30,000 to 40,000 people poured in. Colonel Walker was stunned. He had not paid attention to the development of the Lin Chamber of Commerce for the past 5.1 years. Because in his eyes, the Chamber of Commerce had a scale of at most a few hundred people, and it was already exaggerated to have more than 1,000. "I didn't expect Lin to make the Chamber of Commerce so big." In fact, it was Lin who limited the scale of the meeting. If the merchants brought their bodyguards, there would be more people in Windmill Village. Not only Colonel Walker, but also Cap did not expect that the Chamber of Commerce created by Lin would be so large. This is no longer just a Chamber of Commerce, but a force. A powerful force that is based in the East China Sea and enters the Grand Route as a hegemon. Chapter 102, We will only follow the President in this life. Our intentions have spread all over the East China Sea. We have now established more than 400 liaison offices in 31 countries and regions in the East China Sea. There will be more liaison offices in the future. At the same time, we will hire and train more security forces to protect everyone's safety, so that everyone can do business with peace of mind without worries. Now let us salute the great President. Clive, one of the business representatives, raised his hand to Lin. Salute. Raise your right arm 45 degrees, put your fingers together and stretch them forward, look solemnly at Lin. This is the etiquette that Lin came up with last year. The salute originated from the ancient Roman military salute. Of course, the Nazis also used it as a military salute. Lin felt that the Chamber of Commerce must have some momentum, and at the same time, it can also gather people's hearts and morale on specific occasions. Therefore, the salute was introduced by him and included in the social etiquette of the Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, it is only allowed to be used by members of the Lin Chamber of Commerce. Lin also stood up at this time and returned the salute to the businessmen. 1-2-Lyn put down his hand, and then began to speak at Clive's invitation. Lin asked, "Now we have conquered the East China Sea, is that all? Are you satisfied?" "Not satisfied. Not satisfied. Not satisfied." The merchants answered enthusiastically. Lin then asked, "Do you want to make more money?" "Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes." More than 6,000 merchants shouted in unison. The sound was so loud that even Cap couldn't help frowning. Is this still a businessman? How could he be so crazy? Why is the meeting held by Lin so strange, as if it was a pre-war mobilization? I am about to go to the Grand Line, and I have to open up the channels of the Grand Line so that our funds and goods can flow smoothly on the Grand Line. If you continue to follow me, you will make 10 times or even 100 times more wealth than now. Answer me now, are you willing to follow me?" When Lin finished asking, the merchants stood up collectively and saluted again, saying in unison, "We will only follow the president in this life." These words are not impromptu. In fact, today's meeting was arranged in advance. The 12 representatives of the Chamber of Commerce each notified all members of the Chamber of Commerce of the specific details. The so-called meeting was just a formality. Including the interactive dialogue between Lin and the Chamber of Commerce, it was also prepared in advance. Otherwise, the venue is so large, if there are different voices, the meeting will be awkward. The day after the meeting, Lin and Makina said goodbye at the dock. Makina knew Lin's dream, and she would not force Lin to stay, let alone cry and embarrass him. As a sensible and good woman, what she has to do is to help him manage the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce. As the acting president, she has a lot of responsibilities. Lin. Luffy shouted Lin's name and ran over. Luffy has grown a lot taller now. Since Sabo was rescued by Dragon, Ace went to sea half a year ago. Now Luffy is the only one left alone among the 3 brothers. Lin looked at Lin, and Luffy still wore Shank's straw hat on his head. Although Lin's appearance interfered with Luffy's choice, Luffy finally chose to yearn for the life of a pirate. Lin pressed Luffy's head and said, "I will wait for you in the Grand Line. I will definitely find you." Luffy grinned and said with a smile, "Well, goodbye. No need to say more." Lin turned and boarded the ship. Set sail, the next stop is Ziluabia village. Usopp wanted to leave with Lin. However, Lin did not let Usopp on board. Usopp's personality and independent thinking ability are not suitable for being with Lin. To be precise, Lin does not consider people with a sense of justice. Because people with a sense of justice are prone to do bad things at critical moments. For example, Shaq Crocodile. If Robin hadn't messed up, his plan in Alabasta would definitely succeed. "Dad, I want to go to the Grand Line too." Kaya hugged Kame's arm and whispered. It's better to say that Kaya wants to go to the Grand Line than to say that she wants to following Lin. Her dependence on Lin did not decrease with age, but became more dependent on Lin. Camelun shook his head. Lin went to the Grand Line to do business, and you are not interested in business. Kaya said, but I can treat people. Lin's ship lacks an excellent doctor. Kaya's medical skills have been upgraded from theoretical level to practical application. Since she cured Kamailun's illness herself, Kaya has been looking for opportunities to treat people in the village. Lin said to Kamailun, "Uncle Kamailun, since Kaya wants to go with you, let's take her to play once. With my strength, I will never let her get hurt." Kaya has absolute trust in Lin. In Kaya's eyes, whatever Lin does is right. Of course. None of this is accidental. In Lin's earliest arrangement, Kaya was one of his abduction targets. Therefore, when Kaya was a child, Lin established an indispensable position in Kaya's heart. After all, in Lin's plan, some devil fruit abilities still have to be given to those who trust them. Chapter 103, A New Starting Point. He thought for a long time, and in Kaya's waiting eyes, he finally gave in. Kame knew that he was old, and so was his wife. They were relieved to entrust Kaya to Lin En's care. Kame said to Lin En, "Then I'll leave it to Lin En." The Cameron couple, Bankina, Usopp, and others watched Lin's ship leave. When Kaya left home, although she was reluctant to leave her parents, she was more happy. Because from now on, she can be with Lin. Just like Nakago and the others. Lin's ship then arrived at Coco Village. Lin and Belle-Emile said goodbye. Lin and Belle-Emile have been lovers for many years. Just like Makina. Lin and Belle-Emile's relationship has never been deliberately made public. But everyone in the village seems to know. It's just that Lin didn't take the initiative to admit it, and Belle-Emile didn't deliberately propose marriage. Anyway, Lin is also deliberately avoiding the topic of marriage. He knows that what he did is no different from a scumbag. But maintaining a single image in the outside world is only good for him. Because high-quality single men are attractive to most women. Nami, you have to be obedient and stop worrying everyone. Although Nakako has grown a lot over the years, she is still worried about Nami. Nami is too easy to get into trouble. I know, Nakako is so annoying. Nami showed an impatient look. It hurts, she couldn't help but stretched out her hand and held Nami's cheek. Nakako saw Nami like this. Nami and Nakako played together. Lin En and Belle-Emile were watching the two girls playing in the yard. Just like when they were little. Lin En said to Belle-Emile, "I'm leaving. If you have anything, you can contact the Chamber of Commerce directly. If you encounter pirates, don't confront them head-on, leave everything to the Navy or the security forces. You can make money again if you lose it, but you must be good." Yet. Belle-Emile nodded, feeling warm in her heart. In her opinion, Lin En's words were just caring about them. "I will come back," Lin En said, and then boarded the ship. Goodbye. Nakago and the others were on the ship, waving at the dock. Nakago, I will go to the Grand Line, too. Nami ran along the beach, chasing the ship, shouting as she ran. Nakago replied, "We are waiting for you." The ship was getting faster and farther away. Nami finally stopped, she clenched her fists, her eyes red. "Why did you only take Nakago, but not me? Stupid, Lin En is a big idiot." Shimotsuki Village, the courtyard where Kosaburo was. Lin En came to say goodbye to Kosaburo. At this time, in Kosaburo's courtyard, Kosaburo was bending over to water the flowers. Lin En bowed to Kosaburo and said to him, "Teacher, I am going to the Grand Line, and I may not come back to visit you in the short term." Kosaburo's hunched body trembled slightly, but he still pretended to be indifferent and snorted, "That's great, so you don't have to bother me all the time." In fact, he still couldn't bear to leave Lin En. After so many years of being a master and apprentice, Lin En was his only foreign disciple. The companionship over the years made Kosaburo and Lin En like father and son. Lin En said, "I will go to Wano country as a teacher's disciple." Kosaburo frowned, with a puzzled expression on his face. He had not told Lin about the affairs of Wano country. However, Lin's power was not small now, and it was not uncommon for him to get information about Wano country. Especially, Lin had a close relationship with the Navy, and could get a lot of information from the Navy. Therefore, Kosaburo did not ask more. Lin held down the knife in his hand and said seriously, "No matter what kind of mood the teacher left with, I will convey it to them. The teacher's departure is the biggest loss to Wano country." Kosaburo put down the water scoop and said, "You don't need to do such unnecessary things. Since you want to be a businessman, just make money." Lin said, "This is the decision of the disciple, and it has nothing to do with the teacher." After that, Lin said goodbye and left. "Still disobedient as always, but this is my most proud disciple." Kosaburo looked at Lin's background going away, with a relieved smile on his face. At the same time, Kuina had said goodbye to Kojiro and Mitsuki. Mitsuki was preparing seaweed rice ball. Lin-en walked into the gym. When Kojiro saw Lin-en, he said, "I'll ask you to take care of Kuina." "Wangs," Lin-en said seriously, "brother and sister, don't worry, I will take good care of her." On January 1, 1518 of the Haiwan calendar, after saying goodbye to his old friends one by one, Lin-en took a boat to the vicinity of Upside Down Mountain. Upside Down Mountain, also known as Mount Levis, is an incredible and dangerous mountain, and it is also the entrance to the Great Route. There are 5 waterways on Upside Down Mountain, which can be seen from the sky as an X-shaped water flow with 4 inflows and 1 outflow. The water flow of 4 of the waterways leads to the top of the mountain. These 4 rivers connect to 4 different seas, namely the East China Sea, the West China Sea, the South China Sea, and the North China Sea. The last waterway flows into the Great Route. Lin-en said, "Let's go and enter the Great Route." As the ship rushed to the top of the mountain, Lin-en was entering the Grand Line. Chapter 104, The First Encounter of the Son of the Devil. The process of entering the Upside Down Mountain is like riding a roller coaster. Lin-en and the captain's people had a good experience. Even A-jin, who didn't care about anything, was shocked by the magic of the Upside Down Mountain. Sure enough, the world is really too big, too magical, and full of unknowns. Later, Lin-en met Lab at the Twin Cape Lighthouse. Today, Lab has been injected with a sedative and is relatively calm, not doing too many things. Twin Cape Lighthouse. Kurikas is basking in the sun. Kurikas was not surprised by the arrival of the strange bull. After all, this is the entrance to the Grand Line, and countless people enter here from all over the world every day. At this time, Lin-en took the initiative to say hello, "My name is Lin-en, a businessman from the East China Sea." Kurikas looked at Lin-en with a vigilant look, but did not take the initiative to say hello. "Asshole, the big brother is talking to you." Bartolomeo's temper was still irritable. Especially when he met those who offended Lin-en. In Bartolomeo's eyes, ignoring Lin-en's greetings was an offense. It would not be too much to kill him. However, Lin-en didn't care. "This is a specialty of our East China Sea, plum wine brewed with dozens of materials and spices." Lin-en opened the bottle cap of plum wine. In an instant, the aroma of the wine overflowed. "Don't hit a smiling person." Lin-en was so friendly that Kurika's attitude changed. Kurikas took the wine, took a sip, and said, "Kurikas, your job is to guard the lighthouse." "What a good wine!" Lin-en said, "I have heard that there is a very powerful doctor here, it should be you." "I am old and don't want to go to sea anymore." Kurikas thought Lin-en wanted to invite him, so he refused directly. At this time, Lin-en looked at Kaya and waved at her. Kaya came over. Lin-en said to Kaya, "Take out your notebook." Although she didn't know what Lin-en wanted to do, Kaya was very obedient. Lin-en handed one of the notebooks to Crocus. "Kaya wants to be a great doctor and wants to cure everyone's illness, so I hope to rent the medical records from you." Crocus had been in Roger's pirate group, and he had been practicing medicine for decades and had rich experience. At the same time, he must have encountered many difficult and complicated diseases over the years. After listening, Kaya looked at Lin-en with a happy face. An excellent scumbag will always be considerate of women in details. Know what they like and what they want. Crocus took the notebook and flipped through it casually for a while. The handwriting was beautiful, and it was indeed a girl's handwriting. Kurikas looked at Kaya, then at Lin-en. "You are the first person who wants to borrow my medical records." Lin-en said, "No matter what you ask, I will try my best to meet it." "That's not necessary." Kurikas had no intention of exchanging money. Afterwards, Lin-en used the plum wine he brought to rent Kurikas's medical records for decades. "These diaries are not sailing diaries. They are records of Kuraka's years of medical practice. There are many difficult and complicated diseases among them. Of course, Roger's disease is also included. Kuraka's didn't think much about it. After all, Roger was dead and was executed. In his opinion, Roger's medical records are worthless. This is my business card. I will return them to you when I come back next time. Lin En left his business card and then continued sailing with everyone. Lin En Chamber of Commerce. Such a familiar name. Kuraka's went to look for newspapers and finally found the report on Guan Yu Lin En. In the newspaper of the World Economic News Agency, there was once a report about the East China Sea Lin Chamber of Commerce. Whiskey Peak, on the surface, it says welcome pirates. In fact, it is a gathering place for bounty hunters. Every year, countless ignorant and stupid young pirates are trapped here. Generally, the pirates who go to Whiskey Peak and are deceived are rookies who have no experience in the Grand Line. Bounty hunters are full of interest in them. However, not only for pirates, if there are merchant ships passing along the way, they will not be polite. This group of bounty hunters belongs to Baroque Studio. The boss of Baroque Studio is Shukrakdal, one of the 10 warlords of the sea. Therefore, whether it is pirates or merchants, they are all targets of their plunder. When Lin's merchant ship entered Whiskey Peak, it was immediately warmly welcomed by the bounty hunters. Salutes, music, and countless people welcomed at the dock. Gives people a feeling of Grand Line welcomes you. In fact, they are really enthusiastic. Because in these bounty hunters, in the eyes of the hunters, Lin En is also a fat sheep. Among the bounty hunters, there is a woman wearing a cowboy hat and a tight black leather jacket. Lin En is 2 meters tall, wearing a suit, shiny leather shoes, and holding a 2-meter-long wild sword. He is too conspicuous in the crowd. At this time, Lin En's mouth corners raised. His observation Haki found the person who was looking at him. As Lin En tilted his head forward, he made contact with the woman's eyes. Chapter 105, Fear. Monster Level Power. Lin En saw Robin, and Robin also saw Lin En. Robin joined Baroque Works the year before last. Because of her shrewdness and ability, Shukrakdal has appointed her as vice president. You must be very powerful businessmen. Businessmen are most welcome here. Come to the town with us, we will have the best food and wine to entertain you. And the most beautiful lady, present you with songs and dances. The bounty hunters in Whiskey Town have already started to flatter Lin and the others. Sir, you are so manly. Your eyes are so charming. 2 of the heavily made-up women came to Ajahn, one on the left and one on the right, praising Ajahn's muscles and scars. Even Bartolomeo was surrounded by many women. Latu said in disbelief, this town is too welcoming. Most pirates and merchants were brought to Whiskey Town without knowing it. They were treated to delicious food and drinks, and then drunk and killed. Lin casually slapped him. Bang! The bounty hunter who tried to come up to flatter was directly beaten away by Lin. Yes, flew away. Like a cannonball, it was shot towards the distant mountain. In an instant, the originally enthusiastic bounty hunters suddenly quieted down. The whole town was instantly silenced. Is this really a power that humans can have? Although the bounty hunters were Shukrakdal's subordinates, they had never seen such a terrifying power. At this moment, Robin's eyes were also dull. She had seen this kind of monster-level power when she was 8 years old. The strength displayed by Lin En was really terrible. Lin En said to the bounty hunters in front of him, I know you are employees of Baroque Works. I want to talk to your boss. Before that, you'd better be quiet. Bang! 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 Ajahn and Bartolomeo each took action and knocked the people around them away. In an instant, dozens of bounty hunters were knocked down. Who are these people? This is not a businessman. This is more fierce than a pirate. We understand. Mayor Bids recovered and answered immediately. At this time, Lin En looked at Robin. Robin was better. After all, she witnessed the destruction of O'Hara with her own eyes. I have seen the destructive power of the monster level. At this time, Robin took a deep breath and approached Lin. You are very powerful. In order to avoid the wanted list of the world government, Robin has cheated and learned everything over the years. Those traffickers who tried to abduct her were eventually sold by her. At the same time, in order to better adapt to the dark world, Robin learned too many skills, including charm. She deliberately approached Lin and tried to charm Lin. Lin looked normal, and he said calmly, "Help me contact your boss and ask him to wait for me in Alabasta." Now Shaq Crocodile is already in Alabasta. He hunts pirates openly to gain the reputation of a hero, and secretly cultivates the rebels, preparing to seize Alabasta and the ancient weapon Pluto. Robin smiled slightly and did not continue to charm Lin. She knew she failed. Just now, her eyes were very charming, but Lin was unmoved. This is the numb eyes that only monsters have. Okay, I'm happy to serve. Robin contacted Shaq Crocodile in front of Lin. On the sea, Shaq Crocodile is hunting pirates at this time. In order to seize Alabasta legally, reasonably, and smoothly, Shaq Crocodile is hunting pirates around Alabasta in the name of justice messenger or hero. Any pirate who dares to approach or plunder Alabasta will be attacked mercilessly by Shaq Crocodile. Under the extensive reports in the newspapers, Shaq Crocodile is like a hero in troubled times. In Alabasta, people trust him and worship him. Compared with King Cobra, they believe in Shaq Crocodile's ability. At least Shaq Crocodile is very serious about hunting pirates and protecting their safety. In comparison, Cobra can't even handle internal affairs clearly, and it has caused drought in the kingdom. Many areas of the kingdom are dry and rainless, the land is barren, and the people are not happy. Bulu bulu. Bulu bulu. At this time, the Den Den Mushi in Shaq Crocodile's arms began to call. Shaq Crocodile took out the Den Den Mushi. Den Den Mushi imitated Robin's expression and voice. Someone wants to see you. He will go to the capital of Alabasta. Shaq Crocodile threw the pirate corpse in his hand into the sea and asked casually, "Is it a troublesome guy?" Robin replied, "The president of the East China Sea Lin Chamber of Commerce. If you read the newspaper, you should know who he is." East China Sea Lin Chamber of Commerce? It seems that he is indeed extraordinary. Shaq Crocodile has read the report on Lin. Lin Chamber of Commerce is known as the light of the East China Sea. With its developed business capabilities, it supports and revitalizes the economy of the East China Sea. Of course, Shaq Crocodile has no good impression of businessmen. However, he has become interested in the businessmen who dare to come to him. "I'm waiting for him in Gandu," Shaq Crocodile said. Chapter 106, Battle in the Little Garden. Alabasta is a superpower located in the first half of the Grand Line. Its capital is Albana. There are 600,000 standing troops in the country. However, the larger the country and the more people there are, the more problems there are. First of all, Alabasta has a large land area and uneven rainfall distribution. The economy of coastal ports is naturally developed, while the slightly inland areas are less developed. In addition, Alabasta is a traditional monarchical feudal country. The tribes, nobles, landlords, and local tribal leaders are the ruling class of Alabasta. Therefore, in the case of uneven distribution of wealth and poverty, and the inability to rise quickly and break away from the existing class, as long as the 600 problem occurs in the country, it is easy to cause civil unrest. Especially in recent years. The horns of revolution in the Four Seas have been blown one after another. All kingdoms in the Four Seas are facing the same problem of riots. The oppressed people want to change their original class and get a new life. Under the wave of revolution, Alabasta is easy to follow the trend, and once it follows the trend, it will be troublesome. At this time, on the streets of the capital, the people of the capital surrounded Shaq Crocodile, like the stars surrounding the moon, welcoming their hero. Since Shaq Crocodile came here, no matter where the pirates appear, he will go to discuss it in person. Cobra stood on the top of the city and looked at Shaq Crocodile. As a country, he was a little jealous of Shaq Crocodile. However, he couldn't show it. As a monarch, he had to be generous and tolerant. At the same time, after leaving Whiskey Peak, Lin En's merchant ship headed for Alabasta. However, on the way to Alabasta, you must pass through the small garden. Lin En has a lot of ideas about the two giants in the small garden. The strength of Dong Li and Brokey is definitely stronger than the giant Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Robin also became a passenger this time. In the past 2 days, Robin has been unable to see through Lin En. Lin En seems to be full of mysteries and contradictions, which makes her want to explore the truth. At this time, Lin En is making lunch. Although there are chefs on the ship, Lin En likes to cook by herself as long as she has time. It's not that she dislikes the level of the chef, but she regards it as a hobby. Robin sat opposite Lin En. She lay on the table with lazy eyes, looking at Lin En who was cutting meat. You are different from the swordsmen and merchants I have seen. Lin En cut the meat into thin strands, each of which was like a hair. Seeing that Lin En did not answer her, Robin was not angry. She continued, I am curious, what do you plan to do with him? Although he is now a Wuhai, he will not do legal business. Lin En wants to find Shukrikdal. Lin En is a businessman, and Shukrikdal is a pirate. The two should not be involved. Lin En put down the knife and said, you should learn to be quiet. Although you are good at making up stories, sometimes you are too smart and counterproductive. This is saying that Robin is not steady enough. Robin was stunned at first, but did not refute. Lin En braided the shredded meat together. It's so troublesome. Robin muttered. Lin En said, this will have more layers of taste, and things that are too simple cannot highlight one's own strength. Really? Robin knows nothing about cooking. However, there is obviously something behind his words. Robin wrote it down. Kaya and others in the cabin were studying and practicing seriously to pass the time. Small garden. When Lin arrived at the small garden, Dong Li and Brokey were dueling. Every time they swung their axes and swords, they would create a wave of air. Except for Lin, the impression of the giants on the others was still relatively unfamiliar. Moreover, the scene of Dong Li and Brokey fighting showed no mercy at all. At this time, Lin casually slashed a knife between the two of them. The sword wave split the woods between the two of them. The sword wave separated the entire island. Dong Li and Brokey immediately realized the danger. However, Lin's ship had already docked and landed successfully. Who are you? Why ruin our duel? Dong Li and Brokey came over. Lin En didn't care about the questions from Dong Li and Brokey. Lin En said to Dong Li and Brokey, I want to invite you to join my guild and become my subordinates. Don't be ridiculous, how can we rely on merchants? Dong Li said and attacked Lin En directly. Dong Li raised his sword with both arms and chopped at Lin En fiercely. In Dong Li's mind, Lin En couldn't bear the huge force and had been blasted into a meat paste. But when the smoke and dust dissipated, everyone saw that Dong Li's sword stopped. It can't be pressed down anymore. Because Lin En had drawn his knife and blocked it above his head. The giant sword pressed on Huang. Even the power of the giant couldn't take advantage of Lin En. Is it only this extent? Is this the strength of the mercenary pirate group? Just as Lin En continued to taunt Dong Li, Brokey swung his axe and chopped it. Lin En swung the sword backhand. His strength was like water, splashing out. The axe was cut directly. Chapter 107, A river flows backwards with one knife. The difference in strength is already obvious. However, it is not just a difference in strength. There is also a difference in weapons. Dong Li and Brokey's weapons are indeed old and worn out. In front of Huang, they are indeed vulnerable. Dong Li saw this and looked at Brokey. The two cooperated tacitly. Although they didn't know who Lin En was, they already knew that Lin En was very powerful. Even in the new world where monsters are everywhere, he is definitely a top-level powerhouse. However, they will not easily accept the result of defeat. Fighting with all your strength, even if you die in battle, is more glorious than surrendering. Hegemony. Without the slightest hesitation. After exchanging glances, the two simultaneously sent shock waves to Lin En. This is a unique move of the giants, with amazing destructive power. Although Brokey did not have an axe in his hand. However, the shock waves sent by the two together still have terrifying destructive power. Facing the incoming shock wave, Lin En took a deep breath, his eyes were stern, and his killing intent was revealed. The armed color domineering focused on the blade. Reverse slash, reverse flow. The moment Lin En swung the sword force on his body instantly increased. Still the unstoppable momentum. Still decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Even if he was in the river, facing the rushing torrent, he had no intention of retreating. It seemed that only one knife was needed to make the river flow backwards. Bang! Lin En slash and shock wave collided with each other. Instantly caused a violent explosion and strong shock waves. The shock waves destroyed all the trees in the central area. Ah! Ah! Dong Li and Brokey screamed at the same time, their armors were all shattered, and their clothes disappeared. The two were like being fished out of a pool of blood. Robin stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. Lin En slash just now was purely swordsmanship, without using any power of the devil fruit. Lin En put the knife back into the sheath, and then walked towards Dong Li and Brokey step by step. Dong Li and Brokey have stood up. They were all seriously injured. Lin En's strength was far beyond their imagination. Lin En said, "I want to hire you." Hire. Dong Li and Brokey looked at Lin. They were still very wary of Lin. Because Lin suddenly intervened in the duel between them and defeated them with terrifying strength. Lin began to introduce himself. "I am a businessman from the East China Sea. I have just entered the Grand Line. I need powerful people to help me. I will pay the salary and you will work for me." Dong Li and Brokey looked at each other. The giants are still simple-minded. However, simplicity does not mean stupidity. They just like a pure and simple lifestyle. Lin asked, "How about it? Do you need to consider it?" Dong Li did not refuse directly, but asked, "What about the reward?" Although pirates are all about freedom, Lin invited them after defeating them. The giants are also reasonable. Lin did not kill them, and he also invited them, which has given them enough face. If you deliberately show off at this time, it is purely seeking death. Lin said, "In addition to the daily wine and meat, and the expenses of cattle life, at the same time, Elbaf will receive my funding to keep all the giants free from hunger and poverty." The giants have an amazing appetite, but why do the giants of Elbaf become pirates? The most important reason is hunger and poverty. Of course, hunger and poverty make the giants stronger. But who would be willing to starve if they could have a full stomach and no longer be poor? If you can really do it, then we can work for you. Don Li and Brokey are straightforward. After taking Don Li and Brokey from the small garden, Lin En continued to sail to Alabasta. Encountered pirates on the way. Lin En did not take action, but taught Akin, Kuro, Zhang Jiao and others to deal with it. Until the ship arrived at Drum Island. Drum Island, which used to be known as a medical power, is now a different scene. Because of the fancy death of the Drum Kingdom Walpo, the current Drum King is in decline, which is a matter of course. Lin En's ship had just arrived at the Drum Island when it was surrounded by soldiers from the Drum Kingdom. "Stop!" The soldiers of the Drum Kingdom, wearing thick leather and cotton-padded jackets, pointed their guns at Lin En and others. Walpo was tyrannical and brutal, not only within the team, but also to the outside world. All ships that arrived at the Drum Island would be skinned. Especially merchant ships. Walpo was always greedy and wanted to take everything for himself. This aspect of his personality was in line with his ability to swallow fruits. Before Lin En went to the island, he prepared an apple in his bag. At night, while everyone was asleep, it was just a matter of convenience to seize Walpo's swallowing fruit. In addition, the future Blackbeard would also plunder the devil fruit ability. Lin En just took action in advance before Blackbeard took action. Is this also considered saving the country? Although Lin En never thought of saving anyone. Lin En shouted to the soldiers, "I am a businessman from the East China Sea. We are just passing by to supply some supplies." Bang! Gunshots rang out. The soldiers of the Drum Kingdom opened fire. Chapter 108, The Terrifying Destructive Power of the Blue Ghost and the Red Ghost. Although it was an empty shot pointed at the sky, it was just a warning. But Bartolomeo's temper was not tolerant of these people. Ajin looked at Lin En. He hasn't found the direction of people yet. However, he can follow Lin En's life direction and follow Lin En forward. Therefore, Ajin will do what Lin En asks him to do. Lin En said, "We are not here to start a war." A soldier of the Drum Kingdom pointed at Lin En and others and said, "Put down your weapons, we suspect you are pirates." Unable to communicate, Lin En shook his head, and then said to the people around him, "Try not to kill people." Understood. I will teach them a lesson. After receiving Lin En's order, Ajin and Bartolomeo and others immediately took action. In front of Ajin and others, the soldiers of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom were vulnerable. Soon, the battle was over. Then, Lin En said to Latu, "Latu, take people to the nearby town to purchase supplies." Latu took some sailors and went to the nearby village to ask for directions. Lin En and others were enjoying the snow scenery along the way. The Magnetic Drum Kingdom was very cold, and it was all white. It was the first time for Kaya to come to the ice and snow world. She had a lot of fun with Nochigo. Lin En made a ski board, and they quickly mastered the skills. What a big rabbit! At this time, Kaya found Labang. Labang is a ferocious carnivorous rabbit. It has the agility of a rabbit and the physique of a bear, and often attacks prey collectively. When Labang saw Kaya, he wanted to attack Kaya. Ah! Kaya saw Labang rushing towards her, turned around and fled. However, Kuina reacted faster. The knife flashed, and 6 Labangs fell on the snow. The rest of the Labangs were also scared away. At this time, Lin En walked to Kaya and said to her, "It's dangerous outside, don't be deceived by their appearance." Well, Kaya remembers it. Kaya nodded. She believed everything Lin En said. Lin En would not lie to her. Lin En brought everyone to the village. The village was already filled with smoke from cooking and the aroma of food. Lin En rented 3 houses with money to spend the night. The Labang killed by Gina had been cleaned up by Ajin and others. Lin En personally served as the chef and started cooking. Soon, Labang's meat was baked golden. Lin En also prepared vegetable soup and baked bread. Just as everyone was enjoying dinner, Valpo had arrived with a large group of soldiers. "Surround the village, don't let anyone go. There are quite a few soldiers in the Drum Kingdom." Especially before Valpo fled the country. The national strength of the Drum Kingdom is still good. At least thousands of people stepped on the snow, making a clattering sound. Ajin, Bartolomeo, and others immediately put down their plates. They stood by the window and looked around. There were Drum Kingdom soldiers wearing green leather coats everywhere. There were thousands of them. Bartolomeo said, "Boss, they came a lot and lived here. Not only are there many people, but Valpo also pushed cannons." Lin En said, "Sure enough, it's troublesome to do business in the Grand Line." Robin looked at Lin En, waiting for Lin En's judgment. It is obviously impossible to negotiate at this time. Gia, 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 Gia. And the number of enemies is too large, it is impossible to guarantee 0 casualties on the other side. Lin En said, leave it to Dong Li and Brokey. Dong Li jumped out of a house. Although he was wrapped in bandages, his giant height already had absolute deterrence. Brokey also appeared later. Bang! 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 Dong Li and Brokey had no weapons in their hands. They only relied on their fists and feet to leave unforgettable bad memories in front of the magnetic drum nationalist. When the fist fell, a big hole was blasted out of the ground, and the whole ground was shaking. The shells bombarded Dong Li's body, but did not blast a hole in his body. Monster, monster, it's impossible to win. Run away. Some soldiers were unable to bear the mental pressure and chose to run away. Seeing this, Valpo hurriedly shouted, Dalton! Dalton appeared in front of everyone and instantly turned into a cow. He is the captain of the kingdom's guard. At this time, he naturally had to stand up and protect Valpo's safety. Although Valpo is indeed a scumbag. But Dalton overestimated his determination and underestimated the strength of Dong Li and Brokey. Your opponent is me. I am Dalton, what the hell, the captain of the Kingdom Guard. Dalton introduced himself. However, Brokey didn't hear him at all and kicked Dalton. Dalton tried his best to fight back with his iron fist. But... bang! Dalton was blasted thousands of meters away. Seeing that the situation was not good, Valpo immediately rode on the hippo and ran away while the two sides were fighting. Lin En looked at the direction where Valpo fled. It should be towards the direction of the palace. But Lin En didn't let everyone chase him. Valpo is still a national leader, and the Drum Kingdom is also a member of the world government. Lin En can't kill Valpo in public. Even if he wants to do it, he must find a suitable reason, or do it together at midnight when they are already asleep. Chapter 109, Dr. Gariva's Secret Formula. After Valpo fled back to the palace, the first thing he did was to run away with his people. Lin En and his group were obviously not good people. Two giants beat thousands of soldiers to a pulp. If they come to retaliate again, the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, Valpo ran away without thinking. As for the dignity of the country, the people of the kingdom, Valpo didn't care. Anyway, he was only trying to keep himself safe. Lin En spent a night in the village, and then, under the guidance of the villagers, went to visit Dr. Goulet. Dr. Goulet is 138 years old and still has a young body and skin. Lin En plans to buy Dr. Goulet's formula, or let her help him endorse his new healthcare products, just like the Hung Mao medicinal wine in his previous life. As long as the advertisement is loud and matched with Dr. Goulet's appearance, the selling point is enough. Dr. Goulet lives in a tree house, and she has always been called a witch. However, she doesn't care. When Lin En arrived, Dr. Gariva was making potions. She was always trying new things. Ba is Dr. Gilwa's assistant. He keeps learning and trying to develop drugs that can cure all diseases. Knock knock knock. Lin En knocked on the door of the tree house. Chopper opened the door for Lin En. There is no doubt that little Chopper wearing a hat and short sleeves is very cute. Kaya even wanted to take Chopper back as a pet. Dr. Gilwa glanced at Lin En and others and asked coldly, "Is there anything? If you want to see a doctor, my fee is very expensive." Lin En said, "I am a businessman from the East China Sea. My name is Lin En. I heard from the villagers that drive. Gilwa is 138 years old and his skin is still like a girl. I came to visit him out of curiosity." From the East China Sea. Dr. Gilwa heard that Lin En was from the East China Sea and gave him another warning look. Does the East China Sea always produce weird people? Dr. Gilwa muttered to himself. Roger had also come to Magnetic Drum Island that year. In Dr. Gilwa's eyes, Roger was also a weirdo. Lin En wore a suit, but held a 2-meter-long wild sword. A swordsman as a businessman? What a strange fusion! Lin En said to Dr. Gilwa, I came here this time to ask you to sell the formula for eternal youth. Do you believe that there is a formula for eternal youth in this world? Full of curiosity, she asked Lin En. Dr. Gyulhua looked at Lin En, and this time her eyes were full of curiosity. Dr. Gyulhua often thought that others asked her the secret of keeping youth. However, most people only regarded her as a witch unless they were sick. Lin En replied, "Why not believe it? Everything in this world can be awesome." Ha ha ha. Dr. Gyulhua couldn't help laughing. Lin En was very much to her taste. Dr. Gyulhua asked, "So, how much are you going to pay?" Lin En said, 500 million Baileys. 500 million Baileys for a formula? Tens, hundreds, millions, and millions. Chopper was counting, and he looked so cute. Kaya couldn't help but rubbed Chopper's nose again. Chopper immediately hid behind Dr. Gyulhua. Dr. Gyulhua narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin En. "You are really generous." Lin En replied, "Great value for money." Dr. Gyulhua asked again, "Aren't you, Ka, worried that the formula is fake? You are the most famous doctor in the Drum Kingdom. Your formula is worth the price." Lin En just wanted to use Dr. Gyulhua's identity as a famous doctor to carry out large-scale publicity. No matter whether the formula is true or false. Just like Xiaoguan tea, as long as it is the work of a master, it can be sold. But according to the sales and grain production of Xiaoguan tea, even if the master is 1,000-handed guanyin, he will not have time to pick enough tea leaves. Lin, the East China Sea merchant, is an interesting guy. Dr. Gyulhua took out a notebook from the bookshelf and threw it to Lin. Lin asked, "Is this a recipe?" Dr. Gyulhua drank plum wine and replied, "What do you think?" Lin handed the notebook to Kaya. Kaya flipped through it quickly. There are more than one recipes recorded on it. Rather than a recipe, it's more like a variety of attempts. Dr. Gyulhua has been trying various potions. Maybe it's one of them, or it's related to all potions. In fact, Dr. Gyulhua's secret of eternal youth is not clear to her. If she really knows, her face will not age. Kaya shook her head at Lin. She flipped through it quickly, but she didn't find which recipe it was. However, Lin already understood. "Thank you," Lin said, and asked Bartolomeo to bring in the money. 500 million Baileys, packed in 5 boxes in total. "Let's go." Lin took the notebook and everyone left the treehouse directly. "Dr. Doriel, so much money." Chopper opened the box and found that it was full of Bailey. 500 million Baileys, brand new banknotes that still smelled of ink. Chopper had never seen so much money before. Even though Dr. Gariva's consultation fee was not low. Dr. Gariva smoked a cigarette, shook his head and chuckled, "Another incredible guy. He can use 500 million Baileys to buy a notebook that may be useless." And he didn't even blink. It's not just a matter of money, but also a matter of integrity. Lin En could have cheated. However, Lin En didn't do that. There are not many people who can keep their promises on the sea now. There are really not many. Chapter 110, Do you think it's qualified? After leaving the Drum Island, Lin En continued to sail to Alabasta. Along the way, Kaya was carefully studying the experimental records of Crocus and Dr. Gariva. The medical skills of the two people have their own characteristics. It is relatively simple to distinguish them. Dr. Gariva is better at medicine. She will use the characteristics of various herbs to make medicine. This aspect is similar to Chinese medicine, but different. Moreover, the medicine developed by Dr. Gariva is indeed as terrible as the witch's medicine. Kurikas is good at using Western medicine. All the medicines he uses can be bought. To put it simply, Gariva's experimental records can be used to make n kinds of medicines. Kurikas's medical records are a formula book. If you encounter similar patients, you can just apply them directly. And now Kaya is like a sponge, constantly absorbing the knowledge and experience of the two. She believes that she can use this knowledge to help Lin En. Kaya is studying seriously. Nokai Gao, Gina, Ajin, Bartolomeo, and others are practicing. In this weird atmosphere, Kuro and Zhang Jiao and others also practiced. They kept lifting heavy barbells, exercising strength, endurance, etc. Even Dongli and Broki, who had just boarded the ship, were exercising. This ship is toxic. Everyone is addicted to cultivation. Robin believes that the main reason comes from Lin En. Because Lin En is really special. She has never seen a businessman like Lin En. And Lin En is also practicing. Sometimes he meditates with his whole body weight on one finger in a handstand. No matter what kind of storm the ship encounters, he will keep his balance. At the same time, he can also maintain a meditative state. Sometimes he meditates while holding a knife. Everyone on the ship seems to cherish time. Lin En arrived at the Rapeseed Harbor in Alabasta, and then took a camel from the Rapeseed Harbor to Albina. It rained on the day he arrived in Albina. However, the local residents had no idea of taking shelter from the rain. They put pots and pans on the roof, balcony, and doorstep to collect rainwater as much as possible. Alabasta has been dry and rainless in recent years. Although it still rains in the capital, more and more people come to the capital to transport water. The residents of Gandu also realize the importance of water. They are worried that the capital will also face drought one day. Therefore, store as much water as possible to be prepared. At this time, Lin En raised his head and looked into the sky. Is that dancing powder? I saw green, misty smoke floating in the sky. Robin frowned subconsciously when he heard this. Lin En actually knows so many secrets. What is his origin? Is he really just a businessman? Did he really just arrive at the Grand Line? Indeed, Sha Crocodile is using dancing powder to bring rain to the city. Dancing wind is also called rain-calling powder. It looks like a green powder. It was invented by a country that does not rain a long time ago. After use, it can produce mist-like smoke floating in the air to produce the so-called artificial rain. However, once this powder is used, neighboring countries living in the downwind area will suffer from drought. The countries that discovered this incident broke out into war, and the world government has since banned the manufacture and possession of this powder. Of course, unless you observe it specifically, it is difficult to detect. Obviously, Lin En knew about dancing powder from the beginning. Otherwise, he would not have said is that dancing powder. This sentence. Brew brew. Brew brew. While Robin was thinking, the Den Den Mushi on Robin began to call. Robin took out the Den Den Mushi. The Den Den Mushi imitated Sha Crocodile's expression and voice, take the guests directly out of the city. Robin looked at Lin En. Lin En nodded in agreement. Then, Robin led Lin En and his party out of the city again. During the process, an eagle in the sky always followed Lin En and others. Lin En glared at the sky. The eagle rolled its eyes and fell to the ground. Lin En and Sha Crocodile met in an abandoned temple. Merchant from the East China Sea? What do you want to do with me? Sha Crocodile looked at Lin En and asked. Lin En looked at Sha Crocodile and said, I am a businessman. The reason I want to find you is naturally. I want to cooperate with you and talk about Niu Yi. Oh? Sha Crocodile raised the golden hook in his left hand and asked curiously, do you know who I am? Lin En replied, of course, Wu Hai, Sha Crocodile nicknamed Sand Crocodile. Ha ha ha. Sha Crocodile laughed. Then, the smile stopped abruptly. Instead, there was a ferocious look and a sneer, do you think you have the qualifications? At this time, many figures appeared around the temple. A bounty hunter from the West Sea, now a senior agent of Baroque Studio, Das Bonus. A senior agent of Baroque Studio, Pola. A senior agent of Baroque Studio, Von Clay. A senior agent of Baroque Studio, Galdino, etc. Shukrakdar surrounded Lin En and his group. Lin En didn't even look at Zhou Yang, but held the hilt of the knife. Do you think it's qualified? Chapter 111, The Overlord Who Once Despised Everything. Lin's hand pressed the hilt of the knife, and the knife slowly emerged from the scabbard. The exposed black blade reflected the cold. The dazzling light of the knife shone on Zack Crocodile's face. Is it a direct provocation? Zack Crocodile is a proud man. He will not cooperate with anyone easily. Doflamingo is one of those who ask for trouble. However, the main reason why Zack Crocodile does not cooperate with Doflamingo is that he looks down on Doflamingo. To be more direct, Zack Crocodile simply looks down on Doflamingo. And now Lin's performance has aroused Zack Crocodile's interest. It's getting more and more interesting. Zack Crocodile saw Lin pull out his knife, and then gave Mr. One a look of 6-1. Mr. One nodded stupidly, and then his arms turned into two knives. Mr. One is the ability user of the slicing fruit, the Blade Man. He can turn any part of his body into a blade, and also make his skin as hard as steel. Not only is he invulnerable to swords and guns, most physical attacks are completely ineffective when they hit his body. Bullets and even ordinary shells can't have any effect on him. In addition, Mr. One's internal organs are also made of steel, so he is unharmed by blunt impact. As long as you can't cut or penetrate the steel, you can't hurt him. Lin said to Kuina, "Kuina, don't kill him." Kuina nodded. Mr. One is tall and muscular, and looks like a Shaolin monk. Dust slash. Mr. One had no thought of mercy, he launched the attack himself. He swung his arms, crossed them in front of his chest, and cut forward at the same time. He penetrated the temple and released radial slashes behind the temple, instantly cutting the temple apart. However, Kuina has come behind Mr. One. How come she is so fast? Mr. One's slashes just now were all avoided by Kuina. No, not avoided, but she had already left the position before she launched the attack. Stepping meteor. Kuina flashed like a meteor and passed through the slashes in advance. Meteor cross flash. Kuina appeared again and turned into a meteor. The knife flashed, like a meteor cutting through the night. Mr. One turned around quickly. However, he was still slow. Mr. One looked down at his chest. There was a tattooed on his chest. However, now this sulfur zinc was a cross scar. Chi. Blood spurted out. Kuina put away the knife. She controlled the force, otherwise the knife could cut off M.1's body. Mr. One covered his chest, blood flowed from his fingers. Mr. 2 and Mr. 3 were dumbfounded. The ranking of these senior agents was all based on strength. However, the result was so cruel. Mr. One had no power to fight back in front of Kuina. Zack Crocodile's face suddenly became gloomy. Lin asked, "Do you need to try again?" Crescent-shaped sand dune. Zack Crocodile laughed loudly, suddenly enlarged his arm and turned it into a crescent-shaped sand blade to slash at Lin. This move will only make the sand blade touch the body and cause no damage. However, once hit by the sand blade, all the water in the body will be sucked out. It is an extremely terrifying move. The person hit will fall down powerlessly and become a mummy lacking water. Since you are so sincere, I should also show my sincerity. Wind barrier. Lin En drew his sword and slashed forward. The sword pressed in front of Lin En, raising a wall of wind. The wind wall crushed the sand blade and turned it into quicksand. Ha ha ha! Shukrikdal laughed, he ran quickly, and rushed to Lin En in the blink of an eye. Desert sword. Shukrikdal turned his arm into a sand blade. First, it enlarged several times, and then slashed fiercely. He was only a few meters away from Lin En. And the sand blade was sharp enough to cut the ground, and even cut the desert. Reverse slash Ling Yuan. Lin En swung his sword and slashed at the ground. Bang! The slash and the desert sword slashed at the same place, causing an explosion and causing the ground to collapse. The ground layer was directly cut off. Under the destruction of the two monsters, it was constantly destroyed and shattered. The entire temple complex turned into ashes in an instant. Nochigo said to the people around him, "Get out of here quickly." Kuina hugged Kaya and jumped up. Nakiko and others left quickly. At the same time, the agents of Baroque Studio also fled for their lives. They saw that Sha Crocodile was serious. Moreover, Sha Crocodile's opponent was not an ordinary person. There was flying sand in the air. But Lin En was unscathed. Looking at Sha Crocodile again, his coat was missing a piece. It was the strong wind generated by Lin En's slash. This kind of strength, a long-lost monster. Sha Crocodile took off his cloak and looked at Lin En with serious eyes. There was no idea of underestimating the enemy and 0.0 reason. The strength shown by Lin En was one of the top strong men even in the New World. Lin En looked at Sha Crocodile and asked, "Do you miss the world of the strong?" Since the battle with Whitebeard, Crocodile has never recovered. In the first half of the Grand Line, he couldn't even find a match for the battle. Of course, the reason why he looked down on Doflamingo was because Doflamingo didn't even have the courage to fight a monster. Crocodile wouldn't be that timid. He's not a spineless person. He was once a tyrant who despised everything. Desert Diamond Sword. Zakrikdal turned his hands into 4 large sand blades. Sharper than the desert sword. Chapter 112, Burn. Crimson Fire. Lin swung his sword left and right to block Zakrikdal's attack. Zakrikdal's offensive was constantly increasing. Unlike when dealing with Luffy, Zakrikdal did not use fancy moves when attacking Lin. For example, large-scale skills such as Sandstorm, Desert Sunflower, and Curved Moon Dune. Instead, it was a real slash, a precise chop. Because Zakrikdal knew that Lin's armament haki was very strong. Ordinary elemental attacks could not break through the defense of armament haki. But Lin was not only strong in armament haki, his observation haki was also terrifyingly strong. Zakrikdal attacked Lin for more than 10 minutes, but did not hurt Lin at all. This time, it was Zakrikdal's turn to ask, "Is this the only level you have?" Lin En only defends but does not attack, which makes Zakrikdal a little annoyed. Because Lin En's defense is impeccable. There is no flaw in his Desert Diamond Sword. 12 He wants to try to provoke Lin En, or lead Lin En to attack, and he can find a flaw. One hit will kill. Lin En asked back, "Are you so eager to taste the bitter fruit of defeat?" "That kind of taste, I have only experienced it once in my life," Zakrikdal said coldly. Lin En replied, "Then experience it again today." While speaking, Lin En injected the armed color domineering into Wang's blade. Sharp. As if getting closer would be cut. The sword energy emanating from Lin En made Zakrikdal look solemn. Zakrikdal is not a swordsman, but he had fought with the top swordsman on the sea. This is the feeling that the top swordsman exudes. At this time, the sword energy emanating from Lin En began to rub against the surrounding sand and rocks, igniting flames and attaching to the blade. A huge red lotus formed under Lin En's feet. Lin En's eyes were full of fire. Opportunity. Desert Greatsword. Lin En charged a sword, revealing a flaw in the process. Zakrikdal inserted the giant Desert Diamond Sword into the sand. A giant desert sword over 100 meters long pierced out from the surface. Reverse/Red Lotus. The fire of the Red Lotus is the fire of hell, which can burn all things with souls. The flames soared into the sky and slashed at the desert sword. Bang! The 100-meter-long desert giant sword was melted. The gas explosion caused by cattle even shook the area for several kilometers. Dead trees, rocks as big as hills, and the entire mountaintop turned into sawdust in the impact. Dina and others stood in front of Kaya. Mr. 2, Mr. 3 and other senior agents of Baroque Works were all blown away. Even Zakrikdal was almost chopped away. If he gave up resistance, his body would be thrown out like a kite with a broken string. However, he gritted his teeth and took a step forward, adjusting his stance at the same time. Hwalala! Shukrikdal's feet rubbed violently on the sand. And the result was that all his clothes were burned by the flames. Puff! He couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood and spurted out. Lin-En dragged the knife and walked over step by step. Shukrikdal wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the fighting spirit in his eyes increased instead of decreasing. Lin-En asked, "Are you unwilling to lose?" Shukrikdal's eyes were sinister. Indeed, he was unwilling to lose. Lin continued, "Because after losing to Whitebeard, he was discouraged and his strength declined. Now he lost to me again, he must be very angry." "Shut up!" Shukrikdal swung his left hand and threw a sandstorm. The sandstorm rushed towards Lin. However, Lin slashed it with his sword pressure. "I came here to find you just to cooperate with you." Lin put the knife back into the sheath in front of Shukrikdal. Shukrikdal replied, "Do you think you have won me? So you are talking to yourself now. It's too much to underestimate me. I haven't lost yet." Puff! Before he finished speaking, he spit out another mouthful of blood. Lin said, "The red lotus slash just now should have burned your lungs. You should recover from your injuries. The red lotus slash is not a fatal blow, but it can cause a lot of pain." At this moment, Shukrikdal's lungs felt like they were being roasted on fire. As long as he exerted force, he would feel severe pain, and his breathing would be seriously affected. "Damn it!" Shukrikdal covered his chest and tried to breathe deeply, but Lin-En was right. Every time he breathed, his lungs felt like they were on fire. Even so, he still endured the severe pain and breathed hard to adjust his condition. Lin-En said, "I didn't make a mistake. I need a partner like you who is smart, cruel, and has backbone. P.S. This must be mentioned when writing One Piece. Shukrikdal is not weak in fact. Of course, it is not shameful to lose to Luffy. Let alone Shukrikdal, even if Golden Lion, Red Earl, and others met Luffy, didn't they lose in the end? But what can this prove? Does it prove that Shukrikdal is not as strong as Luffy? Does it prove that Shukrikdal's direction of looking for Pluto is wrong? During the war on the top, Shukrikdal blocked Akainu and escaped from Akainu. If we analyze it according to this logic, did Luffy have the ability to fight Akainu during the war on the top? So don't use Luffy's strength to measure the strength of the strong. Many strong people defeated by Luffy were killed by the plot. Chapter 113, This Guy Knows Everything. Shukrikdal is a very self-centered person, openly declared to the world that he never needed subordinates, and that he was enough by himself, and he never trusted his subordinates. However, during the war at the top, Doflamingo proposed to join forces with Shukrikdal many times. Shukrikdal refused and fought with him every time. However, after Mr. One Da's bonus was slashed by Mihawk, he immediately exploded and said that he was in a bad mood. In short, Shukrikdal is an extremely arrogant guy. Of course, on the other hand, as long as you can get his approval, you can become his real partner. At this time, Shukrikdal looked at Lin-En, and Lin-En was also looking at him. The two looked at each other. Lin-En said again, "I heard that when you first debuted, you were tied with Douglas Barrett, the heir of the devil. That is a monster. It is rumored that his strength is comparable to that of Pluto Rayleigh." When he heard Douglas Barrett's name, Shukrikdal showed a proud look on his face. When Douglas Barrett was 19 years old, he challenged the 20-year-old Shukrikdal. The fact that the two could fight to a draw shows how strong Shukrikdal was at that time. It's just that Shukrikdal at that time was still a long way behind Whitebeard. After being defeated by Whitebeard, his confidence collapsed and he was unable to recover. Lin continued, "I don't know what it feels like to lose, but Whitebeard is not dead yet and you still have a chance to challenge him. Continue to challenge Whitebeard? Sha Crocodile did not answer. However, he clenched his fists, as if struggling. Only after fighting with Whitebeard, you will know how strong the strongest man in the world is. Lin En continued, are you afraid of Whitebeard, or are you traumatized by him? In fact, it's not just Sha Crocodile. There are many pirates who have similar experiences with Sha Crocodile. Whether it was the pirates who took the initiative to challenge or encountered legendary pirates such as Roger Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Which one will have a good ending? In the end, they all became stepping stones to compete for the throne and were ruthlessly eliminated as silver medalists. Limited, I need your strength, and you will also need my strength. After all, the strength of one person is limited. At this time, Lin En came over and took the initiative to extend his hand. Join hands. Humph! Sha Crocodile raised his hand and opened Lin En's hand. Then, Sha Crocodile turned and walked away. After walking about 20 steps, Sha Crocodile stopped, and he said without looking back, I'm going back to Yin first. If you want to come, follow me. This is an invitation, and also a response to Linear. Sha Crocodile recognized Linear Rainland, Alabastus Dream City, Sha Crocodile's base camp. The kingdom's largest casino rain banquet is here. Sha Crocodile invited Lin to come here. This is the first time Sha Crocodile has made an active invitation. Although Sha Crocodile did not say it clearly. But Robin has been with Sha Crocodile for 2 years. In these 2 years, Robin knows Sha Crocodile's character very well. He will not trust anyone, and at the same time, he is extremely self-centered. Being his subordinate is like being his tool, and you will be abandoned at any time. As for being his friend? In the past, Sha Crocodile had no friends at all. And Lin is the first one so far. Sha Crocodile prepared a very sumptuous dinner to entertain Kuina, Nojiko, and others. Lin met Sha Crocodile alone. The two sat at a long table to eat, 5 meters apart. Lin ate the freshly grilled lamb chops and said straight to the point, I know you are looking for the ancient weapon Ming Gan. This guy actually knows everything. Sha Crocodile frowned, pretending to be calm, and asked, how did you know? Lin En said, don't be nervous, and don't care how I know. I can tell you very clearly that you can't get Pluto, at least not now. Sha Crocodile murmured, could it be that the world government has found out the problem? He was looking for clues to the ancient weapon Pluto, which has been done in secret. According to normal logic, Lin En could not know this shocking secret. Lin En replied, if the world government really found out about you, you would have been conquered by the Demon Slayer order. Sha Crocodile thought of Robin again, is it Robin? Nico Robin, the son of the devil, is a survivor of O'Hara, and the Nephi Natalie family was once one of the 20 kings, oh well. So you suspect that this country will hide relevant clues? Lin's explanation makes sense. Sha Crocodile was silent for a long time before saying, how do you want to cooperate? Lin replied, I am a businessman. I will give you money, and you need to help me make more money. This is a casino. The money earned every day. Sha Crocodile was about to emphasize the money-making ability of Yuan. But before he finished speaking, Lin said, can a casino make all the money of a country? Can it make all the money of the world? Sha Crocodile was stunned when he heard this, and then grinned and said, your appetite is really big. Chapter 114, Real Evil. Then how do you plan to cooperate? Sha Crocodile asked Lin. Lin replied, I am a businessman, and I naturally want to invest in this country. Invest here? This country will soon become a battlefield. Sha Crocodile said puzzledly. Although Sha Crocodile recognized Lin and admitted that Lin had greater ambitions and appetites. But Sha Crocodile would not give up his goal easily. He still wanted to seize Alabasta and secretly seize ancient weapons. As for what Alabasta would become in the process, Sha Crocodile didn't care. Lin said calmly, then let it become a battlefield, preferably a ruin. Are you serious? Sha Crocodile didn't expect Lin to be so cold-blooded. Lin said, I just want the population and geographical location here. After all, this is a superpower in the first half of the Grand Route. Alabasta has 600,000 regular troops, hundreds of thousands, and millions of rebels. Total population of more than tens of millions. If a country with tens of millions of people becomes a ruin, then this is the best cheap labor market. At the same time, Alabasta's geographical location is also suitable for Lin as an important transit point for the Grand Route. Although I still don't know your intentions, I'm beginning to look forward to it. Sha Crocodile thought for a while, then asked, So, what do you need from me? Lin replied, Continue to intensify efforts to incite revolution, create conflicts and confrontations between the national army and the rebels, and let this country fall into a state of material shortage. Really evil people, they are cold and ruthless, and have no mercy on others. This is the most terrible. Sha Crocodile's brows relaxed and said, Then you want to sell materials to this country at a high price? Right? Sure enough, businessmen are a group of guys who make people want to skin Joe alive. Lin replied, I just use reasonable, CJBG, legal ways to earn the wealth of this country. Casinos can only make money from gamblers. Pirates can only rob some people of their money. Only businessmen can plunder the wealth of the entire country. Especially the wealth from national disasters. National turmoil, rising prices, inflation, etc. are all good opportunities to make a lot of money. Of course, how many families will be broken up behind this? How many people will die of poverty? Lin doesn't care. Sha Crocodile asked, What about my benefits? Lin said, You can invest in all the factories that you and I build together, and you can have up to 50% of the shares. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If Sha Crocodile wants shares, then invest money. Lin doesn't mind sharing profits with Sha Crocodile. Because the more money Sha Crocodile invests, the closer the relationship between him and Lin will be. This is capital, a strong alliance. Cooperation is beneficial to both sides, while fighting will hurt both sides. Lin needs the population, ports, and related resources of Alabasta. Sha Crocodile can provide part of the funds and security, as well as the continued turmoil in Alabasta. Currently, Sha Crocodile is the hero of Alabasta. Lin will develop an industrial park in the name of Sha Crocodile, and he will definitely get support. At the same time, the rebels will not attack Sha Crocodile's factory. The kingdom army would not do this. Finally, Sha Crocodile agreed to cooperate. The address of the industrial park was chosen near the rapeseed harbor. The initial factory mainly focused on grain processing, canned cattle production, textile production, pharmaceutical production, and bottled water supply. This is to take care of the people's cattle. At the same time, Lin also plans to build an arsenal in Alabasta. Not only can IQ tests be conducted in the desert here. At the same time, the large amount of arms produced can also be sold all over the world. Not only can a lot of cash be earned, but also turmoil can be created around the world. Sha Crocodile's view of Lin has changed from recognition to understanding. Lin is a very planned person. And he has a high vision. He will not be restrained. He was obsessed with the gains and losses of every little bit, because what he saw with his eyes was not just a country and a region. After negotiating with Sha Crocodile, Lin went to Albina again. This time, Lin was going to visit Cobra. Cobra was still quite diligent and caring for the people. This time, Lin wanted to meet Cobra in the name of investing in Alabasta. Although Cobra was worried about the problem of the rebels, he still met with Lin. After all, Lin was not an ordinary person. Lin Chamber of Commerce, and rumors about Lin, Cobra had also heard some from the Minister of Finance. Lin was the richest man in the East China Sea, and at the same time, Lin hired a large number of workers in the East China Sea. With a job, there is a stable income. With income, you won't want to rebellion. Cobra also hopes that Lin's arrival can change the current situation of the country and bring happiness to the people. Under Bell's leadership, Lin came to Cobra's palace. Bell is the user of the bird fruit and the strongest warrior in Alabasta. Bell has been observing Lin since Lin entered the palace. Lin's appearance does not look like a businessman. Especially the 2-meter-long wild sword. It is completely dressed like a swordsman. Of course, when Cobra saw Lin, he had the same judgment as Bell. However, Cobra's conversation with Lin quickly changed his view of Lin. Chapter 115, From this day on, Lin and Lao Sha became the saviors. I plan to invest 200 billion baileys in Rapeseed Harbor. It's a shocking statement. As soon as Lin opened his mouth, Cobra and senior officials including the Minister of Finance were stunned. This is just the initial investment, and there will be more in the future. I will build an industrial park here to produce everything the market needs. Of course, detailed plans will be drawn up with special programs. According to my prediction, more than 1 million jobs will be provided in Alabasta in the future. Lin's words made Cobra re-examine Linear. Lin's courage is really shocking. Although Alabasta was also a wealthy country in the past, years of drought, domestic unrest, and constant wars have led to the depletion of national strength. So far, let alone foreign businessmen, even the nobles of the country are unwilling to invest in industries. The national economy is not just a problem of stagnation. If people have no jobs and cannot get enough food and clothing, they will further cause trouble and affect the stability of the country. Therefore, Cobra took a deep breath and said to Lin, "What support can I give you? Employees cannot interfere with the development of industrial zones, as well as tax exemptions. In addition, local official Lin said, land large enough to reduce taxes." Ahem. The Minister of Finance coughed deliberately, then winked at Cobra and shook his head quietly. Lin En naturally saw these little movements. Obviously, the Minister of Finance did not want to reduce taxes, and even if he had to reduce them, he did not want to reduce them too much. After all, the treasury of Alabasta was empty. However, Cobra thought for a while, okay, exempt the industrial zone from taxes for the first 5 years. At the same time, exempt the land rent for 20 years, and exempt all import duties on raw materials and equipment needed for all industrial zones. Lin En praised, "Your Majesty is really a benevolent monarch." "Your Majesty." The Minister of Finance was anxious. How much money will be lost? However, Cobra was unmoved. As a monarch, he had his own considerations. In his opinion, Lin En was the richest man in the East China Sea, and the Lin En Chamber of Commerce had a huge amount of funds. These funds flowing into Alabasta can create a large number of jobs and stabilize the civilian environment of Alabasta. If the country is in turmoil or even destroyed, it will be meaningless to collect more taxes. Say, please. After Lin En left, Cobra and and others went for a walk in the garden. Lin En's arrival gave Cobra an opportunity for the rebirth of the kingdom. As long as the citizens of Alabasta can get jobs and have enough food and clothing, the country will develop in a good direction. Cobra is a benevolent king. Everything he does and thinks is from the perspective of the people. Among the many countries in the world, he is an alternative. Compared with Walpo of the Drum Kingdom, Cobra is simply a saint. At this time, Princess Vivi and the maids were chasing butterflies. Vivi saw Cobra. She found that Cobra's brows were relaxed, and he must have something happy. Cobra also shared with Vivi that Lin En, the richest man in the East China Sea, came to invest. Vivi didn't know what the concept of 500 billion baileys was. However, this person named Lin En could make Cobra no longer upset. The man should be very powerful. Wei secretly memorized the name. March 1518 of the Haiwan calendar. Lin En contacted Ma Qina and the representatives of the Chamber of Commerce. Lin En wanted to invest in Rapeseed Harbor and build an industrial park in Alabasta. This means that Lin En officially stationed his forces in the Grand Line. In the following time, the first batch of merchants from the East China Sea reached more than 1,000 people. These merchants came to Alabasta for the purpose of making money. At the same time, along with the arrival of these merchants, there were also the fleet and security forces of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce. More than 1,000 merchants, equipped with nearly 6,000 security guards, and nearly 200 ships, parked in Alabasta. Shukrikdal looked at the busy scene at the port and murmured, "It's really spectacular. This is just the beginning." This time, Lin En only brought part of the forces of the East China Sea to the Grand Line. If you want to conquer this place, you must be in the Grand Line. Recruit talents, recruit merchants, train troops, etc. locally. In June 1518 of the Haiwan calendar, Lin En and Cobra officially signed a letter of intent for investment in Rapeseed Harbor and handed over the investment plan. On the day of the signing, Rapeseed Harbor was packed with people. Not only the local residents of Rapeseed Harbor, but also the people in the surrounding areas, after hearing the news, flocked to this port city under the protection of 200,000 kingdom troops. Lin En, Cobra, and Sha Crocodile signed a tripartite agreement in the presence of nobles and many businessmen from Alabasta. Lin En promised to provide funds and technology and give priority to hiring residents of Alabasta. Cobra signed the lease of the port and nearby land, as well as tax and tariff exemptions, etc. Sha Crocodile promised to protect Rapeseed Harbor and ensure that it would not be attacked by pirates. Lin. Crocodile. Lin. Crocodile. On the platform, Lin and Shukrikdal were cheered by hundreds of thousands of people, like the hero and savior of this country. Chapter 116, Tell your God, someone is looking for him. Lin contacted the World Economic News Agency through Hannah's relationship and reported the signing ceremony in great detail. Both fishing boats and publicity are indispensable. Lin invested more than 200 billion baileys in Alabasta. This is not just a matter of investment. At the same time, it is also a publicity. First, Lin told the world that he brought Lin from the East China Sea. The Chamber of Commerce came to the Grand Line. Second, Lin En told the world that he was rich. Third, Lin En told the world that he brought new hope. In short, Lin En wanted to portray himself as a positive character. Just like Sha Crocodile, he also portrayed himself as a hero in Alabasta. Moreover, with the background of Cobra country, Lin En's image is easy to be majestic and tall. The investment in the industrial zone is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the construction stage. Lin En will recruit at least 7,000 workers to participate in the construction. The second stage is the equipment deployment and trial production. The third stage is the official production. Of course, since the first stage, Lin En has been selling internal shares within the Lin En Chamber of Commerce. As long as Lin En maintains the integrity of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce and continues to act as a locomotive, the energy that Lin En Chamber of Commerce will burst out is undoubtedly huge. July 1518 of the Haiwan calendar. Lin En temporarily left Alabasta. He was going to the water city to acquire the Carrera Company. Entering the Grand Line means that Lin En's demand for ships has further expanded. Lin En needs larger and more stable ships. Solid ship. However, before going to the water city, Lin En still has something to do. Gaia Island and the Sky Island, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, are the same. Shaped like a skull. Due to the upwash current near the sea, 400 years ago, half of Gaia Island was washed up. High in the sky, along with the indigenous people, animals, and monuments. The part that rushed into the sky was the head and face of the skull, and the part that remained on the ground was the teeth of the skull. Lin En and others came to the sea near Gaia Island and found that the record pointer actually pointed to the sky. Why is this pointer pointing to the sky? Latu's expression was very rich. Since coming to the Griat after the Great Route, his navigation knowledge of these years had to be revised. However, this was the first time he encountered a situation where the needle pointed to the sky. It's not broken. Bartolomeo was holding his chin and was about to put the needle on the ground and step on it a few times. Kuro, Zongjao, and others were also confused. Ajin closed his eyes and leaned on the mast. He was calm in any situation. Kaya asked curiously, Lin En, do you know the reason? Lin En looked around and then said, because half of this island is in the sky. Ah! Kaya was stunned when she heard it. She raised her head and looked up at the sky. But she could only see the blue sky and white clouds, and she couldn't see the island at all. Latu frowned and asked, Boss, there is no record of an island in the sky in the navigation log provided by Baroque Works. Lin En said, how could they know it? Bartolomeo asked, then how do we go up? Use the moon step to go up to the sky. It is not a very difficult operation to use the moon step to go up to the sky. However, most people, such as Kaya, Kuro, Zongjao, and Ajin, have not yet learned the moon step. Lin En looked around with a telescope, and after confirming that there were no ships around, he said, I will take you for a flight today. After that, the whole ship floated up directly. The ship is flying. Incredible. Boss. Did you make the ship fly? Big Brother is so awesome. Lin En is so awesome. Kaya, Bartolomeo, and others exclaimed at the same time. This is the first time that Lin En has used the ability of the floating fruit. The ability of the floating fruit has always been Lin En's trump card. Lin En does not want the outside world to know, and the people on the ship will not leak the secret. Therefore, in the absence of outsiders, Lin En does not mind flying once. Sky Island exists in the Bibai Sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters. At such a height, the air is very thin, and the athletic ability of Qinghai people who come here will be greatly reduced. Lin En said to everyone, it's not bad to practice here. You can consider practicing here in the future. Kuina nodded. The harsh environment can indeed increase the difficulty of cultivation. Following the White Sea, Lin En and others arrived at the Gate of Heaven smoothly. However, it was a pity that they did not take the rising current, which missed some sailing experience. The supervisor of the Gate of Heaven is an old woman with a face like a sour plum. The old woman is called Amazon. Lin En 0.0 directly threw 1 million Baileys to Amazon. Lin En said, tell your god that someone is looking for him. The current kingdom of God Skypiea is under the reign of terror of God Enel. Lin En came to the kingdom of God for two purposes. One is for the gold on Sky Island, and the other is to recruit Enel, receive the combat power of Sky Island, and enhance the strength of his own team. Sure enough, after Amazon received the money, he immediately contacted the priest. Without the priest reporting, Enel, who was eating a banana, used radio waves to send a message to the Sky Knight Shura, asking Shura to lead the God Soldier team to capture Lin En. Chapter 117, Mortals Cannot Touch the Body of God. Shura rode his pet Sanshang bird and held a fire spear with a hot shell. The accompanying divine soldiers included Divine Soldiers Captain Ishan, Deputy Divine Soldiers Captain Zhongwu, and Deputy Divine Soldiers Captain Xiaohu. At the same time, there were 47 divine soldiers accompanying him. Although these divine soldiers were not numerous, they were also elite. After all, their weapons were the slashing shell, hot shell, and rowing shell. There were also rope shells to set traps, and cloud shells to assist. In addition, each of them had a heart trap, or a observation haki. At this time, Lin En and others had already arrived at Angel Island. Pagia and his daughter Konis repaired their Viper at the White Sea. Hello! Kaya greeted Konis and Pagia enthusiastically. She was very curious about Konis and Pagia. Of course, it was not just Kaya, but other people 12 were also very curious about these angel tribes. Pagia replied, Hello, I haven't seen Qinghai people for a long time. Since Roger, Shanks, and others visited Sky Island, no one has come to Sky Island again. Of course, Pagia still misses Roger and others. He believes that their god Gonfer is also looking forward to it. After all, only a man as strong as Roger can defeat the evil god. Just as Konis introduced the use of various shells to Kaya, Nakako, and others. Shura also came to Angel Island with the God Squad. Not only the God Squad, but also the White Berets. Shura pointed at Lin En and others, "Is it you who don't respect the great god?" Enel's rule in the kingdom of God can only be described as high pressure. Anyone on the island must obey his oracle unconditionally. At the same time, you can't say bad things about Enel behind his back, because Enel will hear it. And as long as Enel hears it, it is a felony. "It's me, what do you want?" Bartolomeo didn't take Shura and the others seriously at all. Shura ordered, "Catch him and sentence him to death." "What? It's death penalty," Konis said in a lost voice. "The death penalty is the death penalty." "Yes." The divine soldiers all agreed. The White Berets received the order and immediately took action. Lin said, "Zongjao, Kuro." Zongjao swung the flywheel, and Kuro disappeared in front of the White Berets. Soon, the White Berets were quickly knocked to the ground. If it weren't for Lin's order not to kill, these people would have been cold corpses long ago. What a waste! Shura was I can only describe it as extremely disappointing. Although I didn't have high hopes for them, they were really too weak. "Are you strong?" Bartolomeo pounced on Shura. Shura snorted coldly, and the 3-foot bird, which was already flying in the air, opened its mouth and spit fire at Bartolomeo. The 3-foot bird had a flame shell in its mouth. Bartolomeo dodged in a hurry. However, a bunch of hair was still burned by the flame. How can he fly? But his shoes don't have cloud shells. Just when Shura was puzzled, Bartolomeo swung his sword again. Dang! Shura waved the fire spear to resist. The two fought in the air for more than 10 rounds. Because of the observation haki, Shura was able to predict Bartolomeo's attack. However, Bartolomeo soon noticed the problem. Just when Bartolomeo was about to give Shura a fatal blow. Crack! A loud thunder sounded in the air. A lightning bolt struck down. Just as Bartolomeo's head was about to be struck, Lin En suddenly drew his sword. The sword wave met the lightning. Boom! The lightning was scattered, and arcs of electricity flashed around. God's judgment was knocked off. Konis and Pagia looked at Lin En in disbelief. At this time, Lin En said, "Come out." Crack! Another thunderous explosion. Then a blue-white lightning fell from the sky. Accompanied by a flash of blinding lightning, Enelo appeared in front of everyone. At this time, Enelo was holding a stick in his hand and staring at Lin En. Just now, Lin En cut off his skills with a knife. Obviously, Lin En is different from those weak Shanghai people. "I want to recruit you to be a member of my side." When Lin En spoke, he had already pounced on Enelo. Enelo showed a mocking smile on his face. "You actually want to recruit God, which will only bring you God's punishment." Enelo has been immersed in the role of God for many years, and his second-year syndrome is already in the late stage. He really thinks he is God and can do everything. Enelo is too lazy to even move. He wants to let Lin En know that God is an invincible existence. At this moment, Lin En stretched out his hand and grabbed Enelo. Enelo folded his hands in front of his chest, too lazy to move. Enelo sneered, "Mortals cannot touch the body of God." But soon, the smile on Enelo's face froze. Because Lin En's hand grabbed Enelo's neck. How is it possible? Enelo looked at Lin En in disbelief. He who possesses the power of God should not be caught by ordinary people. Armament haki can catch the entity of the devil fruit ability user. Forget it, you don't understand this sentence. After Lin En finished speaking, he punched Enelo on the bridge of his nose. Enelo was knocked unconscious directly. Chapter 118, How can you have the power of God? Enelo is not too weak. This guy is too pretentious. Although Enelo is invincible in the kingdom of God, the elementalization of the hibiki fruit also makes him invincible. If there is no sea stone, no insulator that restrains the need for electricity, and no one who can use the armament haki, then Enlil can really regard himself as a god. Just like Caribou who obtained the swamp fruit. Overconfidence is naturally invincible in the world. As a result, he met Pokemus and was defeated by Pokemus with one punch. Lin En caught Enlil. This scene made the priests who came to support them dumbfounded. That was their invincible god. How could he be defeated? Lin En casually said, "Subdue them first." Akin, Kuina and others took action at this time. The battle ended quickly. All the priests, including Om, Shadley, and Gidaz, were subdued. When Enlil woke up, it was already dark. He smelled the aroma of meat. At this moment, Lin En and others were grilling meat in the temple of Enlil. The priests who originally served Enlil were all tied together, dejected. Lin En looked at Enlil, "Are you hungry?" Enlil stood up, and he instinctively covered his nose. His nose was broken. Lin En's fist was too heavy. Enlil pointed at Lin En and asked, "Who are you?" Lin En replied, "A merchant from the East China Sea, or in other words, from the East China Sea in Qinghai." Merchant from Qinghai. Enlil had met people from Qinghai before. He even used various methods to induce people from Qinghai to commit crimes, and then imposed yunfu punishment, with the purpose of killing chickens to scare monkeys, so that the residents of the Kingdom of God would not dare to resist him. Among them, there was a merchant. It's just that the merchant was very weak, and his humble appearance when begging made him still remember it in his heart. Lin En said, "Do you still want to fight me? If you do, I'll give you time to prepare." Yehahaha! Enlil laughed loudly, "Although I don't know what method you used, but... Enlil's eyes became sharp and serious, "This time I will let you feel how powerful God is." "Well, you can try." Lin En replied. Lin En's answer was not very serious. In his eyes, Enlil's behavior was normal. After all, Enlil was very unwilling to lose. Because Enlil was defeated by Lin En without making a single move, he was naturally unwilling to accept it. 30 million volts Thunderbird. Enlil tapped the drum on his right shoulder, and the electricity he created was released from the drum, and then formed a phoenix-shaped Thunderbird that flew at high speed towards Lin. This is not over yet. 30 million volt Thunder Beast. Enlil tapped the drum on his left shoulder again, and the electricity he created was released from the drum, and then formed a wolf-like wolf that ran at high speed and pounced on Lin. However, Lin just swung his sword casually. In Enlil's eyes, Lin, who should have been burned by the Thunderbird and Thunder Beast, easily split the Thunderbird and Thunder Beast. Nothing happened. 60 million volts tree long. Enlil struck the drums on both shoulders at the same time, and the lightning he created appeared from the drums, forming a huge thunder dragon rushing towards Lin En. However, Lin En swung his sword again and slashed in front of him. The dragon was also shattered like the Thunderbird and the beast, leaving only the residual arc of electricity, still proving their existence. This is impossible. Enlil looked at Lin En in disbelief. His attack was completely ineffective. Lin En said, "For the real strong, the devil fruit ability is just a means, but since you like summons, I will show you how to use it." Phoenix. Blue Dragon. God General. The land outside the temple loosened and condensed into the shape of an immortal bird in the air. There were also hundreds of meters long blue dragons and hundreds of meters tall generals. Use the floating fruit to control all non-life objects that can be touched. Let them arrange and float according to Lin En's wishes. This is actually not difficult. You just need to imagine what it looks like. Then, control the ability to show it. How can he have the power of God? This is impossible. Shura and others were stunned. Not only the priests and divine soldiers. Bartolomeo was also shocked, and at the same time looked at Lin En with an extremely admiring look. "Get Zhao, big brother is so handsome." However, for Lin En, these moves have limited lethality. Of course, the so-called lethality is for the strong. If it is to destroy the city and kill ordinary people, then these moves, it is better to just throw an island. Enlil gritted his teeth despite this. He claimed to be the power of God, but there were still people who could do it. In that case, we don't need two gods here. Thunder. Although the Ark Proverbs had not been built yet, Enlil still condensed a huge spherical lightning in the air. This had already made Kuina and others feel threatened. Then you will die. Chapter 119, Pierce the Sky Directly. Everyone looked at the spherical lightning in the air. Its interior was full of amazing airflow and electric current. If it fell from the sky, it would burst out with powerful lightning the moment it fell, destroying all targets within the attack range. If there was the assistance of the cloud created by the Ark Proverbs, it could even turn an island into dust in the blink of an eye. It's a very powerful skill. But the charge takes too long. God of Rebellion Cloud Piercing. As soon as Lin En finished speaking, the armed color domineering was infused into the blade and rushed towards Enlil in an instant, and slashed 7 times. The sword energy directly penetrated the spherical lightning, causing an explosion. Bang! The impact of the explosion destroyed the temple, and the woods around the temple were also destroyed. Kuina, Bartolomeo, and others were trying their best to protect Kaya. Dust and fog filled the air, and the scene of destruction gradually emerged in front of them. Fires were everywhere. Enlil was in a big pit. There was a deep bone wound on his chest. If he moved a little further, his bones would even be broken. Not only that, his hands and feet were injured. Moreover, although the injuries were serious, they would not be fatal. Lin En deliberately cut such injuries. Enlil tried hard to struggle up, but now he even had difficulty getting up. And Lin En walked over step by step. Lin En was unscathed. The explosion just now was all blocked by the armed color domineering. This is impossible. Enlil looked at Lin En in disbelief. There was not even a trace of being burned by electricity on Lin En. Lin En said, although the power of the Xiangxia fruit is strong, the host itself is too weak to exert this power. Lin En did not deny the special nature of the devil fruit ability. Ordinary people can indeed become powerful after eating devil fruits. It's just that Lin En is more inclined to swordsmanship and domineering. Like Roger, Shanks, Garp, and others, even if they don't rely on the power of devil fruits, they can still become top-level strongmen. Of course, this is just a personal choice. Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, and others have developed their devil fruit abilities to their personal extremes. They can also show the power of monsters. There is no superiority or inferiority, no distinction between high and low. It's just the level of personal training results in a certain aspect. Ya ha ha ha. Losing is losing, you do it. Enlil smiled miserably and raised his head proudly. He has killed many people, and even his hometown of Bika was destroyed by his own hands. Therefore, when he couldn't escape, he faced death calmly. However, Enlil closed his eyes and waited for death, but Lin En's knife did not fall. Lin En took back the knife and looked at Enlil with a fool's eyes. I said it at the beginning, I just come to recruit you. God will not. Before Enlil finished speaking, Lin En pinched his mouth with his hand and lifted him in front of him. There is a limit to arrogance. I came to you just because I saw your potential, not to beg you to join. If you don't agree, it doesn't matter if I kill you. Lin En's eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent. Look at the sky. At this time, above Angel Island, a big hole was separated in the clouds in the sky. A natural phenomenon that cannot be reasonably explained. Is God angry? The divine soldiers said in horror. Someone is indeed angry. However, it is not Enlil, nor those illusory gods and Buddhas. It is Lin En himself. The momentum generated by Lin En's domineering aura caused the celestial phenomena to change. High-level conqueror Haki can cause physical impact. directly impacting the clouds and punching a hole in the clouds, directly piercing the sky, confronting Lin En's eyes. Enel was scared, he felt scared for the first time. Under the shock of Conqueror Haki. Even though he was used to being arrogant, the power and majesty displayed by Lin En, this is what a true god should have. After seeing Enel's reaction, the murderous intent in Lin En's eyes dissipated. However, the big hole in the clouds did not recover for a long time. What the hell happened here? At the same time, a group of men dressed like Indian natives quickly climbed to the top of the mountain. They were all Shandia warriors. The leader was called Weber, nicknamed War Ghost, and was a descendant of Shandia's great warrior Kargara. They originally lived in the Golden City of Shandora and guarded Shandora for generations. They tried to defeat Enel with the goal of retaking Shandora and returning to Qinghai. At this moment, Weber was the first to see the miserable situation on the mountain. This, what on earth is this? It was as if they had encountered a catastrophe of destruction. Their sacred home was destroyed. However, Weber's attention was soon attracted by Lin, Enel, and others. After seeing Enel's miserable condition, Weber and others were stunned at first, and then ecstatic. Go to hell! Weber wanted to kill Enel immediately. Opportunities are rare. He raised the incendiary cannon without hesitation. However, before he could use the incendiary cannon, Lin swung a knife lightly. The incendiary cannon was cut into slices. Chapter 120, Existence Beyond God. Weber looked at Lin. And after a brief moment of surprise, he prepared to use the repelling shell. The power of the repelling shell is 10 times that of the impact shell, but it will cause great damage to the user. However, Weber is indeed a stubborn guy who is not afraid of death. Weber rushed towards Lin. Lin En did not stop him, and Weber rushed to him. For the ancestors. Weber's wish at this time was to take back Shandora and return to Qinghai. Now Enel has been defeated. Just defeat the man in front of him. However, he did not think about whether Lin En was an enemy. Lin En raised his hand. Bang! The impact of the repulsion shell caused a violent gas explosion. However, Lin En blocked it with one hand. Still unscathed. How is it possible? Blood flowed from the corner of Weber's mouth. He had already sent out a full-strength attack. Now the impact of the repulsion shell backfired on his body. Lin En looked at Weber who was struggling and said, "Your courage is qualified. As a reward, let you see the power from Qinghai." After that, Lin En concentrated the armed color domineering in his left hand. Bang! Weber was directly blown hundreds of meters away, and his body was directly embedded in the mountain. This is the case when Lin En is not serious at all. Otherwise, with Lin En's strength and the use of armament haki, as long as armament haki penetrates into Weber's body, it is enough to crush Weber's internal organs, tear blood vessels, and naturally bones and flesh will not be spared. Seeing this, Karamali, Braham, Jebeo, Lakai and others just wanted to attack Lin En. However, Ajahn, Bartolomeo and others have already taken action and quickly subdued them. The temple has become a ruin. The devastated mountain. Gonfer knelt directly on the ground when he saw all this. Although Enel took away his godhood. But Gonfer still wanted to protect the kingdom of God. However, Gonfer knew who the culprit was, but he did not dare to conflict with him. Because that man is too terrible. It is a being beyond God. At this time, Lin En was cooking dinner. The rekindled bonfire was roasting meat. Kaya was giving Weber and others simple treatment. Weber was silent. He had 3 broken ribs. Now, he would feel pain whenever he moved a little. Enel's condition was slightly better. He would use electrotherapy to recover from his injuries. At this time, Nojigo brought the fried noodles over and handed them to Enel and others. Lin En fried it himself. Enel barely used a fork to roll it up and put it in his mouth. It was delicious. Then, Enel took a big bite of it. Shura and others saw this and followed suit. Weber and others did the same. Anyway, they were all captives like Enel. Not long after, Bartolomeo and others came back one after another. They all had a lot of gold. The golden city of Shandora naturally stored a lot of gold. Lin En went to Sky Island this time to take all the gold away. However, before taking the gold away, Lin En came to Enelu and pushed the pile of gold to Enelu's side. Lin En said to Enelu, "Melt it into blocks." Enelu can use high-voltage electricity to generate a lot of heat to melt gold and make it into the shape he wants. Why should I listen to you? As soon as Enelu said this, Lin En raised his knife and hit Enelu's head with the scabbard. He hit it hard. Once, twice. Until Enelu gritted his teeth and released high-voltage electricity with both hands to melt the gold. Soon, brick-sized gold bricks were arranged in front of everyone. "Put the gold away," Lin En said to Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo gave Kuro and Zongjao a look to help. Kuro and Zongjao came to help immediately. When Kuro, Zongjao, and others were carrying gold, Lin En said to Enelu and others, "You just saw my strength. I can tell you very clearly that there is more than one strong man like me in Qinghai." "More than one?" Enel opened his eyes wide and looked at Lin En in disbelief. In his eyes, Lin En is already the most powerful man he has ever seen. An existence that cannot be defeated no matter what. "Are you surprised?" Lin En said calmly, "Strong people are not created out of thin air. As long as there is a heart that wants to become stronger and then works hard to become stronger, then becoming stronger is inevitable. Of course, the same is true for you." Weber stared at Lin En and asked seriously, "Can I become as strong as you?" Weber's wish this time is to take back Shandora, return to Qinghai, and fulfill the long-cherished wish of his ancestors. After he saw Lin En's strength, his mentality changed completely. Lin En's strength? No, it's the strength of the people of Qinghai. That made him want to become stronger, as strong as Lin En. This is the only way to protect Shandora. Lin En did not answer directly. He put his hands on the shoulders of Enel and Weber. "You can follow me and take what you need from me as much as possible. As long as you are strong enough, you can achieve what you want to do." Weber asked, "What is the price?" Lin En replied, "Like them, follow me, assist me, and become my helper." Chapter 121, Being Spotted by Aokiji. Enel decided to follow Lin En and leave. According to his own explanation, he just wanted to gain more powerful power. Only with more powerful power can he become a true god and be more qualified to become the master of the infinite land. Of course, this is just a step for him. Weber was much more straightforward. He also hoped to gain more powerful power. Moreover, Lin En was going back to Qinghai, and he also wanted to go to Qinghai to see it. The next day, Enel took the priests and the divine soldiers on the ship. After Weber said goodbye to his tribe, he took the cockroach Kamachili, Braham, Jebeo, Lakai, and others to board Lin En's ship on June 1 St. At this point, Lin En's crew was injected with fresh blood again. Lin En gave the task of guiding the newcomers to Bartolomeo, including the practice of armament haki. As for the observation haki, Lin En asked Bartolomeo to ask Enelu and others about the practice, and he did not have the idea of keeping it to himself. If you want to practice kendo, he is willing to give some guidance. Lin En always believes that the master leads the way, and the practice is up to the individual. Kojiro has so many apprentices, but the only one who is really talented and famous is the one who landed by rope. The ship fell directly back to Qinghai from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Kaya sighed, "The air below is still good. The air is thin at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Kaya is not a combatant, and being able to adapt without adverse reactions is already an excellent performance. Do you want to go and see it?" Lin En looked at Weber and the others and asked, "The island of Gaia is in front of us, which is your hometown?" Brahm, Jebeo, and Lakai all looked at Weber. Obviously, they all followed Weber's lead. If Weber said they wanted to go to the island, then they would go to the island. Weber replied, "No, boss, we are not qualified to return to our homeland now." Now Weber and the others have naturally learned to call the word boss. Perhaps because of Kuro, Zongjao, Latu, and others, they also learned it. Lin En said, "Well, in this case, you stay on the ship first." Lin En made a supply on Gaia Island and caught a compass bird in the forest, and then continued to head towards the 10-water city. At this time, Enel was strengthening his strength and physical training. Physical fitness is the basis of armament haki. In Lin En's view, the body is a container. Armament haki is stored in the body. The stronger the physique, the greater the total amount of armament haki stored. Therefore, Douglas Barrett, the heir of the devil, trained hard and constantly strengthened his body, and possessed a terrifying reserve of armament haki. Of course, the storage of armament haki is not just in and out. It must be consumed continuously, and then the body can become more armament haki. Only by repeating this can the upper limit of the reserve of armament haki be expanded, and the proficiency of using armament haki can be increased. Among the 3 colors of haki, Conqueror haki is the talent of the King of Heaven. Observation haki can also be obtained through awakening. Of course, it can also be awakened through acquired practice. Only armament haki has no shortcuts, and everyone can practice it. However, the ultimate strength of armament haki, apart from practice, is also determined by physical talent. For example, Charlotte Linlin, a monster of the sky. Enel is a person with extremely high talent. Although his use of observation haki has not yet reached the level of predicting the future, the range is Aurora. However, Enel has a flaw. That is being too arrogant. He thought armament haki was easy to practice. Unexpectedly, the method of practice is not only simple, but also very boring. He is a god, and he has to practice from the most basic like Weber and others. At this time, Latu shouted on the mast, "Boss, the front is the Long Ring Long Island. Take a rest on the Long Ring Long Island." Every time he arrives at a new island, Lin En will stop and go to the island for an inspection. Looking down from a high altitude, the Long Ring Long Island is shaped like a long ring. Normally, it is divided into 10 small islands by the sea. Every year, due to the influence of the gods of water, there will be a day when the sea water ebbs. However, not long after Lin En landed on the island, he happened to meet someone. Of course, it is not so much it is better to say that the man is waiting for Lin En here than to meet him. What a guy who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Lin En looked at the man lying on the grass in front of him and sleeping. It was the current Admiral Aokiji 0.0. Lin En knew why Aokiji was waiting for him here. At this time, Aokiji took off his eye mask and looked at Lin En and others. "Brother, he is not here to cause trouble for us, right?" Bartolomeo recognized Aokiji's figure. Kuro, Zongjao, and others were a little nervous. They all had wanted orders on them. However, the Admiral of the Navy would not embarrass these little people. Lin En said without turning his head, "You go back to the ship first." Bartolomeo and others heard the words and then went to the ship. Enel glanced at Aokiji and snorted coldly. He hated this kind of cold, cool, and arrogant guy the most. Chapter 122, You Know Too Much. After Enel and the others left, only Lin En and Aokiji were left on the beach. Aokiji's eyes were cold, which was obviously different from his usual laziness. To be precise, there was a bit of hostility. Lin En said, "You are waiting for me." Aokiji looked at Lin En and did not answer. In fact, Aokiji was indeed waiting for Lin En. Because Lin En had recently come into contact with a sensitive person. Aokiji finally spoke, "I have investigated you." Lin En smiled and asked, "Oh? Do you have any evidence to arrest me?" Aokiji looked at Lin En, "You think you are very smart, but if you want to arrest you, it is still very easy to do." Lin En had a nonchalant expression. Of course, I believe you have the ability. After all, the bounty for the Devil's Son has not increased in recent years. Hearing Lin En mention Robin, Aokiji's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. Indeed, since Aokiji let Robin go, 12 did not completely ignore her. Aokiji has been protecting Robin all these years. All the organizations that Robin has been in and those that tried to deal with Robin were eliminated by Aokiji. As for the crimes committed by Robin, Aokiji also helped to deal with them. If Aokiji hadn't helped to cover up, Robin's bounty would not be just 79 million Baileys. The world government and CPS would have targeted and discovered Robin earlier. Until Lin appeared in Alabasta and walked with Sha Crocodile. Lin asked, "Do you want to kill me?" Aokiji replied, "I have this idea, after all, I can't see through you." Aokiji investigated Lin. In his investigation, Lin was a businessman chasing money, at least on the surface. Lin competed unscrupulously and seized assets at all costs. He bribed and even killed and set fire to people behind the scenes. However, as Lin said, everything was suspicion, but there was no evidence. Of course, Aokiji was not concerned about how to convict Lin. Given Aokiji's position in the Navy headquarters, it would not be difficult for him to convict Lin En. But Lin En's strength and power are not for show. Lin En asked, "Do you think I am two-faced?" Of course, Sengoku doesn't want that either. The world government certainly doesn't want to create another trouble out of thin air. Aokiji nodded, "You give me a sense of danger." "Really?" Lin En smiled, then said, "Maybe your intuition is right." Aokiji said, "I don't know what your intention is, but I still remind you not to get close to Nico Robin. It's not a wise choice to provoke her." Lin En smiled and said, "I'm different from Sha Crocodile. I'm not interested in ancient weapons." "Really? It seems you know a lot." Frost has appeared on Aokiji's right hand. Lin En has contacted Sha Crocodile and has now reached a cooperation. Sha Crocodile hopes to obtain ancient weapons from Robin. At first glance, it seems that Lin En and Robin do not have much intersection and no conflict of interest. However, Sha Crocodile is a big trouble. If something goes wrong, Lin En will also be affected. However, Lin En cooperates with Sha Crocodile. This is obviously unreasonable. As a businessman, you should not be in trouble, let alone take the initiative to contact trouble. Lin En still has a smile on his face, can't help but do it. It was you who gave the Golden Lion a fatal blow back then. As Aokiji spoke, an ice saber appeared in his right hand. Lin En also pulled out Hwang. The knife was unsheathed, and the cold light illuminated Aokiji's face. Lin En said, "Do you know why I am not afraid of the world government's arrest? Because they don't want to cause more trouble." Aokiji had already pounced on Lin En. He used his left hand to condense an ice ball with freezing air and threw it directly at Lin En. When Lin En dodged the ice ball, it hit a reef. Bang! The ice ball exploded, and the freezing air in the ice ball instantly froze the reef. When the knife in Lin En's hand and the ice saber in Aokiji's hand chopped together. Although it was just an ice knife condensed with freezing air, after being infused with armed color domineering, it was not inferior to any famous sword in terms of hardness and sharpness. Because 617 I am strong enough, and I don't want to be wanted, so the world government feels my attitude. They know that I understand the rules of the world and will act according to the rules. When Lin En spoke, Hwang chopped directly at Aokiji's neck. Aokiji turned his head to avoid it, and at the same time kicked Lin En with his left foot. Lin En raised his foot to block it. When the two people's feet kicked hard together, still making a steel-like sound. Aokiji is Zifa's most admired disciple, so he is not weak in the practice of armament haki. Because you know the rules, you can do whatever you want and not be punished by justice. Aokiji said calmly, and at the same time, he increased the speed of attack. Lin En replied, "No, whether you admit it or not, this is the rule of the game in the world. If you still want to stay in the Navy, you'd better choose to accept it, otherwise you won't be able to get promoted." No matter whether Lin En knows the development of history. With Aokiji's character of loving civilians, it is destined that he will never be recognized by the top leaders of the world government. Only Akainu is the most suitable executioner and the most obedient hawk. Chapter 123, The Admiral Who Lost His Faith. Seeing that Aokiji continued to be silent, he did not answer. Lin En continued, "Are you thinking, what's the point of being promoted? Even if you are promoted to Marshal or Commander-in-Chief, it still can't change. You seem to know me better than I do." Aokiji said coldly. "Why did you join the Navy?" Before joining the Navy, Aokiji had no confusion in his heart. Of course, it was for justice. However, after joining the Navy, Aokiji began to be confused. Because the justice shown by the Navy was different from the justice he thought. The justice of the Navy is just serving the world government. Even the world government itself is just a tool of the celestial dragons. Located in the Sabayati archipelago slave auction house. Human trafficking is carried out openly. This alone cannot be called justice. However, the Navy must not only turn a blind eye, but also protect those evil. In addition, the Aura incident, the recent investigation of Punk Hazard and the missing children cases in recent years are related. Everything makes Aokiji confused. Especially Garp is powerless and can only choose to watch coldly like a salted fish. As for Aokiji himself, he once thought that as long as he had a higher power, he could change, at least change something. However, even if he became an admiral, he could not change anything. Moreover, the admiral often has no choice. You are confused. Lin En swung his knife forward and used the force to jump back to distance himself, avoiding being eroded by the freezing air. At this time, Aokiji condensed an ice spear in his left hand and threw it at Lin En. The ice spear was projected at a very fast speed. It can easily penetrate a person. Lin En swung his knife forward and cut off the ice spear. Compared to pursuing power and interests, I have indeed lost my goal. Aokiji did not deny it and was honest about his state. Lin En asked casually, "Do you want to consider changing jobs, such as joining my group? Your idea is very interesting." As Aokiji spoke, he released freezing air. As an ice bird flew out, the path from the beach to the sea was completely frozen, and an ice wall as high as tens of meters was erected. Lin En glanced at the ice wall. "Do you still want to kill me?" Lin En knew about Robin, which was a very unstable factor. When Aokiji let Robin go and kept protecting her, the consequences would be disastrous if the world government found out about it. At present, if you want to keep a secret, you naturally have to let fewer people know the secret. Although you know me well, you and I will not be friends. When Aokiji spoke, he released a large amount of freezing air. Ice Age. The freezing air released in one breath froze the entire island. At the same time, Lin En was also frozen. Seeing Lin En frozen in the ice, Aokiji's right hand began to condense freezing air. Crack, crack, crack. The ice surface shattered. Lin En is not Luffy, who will be easily killed in one move. However, Aokiji also knows that Lin En's strength is not weak. Therefore, almost at the moment when Lin En broke the ice, Aokiji had already arrived in front of Lin En. "It's over." Aokiji stretched out his right hand and grabbed Lin En directly. Lin En raised the knife to block in front of him. Aokiji's hand grabbed the blade, and the freezing air was released instantly. The freezing air began to flow along the blade and into Lin En's body. He wanted to freeze Lin's blood vessels, muscles, and nerves to death, and make Lin's heartbeat stop. Ever since the day Aokiji let Robin go, he has been helping Robin with the aftermath. Today is no exception. Lin is a threat, so he has to take action to solve it. But When half of Lin's body was attached to the frost, he heard Lin say, "I originally wanted to retain some strength, but you always want to kill me, which makes me a little annoyed." As soon as the voice fell, the armed color domineering in Lin's body burst out. The cold air that originally invaded the body was instantly pushed out. This process is visible to the naked eye. The white frost was expelled from Lin's body in an instant. Not only the frost that invaded the body. With Lin as the center, the frost within hundreds of meters around was dispelled. What an amazing armed color domineering! At the same time, the armed color domineering was poured into the blade, and the sword energy rubbed with high friction, igniting sparks. The pattern of red lotus appeared under Lin's feet. Reverse/red lotus. Wang's blade was wrapped in flames, and he slashed directly at Aokiji. Aokiji frowned. Obviously, he underestimated Lin En's strength. The knife in Lin En's hand directly split Aokiji. Lin En looked at Aokiji, who had been split in half, and murmured, "Active element, Wang Dazaya Hua, it's really annoying." The next second, Aokiji's hands condensed 2 ice spears and stabbed Lin En. Lin En took a step back to avoid the attack. And the attack was not over yet. Aokiji's right hand condensed the ice saber again, and his left hand threw out the frozen time capsule. While Lin En split the frozen time capsule, the cold air froze him in place again. When Lin En broke through the ice, Aokiji appeared in front of Lin En again. This time, Aokiji did not use the freezing air to freeze, but directly swung the ice saber and slashed at Lin En's neck. He knew that Lin En's armed color domineering was very strong, and the reserve was amazing. In this case, let's get serious. Want to kill Lin En directly with swordsmanship and physical skills. Chapter 124, Let Aokiji Retreat. When the ice saber slashed again, Lin En swung his sword to block it. This time, the force of Aokiji's sword swing was completely different from before. Obviously serious. It seems that if you don't show your strength, you will be underestimated. Lin En used the force to slide on the ice for a distance. Aokiji threw another ice ball, and at the same time, he followed the ice ball. If Lin En dodges the ice ball, it will inevitably cause a pause in his body. This pause is the flaw. As a swordsman, I don't think there is anyone in this world who can beat me in swordsmanship. As Lin En spoke, the knife in his hand slashed forward. Wind barrier. The sword pressure formed a wind wall. Bang! The ice ball melted after hitting the wind wall and condensed into an ice wall. However, Aokiji then swung the ice saber and slashed it hard. This knife brought a biting cold air. If he took it by force, he would definitely get frostbite. But Lin En didn't care. Because he had protected his body with armament haki so that the cold air could not invade his body. Although using armament haki in this way consumes a lot of HAKI 920, Lin En was not flat. Dang! Bang! Drop! Drop! The ice under Lin En's feet shattered and the ground collapsed. With Lin En and Aokiji as the center, the island sank and the sea water rushed to the shore. The island could not withstand a fierce battle. At this moment, Lin En not only blocked it, but also launched a counterattack. Reverse slash, backflow. Armament haki penetrated the blade. As Lin En slashed forward with force, the sword energy surged out in a fan shape. The sword energy instantly turned the ice wall and frozen soil into ice chips, and left a long river of ice on the ice surface. Aokiji raised his arms to block, and the armament haki condensed on his arms. Bang! Although he blocked it, Aokiji's shirt was already badly damaged. I haven't had such a good fight in a long time. Do you want to have fun today? Lin En caught up with a smile on his face. Swish! 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 Lin En stepped on the ground, his body turned into a trail of afterimages. Aokiji saw this and released cold air from his feet, almost connected to the ground. At the same time, the cold air, like tree roots, broke out of the ground under Aokiji's deliberate guidance. Swish! 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 The sharp ice cones pierced the ground, each of which was tens of meters long. The ice cones were extremely sharp, and if they were scratched lightly, the skin would be torn apart. If you were pierced, the consequences would be disastrous. However, Lin En avoided it perfectly. He seemed to have known where the ice cones would pierce, and dodged in advance. Predicted. Aokiji stared at Lin En. Lin En smiled and replied, "Yes, advanced observation haki." Aokiji said, "It seems that we need to re-evaluate you." The reports on Lin En by the Navy headquarters and CP underestimated Lin En's strength. Of course, it is better to say that Lin En hid too deeply than to say that he underestimated it. If Aokiji had not come to find Lin En this time and attacked him seriously, it would have been difficult to force out Lin En's strength. "Do you want to continue fighting?" Lin En used armament haki again to dispel the cold air attached to his body, and then asked calmly. Every day he would hold Huang to meditate. Huang would quickly absorb the armament haki in his body. After the armament haki was sucked out, it would be restored and filled with the body. In short, the strength of the physique determines the reserve of armament haki. The process of consuming armament haki and restoring armament haki every day is also very important. To understand it in the game, it is the speed of magic recovery. If consumption is equal to recovery, then theoretically the amount of armament haki is infinite. Of course, this is Lin En's own understanding. It is difficult to achieve an infinite cycle. However, Lin En's current armament haki recovery is the speed of recovery is already terrifying. Aokiji also realized this quickly. Lin En's physical strength is full. The two of them have been fighting until now, and Lin En has not felt tired at all. Why are monsters unwilling to have conflicts with each other? First, there is no certainty of victory, and second, if it becomes a protracted war, it will be difficult to tell the winner. Unless there is a real mortal hatred, otherwise, fighting with a strong man without implementing the other party is a waste of time. Aokiji thought about it, although he did not throw away the ice saber, he did not attack again. "I know you care about Nico Robin very much, and you don't believe me, but I still want to tell you that I am just a businessman and have no interest in ancient weapons." Lin En emphasized his position again. "I will report to the headquarters, but I hope you don't cause trouble for yourself. I don't know about your affairs." Aokiji turned and left. Before leaving, he said without looking back. The last words were Aokiji's warning to Lin En. Aokiji will not report the fact that Lin En hides his strength. After all, everyone who hides his strength has his own purpose. If the world government and the Navy knew Lin En's true strength, the attention they paid to Lin En would be different. Of course, as a condition, Lin En also needs to hide Robin's affairs. Lin En looked at Aokiji's receding back, and the corners of his mouth raised an arc. Lin En is not afraid of Aokiji, nor is he afraid of anyone. Fighting or not fighting is entirely based on one's own interests. Of course, he believes that Aokiji will not mention what happened today. Because Aokiji did not see through Lin En. So, maintain asura in the sense of mystery is not only attractive to women, but also ensures your own safety. Chapter 125, The Lurking Undercover. That guy is really a bastard. Next time we meet, we must take care of him. Bartolomeo shouted to take revenge on Aokiji. The reason is naturally that the blue pheasant froze the surrounding sea surface. Lin's boat is frozen on the sea and needs to wait for the ice to melt. Obviously, King Z is still very delicate in his work. In order to deal with the aftermath and ensure that the news is not leaked, he has already prepared for the worst. Although King Z is a good person, he is different from Zifa. Zifa has a kind-hearted attitude and is known for not killing. Although King Z is also kind, he will kill people to protect him. For example, during the days when he was secretly protecting Robin, Aokiji killed many people. Most of the organizations that Robin had joined were eventually eliminated by Aokiji. If Luffy is not Garp's grandson, then Luffy and his gang may become targets of obliteration when they come into contact with Robin. After all, Luffy is also a pirate. As for Lin, he only appears to be a good guy. King Z has already investigated Lin En. Lin En was able to become the richest man in the East China Sea in a short period of time and quickly accumulate such a huge wealth. There must be some shady activities. It's just that Qing Pheasant is too lazy to take care of it. Just like the four emperors of the New World and the current Shang Wohei, which one is not full of evil? As long as Lin doesn't interfere with Robin and the ancient weapons. The Qing Pheasant didn't want to care about what Lin En was planning. After the sea thawed, Lin continued sailing. Finally, nearly 2 weeks later than the scheduled date, we arrived at the capital of 10 Waters. After Lin docked the boat at the pier, he and everyone took the Blue and started sightseeing. Blue is a creature raised by local people and is a very docile water vehicle. During the ride, Nyakajao recorded the local customs through conversations with the tour guide. There are also specialties etc. As a water city, the capital of 10 Waters has many waterways and is very complex. It was an eye-opener for Kaya and others. Later, Lin and others came to Sift Station. From here, you can take the water train to St. Biang, the town of Spring Lady, or the City of Food. Phuc. The train station is Kakaluo Granny. It's really a train floating on water. It's amazing. Small. Is it really not going to sink? Kaya, Bartolomeo, Kuro, Zongjao, and others all looked like country bumpkins, observing the water train. At this time, the train was about 10 minutes away from departure. Granny Kakaluo held the wine bottle and drank heavily. She saw Lin in the crowd. The first impression Lin gave her was that he was extraordinary. Lin En also saw Grandma Kakaluo, and took the initiative to talk to them. Hello, I am a businessman from Donghai. My name is Lin En. This is my business card. They are my employees. Lin En handed the business card to Granny Kakaluo. What a polite and handsome young man. Granny Kakaluo answered with a smile and took Lin En's business card. Lin En chatted with Grandma Kakaluo for a while, and they finally got to know each other. Before driving off, Lin En also gave Granny Kakaluo a bottle of plum wine as a meeting gift. After waiting for departure, Lin En and others went to St. Poplar Town and the gourmet capital Puqiai. After a general tour around the capital of 10 Waters, Lin En led everyone to the headquarters of Carrera Company. The headquarters of Carrera Company, also the residence of Chief Executive Ispagu, is the largest and most secure residence on the island. At this time, Ispagu was dealing with municipal issues. Tuk tuk tuk. There was a knock on the door. Come in. The woman who entered the door was wearing a tight-fitting hip-hugging skirt and a pair of high heels. She had long blonde hair and wore glasses with tinted lenses. It was Khalifa, who had been undercover with Ispagu for 3 years. Khalifa walked up to Ispagu and said, "Boss, there is a businessman from the East China Sea who wants to see you." A merchant from the East China Sea? Ispagu was stunned for a moment. What's your name? Khalifa replied, Lin. Lin, it turned out to be him. Ispagu pays attention to the contents of the newspapers every day. Not long ago, Lin's investment of 200 billion belly in Alabasta caused quite a stir. Ispagu also remembered the name Lin. Ispagu said, invite him in. If ordinary people want to see Ispagu, they may not be able to make an appointment. But Lin is different. Lin represents money. Ispagu is not only a minister, but also a businessman. Will the businessman refuse the money? Obviously still not. Please go this way. Khalifa acted exactly like an ordinary secretary. Bartolomeo and others did not notice Khalifa's flaw, including Gina. After all, Khalifa and others are professionally trained agents. Moreover, he has been lurking for many years and has already adapted to the disguised identity. Lin also acted very naturally. He had no intention of revealing Khalifa's identity. Chapter 126, Conflict with CP9. Please take a seat. Ispagu welcomed Lin to the sofa. In the office, there were only 3 people, Lin, Ispagu, and Nakajao. After Khalifa finished serving the coffee, she went to entertain the others. In the living room, Enelu and others had no intention of being polite. They enjoyed the desserts and tea sent by Khalifa without hesitation. Moreover, there is still more to be added. Are these guys really businessmen? Khalifa muttered in her heart. At this time, Lin had already come straight to the point. I plan to acquire Carrera Company. Acquire? Ispagu frowned. Lin said, you also know my financial strength. If 617 opens another shipping company, there will definitely be competition, and even various competitive means will appear, which is not conducive to the interests of each other. The implication is that if you don't sell the company, the process of competition will cause you huge losses. Ispagu has not recovered yet. Lin said again, don't worry, you will still be the general manager of Carrera Company in the future. I will continue to employ the 5 major foremen and all employees in the company, and all salaries will be doubled. At this time, Lin looked at Nokaigao again. Nokaigao had handed the agreement prepared in advance to Ispagu. After reading the content of the agreement, Ispagu replied, this is not a trivial matter. Can you give me more time to think about it? Of course. Lin stood up and held out his hand. Isaibagu also stood up and shook hands with Lin. Lin said, I hope that the president can reach a cooperation with me first, so that it will be good for both of us. After that, Lin turned and left. After sending Lin and others away, Khalifa returned to Isaibagu. This East China Sea richest man is really a headache. Isaibagu leaned on the sofa and smiled bitterly. Lin was very strong and did not give him any buffer time at all. In the negotiation, Lin had the initiative. If Isaibagu did not sell Carrera, then Lin would acquire other shipyards and poach Carrera's employees at a high price. Facing the East China Sea richest man who had just thrown out 100 billion baileys in Alabasta not long ago, Isaibagu was weaker in momentum. Khalifa saw the acquisition contract. Lin offered a price of 30 billion baileys. 30 billion baileys is not much, of course, not little either. The price of a good ship is more than 200 million baileys. The 10 Waters Capital is the largest shipyard in the Grand Line. Carrera is the largest shipyard in the shipyard. The company's output value and future development will definitely not be less than 30 billion baileys. If it is not sold, it will face vicious competition. Khalifa immediately informed Lucci that Lin wanted to acquire Kakshila. Lucci is now one of the 5 foremen. I know. Lucci turned and left, and went to Bruno Bar. They lurked in the 7 Waters Capital for the purpose of seizing the design drawings of the ancient weapon Pluto. Now that the fishman Tom is missing, the person who is most likely to know the whereabouts of the design drawings is Ispagu. If Carrera is sold to Lin, will the design drawings of Pluto fall into Lin's hands? Of course, Lucci is only worried about this aspect now. After all, Lin just came from the East China Sea not long ago, how could he know about the design drawings of Pluto? However, even if he doesn't know, Lucci has to eliminate the hidden dangers. CP9 has always done things neatly and efficiently. Moreover, they do it without anyone noticing. The sky has darkened. Lin and others have settled down in the hotel. As usual, Lin holds Huang and meditates with his eyes closed. The rooms of Kaya, Nakago, Kuina, and Enel are just around Lin's room. At this time, Enel's voice is transmitted to Lin through the radio waves. Boss, someone is approaching. Although Lucci, Keiku, and Bruno approached the hotel silently, they never dreamed of it. After entering the 10 Water City, Lin asked Enel to cover the entire 7 Water City with a heart network. In short, everyone in the 10 Water City was monitored by Enel. including the assassination plan of Lucci, Keiku, and Bruno. Lin En said, "Just drive the intruders away." Enel asked, "Why can't these rats be electrocuted to death?" "Just do it." Lin En didn't plan to tell Enel about CP9's background in detail. Killing CP9 would inevitably attract the attention of the five elders. Lin En didn't want to attract the attention of the five elders so quickly. "Okay, let's do what you say." 0.0. After Enel finished speaking, he used radio waves to contact Bartolomeo, Kuro, Zongjao, Weber, and others. At this time, Bruno came to the backyard of the hotel. The door to the backyard was locked. However, Bruno ignored the door and directly used the ability of the door fruit to force a door in the wall. And from this door, he came directly to the outside of Lin En's room. Lucci gave Keiku and Bruno a look. They have been training together since they were young, and they have already trained tacitly. However, they didn't have time to open the door. "If you don't want to die, get out of here." Enelo's voice was transmitted to the ears of the three people along the radio waves. Chapter 127, Being Pressed to the Ground by Money. Enelu, Bartolomeo, Akin, Kuro, Zango, Weber and others appeared behind him. Keiku and Bruno turned their backs, back to back, and looked to the left and right of the corridor. Lucci was in the middle, with Lin's room behind him and Enelu and Akin in front of him. Sit sizes. Enelu's palm was showing electricity. Enelu warned, "Don't count me saying it again." "The ability of lightning?" Lucci's face hidden under the mask frowned after seeing the need for electricity. At this time, Akin swung two crutches. Bartolomeo drew his knife. Retreat. Since he was discovered, and the opponent's ability and strength seemed not weak, Lucci decisively gave up the mission. And as long as Bruno was here, they could leave at any time. "Open the door." 12. Bruno jumped into the air and opened a door on the roof. Then, Lucci and others left quickly. Bartolomeo said coldly, "If it weren't for my brother's prohibition, these don't even think about running away." The next day, Lin En brought people to dock number 1. Dock number 1 is the best dock of Carrera Company. At this time, a large number of shipbuilders were busy in the dock. They were building a luxury cruise ship with a total cost of 6 billion baileys. What a beautiful ship! Lin En looked at the big ship under construction and praised it to himself. At this time, 5 foremen including Barry, Lucci, Baku, and others came over. The news that Lin En wanted to acquire Carrera Company had spread. However, Barry, Bipli Lulu, and Talston were all loyal followers of Espagu. Therefore, they were hostile to Lin En's acquisition. "It seems that you all know." Lin En looked at the people present and continued, "I have decided to acquire Carrera Shipbuilding Company. If everything goes well, I will be your new boss." "We don't need a new boss. Get out of here with your money. You are not welcome here." The shipwrights still repel Lin En. Of course, this is human nature. After all, Espagu is not only their boss, but also a kind person, otherwise he would not be elected as the captain. "Asshole, how dare you talk to the big brother like this?" Bartolomeo is about to draw his knife and chop him. Lin En said, "Let's go." "But big brother." Bartolomeo was about to teach these shipwrights a lesson for Lin En. "This place will be ours sooner or later." Lin En left dock number 1. At this time, in the office of dock number 1, Espagu saw all this. After leaving dock number 1, Lin En said to Bartolomeo and others, "Go to the bank to withdraw cash." Soon, Lin En took out boxes of Bailey from the bank. "I want to buy this shipyard." Their first stop is a medium-sized shipyard. After Lin En finished speaking, Bartolomeo and others opened the boxes and placed boxes of Bailey in front of the shipyard owner. In the face of money, the shipyard owner, who was already mediocre, chose to sell the shipyard. The acquisition of the first shipyard was completed. Later, Lin En sent Bartolomeo, Ajin, and others to the second shipyard. It was still the same routine. After meeting, the money was shown. Then the contract was signed. The acquisition of the second shipyard was completed. On the morning of the third day, Lin En came to Asibagu again. Lin En asked, "I wonder if Mr. Shishang has considered it." Asibagu looked at Lin En and frowned and asked, "Mr. Lin En, doing this will only damage the shipbuilding industry." He knew that Lin En had recently acquired many shipyards. Although these shipyards were not large in scale and they could not take on some large shipbuilding orders, the orders for small and medium-sized ships brought considerable profits, and the short construction time was an income that every shipbuilding company could not ignore. In addition, Lin En not only acquired the shipyard, but also launched a preferential promotion. Within 3 months, all newly built ships can get discounts. The original price of 200 million baileys is now only 170 million baileys. A direct price reduction of 30 million baileys. If Asibagu is also involved in vicious competition, it will definitely be 100 harms for Carrera Company. In addition, not only it's just a price war. Lin En is still sending people to poach. All the shipwrights who jump to Lin En shipyard will have their wages at least doubled. Some people even tripled their wages. At the same time, overtime is paid double or even triple wages. Lin En not only wants to make money, but also supports the shipwrights as much as possible in terms of treatment. In a short period of time, Lin En's reputation in the shipbuilding circle of Water City is getting bigger and bigger. Lin En said, "I don't care about these, I just want to ask Mr. Shi, if you still don't agree, then I can only use more extreme commercial competition methods, which will cause greater losses at that time." More extreme commercial competition means all kinds of shady little moves. After listening to Lin En's words, Asibagu was silent for a while. Then he took a deep breath and said to Lin, "If you really want to buy this company, then I can promise you, but the premise is that you can't fire any employee, and at the same time, you have to respect their opinions." Lin replied, "Of course, I am the most honest." Chapter 128, The first East China Sea businessman to set foot in Marineford. Lin and Asibagu have reached an acquisition agreement. Lin will acquire 60% of Carrera's shares and leave 40% to Asibagu. At the same time, Carrera Shipbuilding Company was officially renamed Lin Shipbuilding Company and became one of the industries under the Lin Chamber of Commerce. Too despicable. I really didn't expect this guy to be such a person. The newspaper also described him as a good person. He is a robber. Barry found Asibagu, who kept chattering in front of everyone, constantly saying bad things about Lin. However, Asibagu knew that Lin's threat directly threatened their weak points. Using small and medium-sized shipyards and grabbing orders at low prices can make Carrera Shipbuilding Company lack small orders and cash flow. At the same time, as long as Lin En is willing, he can send people to mess up the dock, so that the large ships in the dock cannot be launched or delayed delivery. In this way, Carrera Company will have to pay huge fees. Asibagu knows how despicable the so-called extreme business competition is. However, Asibagu can't compete. Because he is not only a businessman, a she chief, and also a shipbuilder. Asibagu knew very well that if he confronted Lin, the consequences would be disastrous. However, there was also good news. For Lucci and others, Lin was willing to let everyone, including Asibagu, stay in Carrera Company. In this way, they could continue to be undercover and look for the design drawings of the ancient weapon Ming. As for whether Lin was consistent in appearance and whether he was a hypocritical profiteer, this had nothing to do with them. In July 1518 of the Haiwan calendar, Lin En Chamber of Commerce officially placed an order for 200 large cargo ships with Lin En Shipyard. This was only an initial order. There will be more orders in the future. Because as the factories in Alabasta are built one after another and the equipment is put into use one after another, the production capacity of the rapeseed flour industrial park will soon need to be sold to the outside world. Therefore, the speed of the cargo ship can only be more, not less. However, with goods and logistics, the safety of the logistics process is also needed. Lin-En Chamber of Commerce began to recruit security guards and expand the number of security forces. At the same time, Lin-En went to the town of Marineford in the name of visiting Garp. The Navy headquarters wants to go to Marineford town. There are not many warships anchored in the fortress. Among them, the flagship of the Vice Admiral is clearly visible. In addition, there are not many large warships. Each of these large warships is equipped with 1,000 marines. Moreover, from the appearance of these warships, Lin-En may have sea stones on the bottom of the ship. Lin-En counted and found that there were about 15 large warships left at the dock. The demon killing order can be issued at any time. The headquarters does not retain much combat power, but it is just enough. Kuro and Zhang Jiao never thought that they would be so close to Marineford town in their lives. Both of them were scared and hid in the cabin and refused to come out. Of course, in order to avoid trouble, Lin-En did not plan to take them off the ship this time. Before Lin-En's ship docked, the Navy stopped them outside the military port. The Navy that intercepted Lin-En was Vice Admiral Stoloberi, who was on duty at the headquarters. Stoloberi is an old subordinate of Kizaru. He also participated in the war against the Golden Lion 8 years ago and met Lin-En once. Lin-En said to Stoloberi, "I am Lin-En, a merchant from the East China Sea, and I am here to visit Vice Admiral Garp." Stoloberi still had an impression of Lin-En. However, he still handled business as usual. So, Stoloberi first reported to Kizaru using Den Mushi. Kizaru stayed at the headquarters on duty today, while Akainu was on duty in Marijoa. "It's him, then let him in." Kizaru was much more straightforward and did not embarrass Lin-En. Lin-En's ship then docked in the naval port. Garp, as always, ate senbei and drank tea in the office, thoroughly implementing the justice of salted fish. However, Garp was used to doing his own thing and Sengoku and others could not interfere. Uncle Garp Lin-En walked into the office and Garp became interested when he saw Lin-En. Garp shouted, "Zaya-he, help me prepare tea and fruit plates." He shook his head and helped Garp prepare. However, he was very curious about Lin-En. Because Lin-En was the first person to come here as a businessman. Back then, Lin-En helped Garp and others to kill the Golden Lion. Wang Dezhao proved his strength as a swordsman. However, Lin-En has been very low-key in recent years. The so-called low-key means that Lin-En almost never uses personal force, and has no conflicts with the strong. It is only the business legend about Lin-En and Lin-En's reputation as a good man that has spread all over the world. For a powerful swordsman, it is incredible to focus on doing business. Garp asked directly, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Lin-En replied, "Not long ago, a new industrial park was invested and built in Alabasta, and the products will be sold to the outside world soon, so waterway safety is a problem. I hope to meet with Marshal Zhangguo and talk to him about my ideas." Chapter 129, Face to Face with Sengoku. It is definitely impossible for ordinary businessmen to meet Sengoku. How many things does Sengoku have to do every day? How can he have time to meet a businessman? However, Lin-En is different. He has a good relationship with Garp. In the name of visiting Garp, he will meet Sengoku through Garp. No matter how busy Sengoku is, Garp's face must be given. Hearing that Lin-En wants to meet Sengoku, he smiled. It seems that Lin-En has the same little cleverness as most businessmen. Of course, this is also easy to understand. Businessmen always like to take shortcuts. If you can get the help of the Navy headquarters, it will be much easier to do business in the Grand Line. Garp didn't think too much, and said to Lin-En, "Come with me." Lin-En smiled back at he, and then followed Garp to Sengoku's office. In Sengoku's office, the goat was eating discarded documents. 390 Sengoku was still in a bad mood today. To be precise, Sengoku has never been in a good mood in recent years. Especially as Doflamingo grew stronger, he not only joined forces with the four emperors, but also had direct contact with the world government. There were too many dirty, filthy, and unbearable deals behind the scenes. Sengoku knew a lot, but he couldn't change or stop it. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. As the Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku needs to bear too much. He can only ensure that the world's balance is maintained in the name of absolute justice. Crash! Garp directly opened the sliding door of the office. Sengoku looked at Garp, and finally his eyes fell on Lin En's dot on the body. Garp. Zhangguo looked at Garp with an inquiring look. He didn't understand why Garp brought Lin to him. Garp replied, Lin has something to talk to you about. It's just a little bit of your time. It's okay. Garp's face really needs to be given. Zhangguo exhaled, pushed his glasses, and said, please sit down. Zhangguo got up and sat on the sofa. Garp was not polite at all. As soon as he arrived at Zhangguo's office, he directly took all the senbei on the coffee table. Zhangguo gritted his teeth, but it was not easy for him to get angry since outsiders were here. Zhangguo took the initiative to ask Lin En, what do you want to talk to me about? Lin En replied, I want to supply materials for the Navy of the Grand Line. In terms of the price of materials, I can give the best discount. While speaking, Lin En had taken out the quotation sheet prepared in advance. Lin En handed the quotation sheet to Zhangguo. Zhangguo glanced at it casually, and then said, the Navy's materials have always been the responsibility of the military. You should ask the military for this matter. This is a typical case of passing the buck. As the naval marshal, Zhangguo controls the navy of the world. However, Zhangguo has never taken care of the supply of materials. As a result, the supply of materials for the navy has always been controlled by the military. Lin En was not in a hurry. He took out another document and handed it to Zhangguo. The quotation sheet just now may not be clear enough to reflect the problem. This price can reflect many things. Zhangguo looked at the quotation above. The quotation included wholesale price, retail price, and special channel price. Although I don't know what the price of the supplies provided in the past was, taking rice as an example, the current price of 1 kilogram of rice is 320 baileys. And the wholesale price is 260 baileys. If the freight is increased, the price will be uncertain. What if the Navy has been purchasing at a price of 100 baileys, or even higher? That means that a large amount of the Navy's annual military budget is spent on these inconspicuous places. Without waiting for Zhangguo to speak, Lin En continued, if these military budgets that are eaten can be invested in warships and soldiers' welfare, then I believe it will be helpful for justice. After listening to Lin En's words, Zhangguo remained silent. Garp was counting on his fingers. 1 person, 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people. Before Garp finished counting, Zhangguo said, indeed, this is indeed an important expense that we have overlooked. Lin En said, I can guarantee that as long as I become a supplier of materials to the Navy headquarters, I can ensure that the price is absolutely lower than the market price. By becoming a supplier to the Navy, Lin En's merchant ship can fly the Navy's flag. For Lin En, this is enough. As for the profit of Navy materials, it doesn't matter if it doesn't make money. The only businessman who can cooperate with the Navy in the entire Grand Line, or the whole world. This title is enough. Zhangguo smiled. It was the first time he met a businessman like Lin En. Okay, I will discuss this matter with the higher UPS. The so-called discussion is actually just communicating with Kong. Kong is now the commander-in-chief of the 3 armed forces, and his office is in Marigiosa. Then I'll leave it to you. Lin En thanked him and left the office with Garp. Garp took Lin to the cafeteria for dinner. After they left, he came to find Zhangguo. Lin helped the Navy kill the Golden Lion. Zhangguo still had some concerns about Lin. But Lin was really devoted to Niu Yi. He asked Zhangguo, what do you think of him? Zhang Guo replied, he is a very smart and courageous young man, but unfortunately, he is not a navy. Chapter 130, Don Quixote Family. The food in the cafeteria of the Navy headquarters is still good. As the face of the world government, the world government's supply of materials to the Navy is still good. To make the horse run, you have to let the horse eat grass. Lin En, accompanied by Garp, had a meal of marine buffet. Both of them had a big appetite. The food here is good, isn't it? Serving the plate. The orderly in the cafeteria was busy. It's really good. And it's unlimited supply. Garp laughed loudly. His appearance made a group of little fans of the Navy admire Garp's heroism even more. Naturally, Lin En also received a lot of attention from the Navy. For example, Tina, who was having lunch, and Daotu, Shatun, and others. Daotu, Shatun, and others had seen Lin En, and had heard some about the relationship between Lin En and Garp. But they didn't expect Lin En to actually come to the Navy headquarters. And as a businessman. At this time, Kizaru came over. Kizaru has now been promoted to Admiral. However, Kizaru didn't have any airs in front of Garp, or he didn't dare to put on airs. After all, military rank is not worth mentioning in front of Garp's popularity. Kizaru also sat down and took the buns on the table without hesitation. The days on duty at the headquarters are really hard and boring. Garp is still smart and free. Kizaru complained while eating, feeling that Garp's choice was correct. Lin En echoed, it's not easy. I envy you, as a businessman. You are rich and free. With a satisfied look, he said, sometimes I am beautiful. Kizaru picked up a bowl of ramen and drank a big mouthful of soup. Before Lin En could answer, Garp said, if you feel bored, just resign from the position of Admiral, then you will be free. Maybe there will be such a day. Kizaru replied with a smile, and he didn't feel embarrassed even if he was scolded. Looking at the time, Kizaru said to Lin En, if you have something in the future, you can also come to me. As an admiral, I still have some authority. Lin En replied, since you said so, I won't be polite. Okay, I still have to accompany Marshal Sengoku to a meeting, I will treat you to a meal next time we meet. After saying this, Kizaru stood up and left. Meeting? What kind of meeting requires the presence of the Marshal and the Admiral at the same time? Is it a meeting of the 10 warlords of the sea? Lin En's mind raced, but he smiled back. Garp snorted and buried his head in his meal. He knew Kizaru, and Kizaru's desire for power was indeed not strong. Similarly, Kizaru was also very lazy about work. This laziness was different from Aokiji's. Aokiji was purely lazy recently, and he would be lazy whenever he could, while Kizaru was just pretending and would just muddle along whenever he could. Lin En left Marineford and went to the Sabayati archipelago. The Sabayati archipelago is located on the red soil in the middle of the Grand Line, in front of the mainland. The biggest feature of the Sabayati archipelago is that the roots of the Argiman mangroves secrete special natural resins due to respiration. The resin expands due to air to form bubbles, and then flies into the sky. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, houses built on bubbles. Bubble culture permeates every place in Sabayati Island. Wow, it's so beautiful. After arriving on the island, Kaya became a curious baby and looked around. Of course, it's not just Kaya, but also Nakako and others who are attracted by the dream island-like environment. This is simply the world where elves live. At this time, Zhang Jiao choked with sobs. He didn't expect that he could see such a magical scene in his life. Be careful here, don't cause trouble, especially those wearing bubble hoods on their heads, try to avoid them. Lin En reminded everyone. Avoiding the celestial dragons and not clashing with them is the wisest choice. Although it would be great to kill the celestial dragons, there will be constant trouble. Don't worry, big brother, I will definitely keep an eye on them. Bartolomeo patted his chest and promised. In fact, among these people, Bartolomeo is the most likely to cause trouble. He has become more sensible in recent years, but his temper is still bad. It's his personality that makes it difficult to change his nature. Lin said, "The auction house is in front, let's go to the auction house first." Lin En came here this time to buy some devil fruits. Although there are auction houses all over the world, the Sabayati archipelago is where 7 routes intersect, and theoretically has the richest resources. Of course, even if he doesn't buy it, Lin En can still take away the fruit ability. However, if the problem can be solved with money, try to use money as much as possible, which saves time and effort. Lin En looked at the exhibit list at the auction house. There are 3 devil fruits for sale today. The starting price is 200 million Baileys. 2 of them are animal type and 1 is superhuman type. There is just one thing that makes people puzzled. Why is the auction house so deserted today? Lin En led people into the venue. Sure enough, there were only 2 people sitting in the huge venue. Lin En recognized the identities of these 2 people. Diamante. Treble. Both of them are Doflamingo's men, and they are senior cotters. Seeing Lin En come in, Treble laughed, and he said, "I say, brother, you'd better not sit down, otherwise you will be unlucky today." Chapter 131, Do you know who we are? The reason why there were few people at the auction today has been answered. Lin looked at Toripole and Diamante, but he was not intimidated by them. Lin sat down immediately. I say, brother, do you know who we are?" Toripole stood up and tried to warn Lin. "Then do you know who we are?" Bartolomeo hit back bluntly. This made Toripole stunned. Toripole looked at Lin En and others carefully. Diamante also looked at Lin En. "It seems a little familiar. It's just that I didn't remember it for a while." At this time, the staff of the auction house were also worried about June 17. They didn't know how to deal with this matter. Toripole and Diamante are Doflamingo's subordinates. Doflamingo is Tian Yasha, Wu Hai, and he is cruel and ruthless. Looking at Lin En again, he doesn't seem to be afraid at all. And from the tone of their voice, it seems that they are not small. I just hope they don't make trouble. Even if they want to make trouble, they will make trouble outside. At this time, Lin En said, "It seems that after the meeting, we have to contact Kizaru to deal with it." "Contact Admiral Kizaru directly?" Torible's heart skipped a beat. However, Toribble was not easily frightened. It is possible that Lin En was bluffing. Can the Admiral of the Navy be found casually? It's just that Lin En really took out Den Den Mushi and put it there. It seems like he is waiting for time. He knew Kizaru was in a meeting, and now he put the Den Den Mushi there again. I say, Diamante, let's go first." Treble was still scared. Lin's aura was too strong, and he was too confident. It didn't seem like he was pretending. And if he could really find Kizaru, it would prove that Lin's identity was extraordinary. There was no need to conflict with Lin. Diamante stared at Lin, and then followed Treble away. The auction began. Now everyone sitting in the auction is Lin's people. Thanks to Treble and Diamante, there was no competition at all in this auction. Lin spent 600 million to buy 3 devil fruits. One is a superhuman sponge fruit, which can absorb and store damage and counterattack. 2 are animal type, namely the antelope form of the bulbul fruit and the mongoose form of the cat fruit. Lin gave the sponge fruit to Nojiko. He gave the cat fruit to Kuro and the bulbul fruit to Latu, and asked them to go straight then eat it. Can it really absorb damage? Don't move, let me try. Bartolomeo excitedly punched Nakago. Bang! The fist hit Nakago's body, just like hitting the sea, and sank quickly. But the force was absorbed by the sponge. As the sponge recovered, Nakago punched Bartolomeo. This move was the force that was just absorbed. Nakago returned it in full. Bang! This time, Bartolomeo was equivalent to being punched by himself. This is amazing. Nakago didn't expect this to happen. Sister Nakago is so powerful. Kaya said enviously. Lin En reminded, however, the weakness of the sponge is that it is afraid of piercing, cutting, and burning. Don't be too confident in your ability. In addition, the damage absorbed by the sponge is limited and needs to be developed seriously. The sponge can absorb water, but there is also a saturated state. Of course, the devil fruit can be developed to increase the upper limit. I will develop it seriously. Nochigo replied. After Diamante and Treble left the auction house, they went to the intersection of the world government, waiting for Doflamingo. Doflamingo went to Marijoa for a meeting. However, after today's meeting, Doflamingo had to do other things. Therefore, Diamante and Treble were specially asked to wait on the Sabayati archipelago. At this time, Treble was thinking about Lin's identity. He remembered that he had seen Lin. But where did he see him? At this time, Treble and Diamante passed by the bulletin board. Today's newspaper was posted on the bulletin board. There was a photo of Whitebeard on the newspaper. Wait. I said, I remembered it. Treble suddenly slapped his forehead. What did you remember? Diamante looked at Treble with a puzzled look. Torrible said, newspaper, yes, I have seen him in the newspaper. Who is he? Diamante asked. Torrible replied, remember the rapeseed poured in Arabasta. Diamante scratched his cheek, is he from Shah Crocodile? The richest man in the East China Sea who cooperated with Shah Crocodile to build an industrial park. Torrible had already remembered Lin En's identity. Lin En is the richest man in the East China Sea. The richest man in the East China Sea. Diamante doesn't often read newspapers. After all, there are people like Doflamingo and Torrible who make suggestions. Diamante is used to enjoying himself. Moreover, Doflamingo will arrange everything. He. I said, we seem to have made a fortune. Torrible remembered that Lin En was a super rich man who could take out 200 billion Baileys. Chapter 132, The Yasha That Fell from the Sky. Doflamingo and Bartholomew Kuma left Marijoa. Bartholomew Kuma chose to leave by boat. Doflamingo went to find Torrible and Diamante. Only Bartholomew Kuma and Doflamingo attended the 7 warlords of the sea meeting convened by Sengoku this time. As for Sea Knight Jinbei, Crocodile, Empress Hancock, Gecko Mariah, and Hawkeye Mihawk, all 5 were absent. This made Sengoku very unhappy. Especially today's meeting, Sengoku also asked Kizaru to participate, intending to strengthen the management of the warlords. I didn't expect the 7 warlords of the sea to be so disobedient. If they don't even want to come to the meeting, if you want to recruit them to fight, you must use coercive means. Dover. Torrible had a smile on his face and took the initiative to greet Doflamingo. When Doflamingo saw Tosubal's look, he knew something was going to happen. Doflamingo laughed uniquely, and walked to Torrible with flat steps. It seems there is some good news. Torrible said, I met a fat sheep. Doflamingo was in a good mood, it seems there is some fun. Torrible continued, I say, remember the richest man in the East China Sea who cooperated with Crocodile not long ago? Doflamingo asked, did that guy come here too? Torrible told Doflamingo about what happened to Lin at the auction house. Doflamingo murmured, it seems that guy is also familiar with the navy. Torrible reminded, this is a fat sheep. Fat sheep? Of course it is a fat sheep. Moreover, Doflamingo has tried to join forces with Shah Crocodile many times, but Shah Crocodile simply ignored him. I thought Shah Crocodile was such a lonesome person, but I didn't expect him to cooperate with a businessman. However, the richest man in the East China Sea seems to have an unusual background. He actually maintains such a close relationship with the navy. Let's go find him. Doflamingo was curious about Lin. Then, Diamante went to find someone to investigate Lin's location and secretly monitor Lin's movements. Lin received Garp's message. Zengoku has agreed to let Lin try to supply the navy. Of course, this requires a clear quotation list. As for the categories of supplies, they are mainly food. Flour, rice, meat, fruits and vegetables, wine, condiments, canned food, etc. In terms of price, Lin naturally gave enough discounts. Doing business with the Revolutionary Army and pirates is for money. Doing business with the Navy is to establish relationships. Then, after sending the quotation to the Navy headquarters, Lin waited for a reply again. The next day at noon, the Navy headquarters gave a reply, through Lin, and also sent people to prepare ships to transport supplies to the Marineford Fortress and the headquarters direct branch. If the first transaction goes smoothly, it will not be difficult to obtain the supply of the entire Navy in the future. At noon on the third day, Lin and others left the Sabayati archipelago by boat. Lin was ready to return to Alabasta. However, after the ship left the Sabayati archipelago, Latu found that he was being followed. On the mast, Latu looked at the ship behind with a telescope. "Boss, there is a pirate ship following us." Bartolomeo immediately said, "Brother, this time let me send them to the sea to feed the fish." Lin asked, "Did you see the pirate flag clearly? It looks like a smiley face." At this time, Latu was flipping through the illustrations of the pirate flag. Finally, Latu found the identity of these people. Latu said, "It's Doflamingo's ship." Doflamingo? It turned out to be him. Lin was no longer surprised when he learned that it was Doflamingo. Treble and Diamante met Lin, and then left in front of Lin in disgrace. It was normal for Doflamingo to save face now. Doflamingo's ship was getting faster and faster, and it was speeding up from behind. And Lin looked up and looked at the sky. There was a man flying between the clouds in the sky. It was Doflamingo. The pirate ship was just a means to attract attention. The one who really wanted to launch a surprise attack was actually Doflamingo in the sky. Prepare for battle. Bartolomeo did not find Doflamingo, but he was ready now. Aiken, Weber, Kuro, Zango and others were preparing for battle. On the deck, Don Lee and Brokey also held their weapons tightly. Although their weapons were made by Enelo temporarily, they were much better than bare hands. When Lin's ship and Doflamingo's ship were sailing almost side by side, Doflamingo flew down from the sky. As soon as Doflamingo landed on the deck, he let out a disgusting laugh. Lin looked at Doflamingo, and then gave Nojiko a look. Nojiko took Kaya back to the cabin first. Kuina put her hand on the hilt of the sword. Aiken swung his cane. Bartolomeo had already drawn his knife. Chapter 133, Who is this person? Lin took the initiative to ask, "Doflamingo, what do you want to see me for?" Doflamingo is an extreme guy. He is unruly, cruel, cold-blooded, and will do anything to achieve his goals. He can kill anyone who gets in his way, even his relatives. In this regard, he is quite kingly. I'm curious about what kind of man that guy can identify with and cooperate with. Doflamingo approached Lin, and at the same time, his fingers behind his back were secretly releasing the cattle line. He has a characteristic, that is, when he meets someone who doesn't obey him, he will use his strength to convince the other party. However, Zacrocoda was obviously unwilling to obey him, and Doflamingo also knew Zacrocoda's strength. Therefore, this time he came to Lin, not just to treat him as a fat sheep. Lin replied, "I'm just an ordinary businessman." Doflamingo laughed again, "I don't believe this." Lin asked calmly, "Then how do you want to get the answer?" "Of course, find the answer yourself." As Doflamingo spoke, his fingers moved quickly. Dozens of threads spread in the air. Then they fell like a meteor shower and inserted into the bodies of Ratu and others. As Doflamingo moved, he began to manipulate their body movements. Under Doflamingo's control, the limbs of Ratu and others began to move not according to their ideas. At this time, Doflamingo put away his index finger and ring finger, and raised his middle finger, thumb and little finger to pluck the silk thread. "What's wrong with me? My body won't obey. Get out of the way." Ratu drew his sword and was about to chop at Akin on the side. At the same time, Bartolomeo also swung his knife at Weber. "Don't perform such tricks in front of me," Lin said, and Kuina drew her knife directly and slashed at Doflamingo. "Sword, long sword." At this time, Diamante also boarded the ship from the back and pierced the rapier. The rapier stretched out and the fruit flew. "Dang!" Gina's knife slashed on the rapier. "He he he. I said you will be unlucky." Toribel also jumped to the 10th ship at this time. At this time, it was not just the two of them. Many members of the Don Quixote family have appeared on Doflamingo's ship, including Gladius, Baby5, Yora, Mahabes, etc. Doflamingo likes the feeling of being surrounded. Especially when he went to Marijoa for a meeting, he had to make himself look impressive. Lin said, "Enelu, Donli, Brokey, you can do whatever you want. I won't restrict you today." "Boss, I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time." When Enelu spoke, he twisted his neck, and at the same time, there was an electric current moving on his body. "These guys." Doflamingo noticed something was wrong. However, when the names of Tori and Brokey were confirmed, it turned out to be them. The former captain of the giant pirates. These two guys are not easy to deal with. Doflamingo looked at Ainiro, Donli, and Brokey smiled again. "I see, it seems that you are stronger than I thought." Lin En smiled and asked, "Just stronger? This is not the East China Sea." Doflamingo's smile turned into a hideous one, and then he controlled Lotto to pounce on Lin En. Swoosh! Lin En disappeared on the spot. "Shave?" When he reappeared, Lin En had already come to Doflamingo. And Doflamingo also released the parasitic line at this time and stopped controlling it. "You are still fooled." 5-color line. Doflamingo deliberately controlled Lotto to attack Lin En, trying to force Lin En to attack him actively. As long as Lin En dared to get close, he would fall into his trap. Doflamingo is very good at threatening others, and at the same time, he gives his opponent a fatal blow. Doflamingo's right hand produced a nearly transparent thin thread from each of his 5 fingers. Then, he made a beast claw gesture to let the 5 threads grab Lin En. As usual, the sharp threads would cut the opponent's body. However, the disadvantage of the 5-color line is that the attack range is not long and it must be close to exert its power. Therefore, Wang Dezhao, hostages are indispensable. Reverse/piercing the clouds. Lin En's eyes were stern, and the power of the sword on his body surged. It was just that the 5-color line grabbed Lin En. Lin En swung the sword forward. He did not attack Doflamingo to save people. It was just to cut off the things in front of him. Therefore, there was no hesitation when swinging the sword. The decisiveness was chilling. Doflamingo had seen this kind of eyes on my hawk. Who is this guy? Doflamingo's 5-color line was easily cut off with a knife. At the same time, the blade slashed Doflamingo's chest. If it weren't for Doflamingo, Doflamingo reacted quickly enough, and Lin En's knife could have cut him directly. Chapter 134, Your body is very honest. Doflamingo was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. This was even scarier than the experience of being hung on the city wall in his childhood. It was just a little bit short. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough and jumped back in time, then, it wouldn't be a matter of a wound on the chest. This guy's eyes. So cold. There was no mercy when he killed people, no madness, no hesitation. My hawk's eyes were the same. Extremely cold. Lin En didn't continue to chase and cut, but looked at Doflamingo. Lin En asked, "Did you get the answer you wanted?" Doflamingo covered his chest with his left hand, and then raised his left hand. "Bloody!" He didn't know how many years had passed. He didn't feel dying, and it reminded him of the scene when he was scared to the point of urinating in his childhood. Doflamingo laughed out loud instead, using his laughter to cover up his unnaturalness. Lin En knew Doflamingo's character very well. Doflamingo had ambitions for the celestial dragons, no, ambitions for the whole world. He wanted to be the king of the world. 617 It's just that although Doflamingo was crowned as the king, there is more than one king on the sea. In this battle of kings, Doflamingo lacked the courage to challenge monsters. Doflamingo would be afraid of Kaido or Charlotte Linlin. Have you laughed enough? If the answer you want is not enough, then I can provide you with some more. As Lin En spoke, he held the hilt of the knife with his left hand. Lin En was not left-handed. However, it was just right to use his left hand to deal with Doflamingo. As the armed color-domineering aura poured into the blade, Lin En's body once again surged with terrifying sword power and murderous intent. Doflamingo stopped smiling, and his expression became more ferocious. I underestimated the enemy just now. Now, I will let you know what kind of strength is worthy of being called a strong man of the sea. Doflamingo used a thread to repair his wound while speaking provocatively and taking an attacking stance. However, how could Doflamingo's little moves escape Lin's eyes? Lin knew that Doflamingo was good at using his mouth to delay time and buy time to repair his body, but Lin didn't care. Even if Doflamingo recovered from his injuries, Lin could easily defeat him. Air Road. Doflamingo shot out a thread so thin that it was invisible to the naked eye, tying up the clouds in the sky to achieve the effect of traction. Do you want to fight in the air? He wanted to use the advantage of the air to attack Lin. At the same time, he could also use the displacement process in the air to further buy time to repair his wounds. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't want to fight Lin at close range. Lin En's swordsmanship is very strong, and Doflamingo has already acknowledged this with his body reaction. You are so smart, swinging around like a monkey. Lin En muttered disapprovingly. Sure enough, Doflamingo moved at high speed in the air, constantly changing his position. He wanted to make Lin En unable to keep up with his speed. And he could take the initiative. Of course, this was purely Doflamingo's idea. It happened that there were many clouds in the sky, which allowed him to play freely. However, Lin En stopped moving. Why don't you chase me? Doflamingo was puzzled. He believed that since Lin En could shave, he should also be able to do the moon step. However, since he had his back to him, he could die. Lower the rogue line. Seeing Lin En standing still, Doflamingo immediately found an angle behind Lin En and saw Doflamingo stopped in the air, raising his arms up and swinging them down. While waving his right hand, he created a nearly flat and transparent thin thread from each of his 5 fingers, forming 5 forked threads similar to a leaf rake. It descended at high speed, trying to penetrate Lin's body. This line is too sharp. Under normal circumstances, the forked silk thread will penetrate the opponent and the ground at the same time. However, Lin actually jumped back a step, dodged accurately, and stretched out his right hand. At this time, Lin's right hand was wrapped with armament haki. Just caught the rogue line that was shot towards the deck. Prediction. Perfect prediction. Doflamingo's eyes widened. However, the next thing was even more incredible. While Lin dragged the rogue line, his left hand penetrated the armament haki into the blade. Reverse cut, backflow. After completing the sudden force, Lin swung the sword violently. The sword energy was majestic and pierced through the sky. The clouds fixed by Doflamingo were dispersed, and his silk thread was also cut off, and the whole person fell down. And fell hard on the deck. The whole process took less than a second. From dodging, catching the rogue line, accumulating power to cut the silk thread, and dispersing the clouds. In one go. The movements were smooth and coherent, not giving Doflamingo a chance to react. Dover. Seeing Dover falling from the sky, Diamante wanted to check the situation. However, a knife blocked Diamante's way. Kuina's knife was in front of Diamante. At the same time, Treble was completely suppressed when facing Enel. The ability of Enel's Hibiki fruit, combined with his recently learned armament haki, and some fighting skills, made Treble very embarrassed. As for the other members of the Don Quixote family, everyone was also in a tough fight. The crutch in Akin's hand hit Lao Ji continuously. Although Mahaba is a fruit ability user, he can't play the advantage of the ton pressure fruit in front of Dongli. Chapter 135, The World's Greatest Swordsman in the Vegetable Garden. My attack was completely predicted by him, and his observation haki is very strong. Doflamingo got up from the deck. He hasn't been so embarrassed for a long time. Not only was he chopped, but he didn't even hit Lin once. However, Lin was just like that. He survived both attacks. Compared to those monsters of Kaido, what's that? Doflamingo knew that Lin's swordsmanship was very strong, maybe he could compete with my hawk. Moreover, Doflamingo still had a trump card that he didn't use. The ability of the awakened devil fruit. If he used the power of the awakened fruit, he could defeat Lin En. Of course, this was purely Doflamingo's inner drama and analysis. Lin didn't continue to attack at this time, as if he was waiting for Doflamingo to attack him. Want to predict my movements and let me show my flaws first. Doflamingo seemed to see through Lin. Yes, Lin's observation haki was just very strong. He predicted his attack. Thinking of this, Doflamingo laughed again. I admit that you can predict all my attacks. Doflamingo pointed at Lin En, as if he had discovered Lin En's secret. Lin En's expression was normal, without any reaction. You don't have to hide it. Twice, both times you perfectly predicted my attack. Doflamingo knew the role of advanced observation haki. Possessing advanced observation haki, you can perfectly predict the opponent's next move. It seems to be defending and waiting for the attack, but in fact it is waiting for a flaw, and then find an opportunity to attack the vital point instantly. Lin En said, do you want to continue fighting? If you don't want to fight, then leave quickly. Asshole. Let's go. Doflamingo hesitated for a while, but he didn't want to continue to entangle with Lin En, so he chose to withdraw. Stop. Lin En also ordered to stop. Bartolomeo, Akin, Kuro, Zongjao, Weber and others were all confused. They clearly had the upper hand. Boss, is this the end? The lightning in Enel's hand was torturing Buffalo, making him burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Lin said, there will be many opportunities in the future. Doflamingo's retreat this time was completely forced. Although he was very unconvinced, he was still afraid. Lin's swordsmanship, observation haki, and armed haki were all very powerful. Doflamingo was not sure that he could beat Lin in a close combat. Doflamingo looked down on the weak and liked to kill the weak. On the other hand, for the strong, he would try to avoid conflicts as much as possible. However, Doflamingo was also full of bad water. Since it was not convenient for him to show up, Doflamingo immediately went to find my hawk. My hawk is now the world's #1 swordsman. As long as Doflamingo exaggerates and describes Lin's swordsmanship as invincible, then my hawk will inevitably be interested and even trigger a fight. It's just that my hawk's behavior it's a bit hard to find. It will take some time. Lin En returned to Alabasta. The conflict between Lin En and Doflamingo was not exposed. Lin En didn't want to show his strength too much. At the same time, Doflamingo was also a face-saving person. He didn't want people to know that he was slashed by Lin En and knocked down directly. Therefore, in addition to doing some small actions to embarrass Lin En, Doflamingo was also contacting my hawk, Moria and others. Moria was interested in the corpse, and Doflamingo believed that Moria would also be interested in Lin En. My hawk would also come to Lin En to improve his kendo. As for C. Knight Jinbei, his whereabouts are currently unknown. Empress Hancock is not interested in this matter. Barsomiah Bear is the same and has no interest in this matter. The first batch of raw materials has been put into production. Soon we will become the largest steel exporter in the Grand Line. In addition, I have obtained the qualification of the Navy's material supplier. From now on, I will start to provide materials to the Navy. The price of all materials must be lower than the market price, and the quality must be guaranteed. Lin returned to Alabasta and repeatedly emphasized to the members of Lin's Chamber of Commerce in the Rapeseed Harbor, how did he do it? Robin looked puzzled. Shaq Crocodile stood in the attic, looking at Lin not far away, and snorted, who knows? Shaq Crocodile did not expect Lin to get the qualification of the Navy's supplier. Of course, what was even more unexpected was that Lin would not care about the profit. However, this is a good thing, which proves Lin's greater ambition from the side. At the same time, on Krakena Island, Mihawk was taking care of the vegetable garden. He lives alone, grows his own vegetables, and cooks his own food. At this time, Mihawk, who was weeding, suddenly stopped his actions. He exhaled through his nostrils. Trouble is here. Even when Mihawk was working in the vegetable garden, his observation Haki was always paying attention to the surrounding environment. And the sound of propellers was heard in the air. At this moment, there would be no more than one person in the world who would come to find him on purpose. And since they came to find him, it also meant trouble. Chapter 136, The World in the Eyes of Capitalists. Mihawk has a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle, and even the strongest warriors can't help but shudder, so he is called Eagle Eyes. The insight of this pair of eagle eyes is Mihawk's talent in swordsmanship. This allows him to see through the essence of things, and it is also the essence of his power to fight against any enemy. Of course, whether he has the talent of eagle eyes is not mentioned for the time being. Mihawk is indeed a swordsman who focuses on swordsmanship. He has a calm and steady personality, and even in battle, he has almost no obvious emotional fluctuations, and he does his own thing. In terms of character, he has the characteristics of an excellent swordsman. Calm, no emotional fluctuations, solitary, and insightful of everything in the world. 04 Perhaps in the eyes of Shimotsuki Kosaburo, a swordsman like Mihawk is the most perfect swordsman. Lin has his own ambitions. Although he also focuses on kendo, he cannot be single-minded. This is also what Shimotsuki Kosaburo has always been dissatisfied with. Mihawk's residence is the ruins of the kingdom of Zikairi. At this time, Doflamingo and Buffalo came here. For Mihawk, Doflamingo is definitely an uninvited guest. Fortunately, he was not sleeping, otherwise, Mihawk might have the idea of cutting Doflamingo. This is the first time that Doflamingo has come to Krakena Island. In this ghost town-like environment, his laughter is as scary as a ghost. Mihawk has no idea of welcoming and receiving Doflamingo. He continued to work in the vegetable garden. Seeing this, Doflamingo frowned, with a disdainful smile on his face. As the world's most powerful swordsman, he actually chose to grow vegetables by himself? With such a strong strength and the status of Wu Hai, he didn't have a good life to match? This is not reasonable at all. However, Doflamingo would not mock Mihawk in person. Doflamingo said to Mihawk, I met an interesting guy, you will definitely be interested in him. Mihawk continued to water. Have you heard of the name Lin? The guy who just teamed up with Crocodile recently. Doflamingo specifically emphasized Crocodile. Mihawk remained unmoved. He is a very powerful guy. Not long ago, I was almost chopped by him, and now the wound is still painful. Doflamingo touched the huge scar on his chest. Mihawk then looked at Doflamingo. Sure enough, there was indeed a scar on his chest. Doflamingo said, I guess you might be interested, and he has been in Arabistan recently. After that, Doflamingo made a sound again. It's really an exciting match. With a smug laugh, Doflamingo jumped on Buffalo's back and flew into the sky. After Doflamingo left, my hawk murmured, "Tokai Lin, the man recognized by Shanks, seems to be really strong." In fact, my hawk had thought about looking for Lin without Doflamingo's reminder. After all, my hawk and Shanks would occasionally meet, and he had heard Shanks mention Lin. It's just that Lin is a businessman. There have been no reports about Lin's battles in the world in recent years, but there have been news about business. Titles such as the richest man in the East China Sea, the savior of Alabasta, etc. Therefore, my hawk did not want to take the initiative to find Lin. However, Doflamingo's injuries made my hawk curious about Lin again. Doflamingo is not a weakling. Besides, Doflamingo did not lie, that knife could really cut him in half. "Be careful, this is a very expensive machine, don't break it. Pull together. Okay, a little to the left, and a little closer. Little kid over there, didn't you eat? Hurry up and work." Rapeseed Industrial Park. The equipment of the steel plant is being installed. A large number of workers are involved. Every man is shirtless and sweating. Their hourly wage is 650 baileys. 1 hour of work can buy 2 kilograms of rice. 10 hours of work a day can buy 20 kilograms of rice. They also like to work overtime because the overtime salary is doubled. At this time, Lin En took everyone to inspect the shanty area of the industrial park. The shanty area is a temporary dormitory for workers. It can only be described as dirty and messy, with poor sanitary conditions. This time, not only the merchants from the East China Sea came to the industrial park, but also the nobles from Alabasta. There must be a city around the industrial zone that can accommodate at least 1.5 million people. The houses in the city need to be planned in a unified manner, including water supply, garbage disposal, and security. Cost management. In addition, education, health, entertainment, catering, etc., all have great potential. Lin En not only wants to develop the industrial park, but also wants to boost the housing prices of 5.6. After the houses are built, they can just be sold to the workers. Of course, the workers were reluctant to buy them at first. At this time, the nobles need to enter the market. They understand what Lin En means. It's like hoarding land. What Lin En has to do now is to talk to them about the future and let them invest their money in Lin En. In the future, a resort will be planned here, and it will be like the Water City, welcoming tourists from all over the world. Lin pointed to the beach near Rapeseed Harbor. Shuckrickdal and Robin were also in the tour group. Hearing Lin pointing out the mountains and rivers, selling money everywhere. It seemed that every piece of rapeseed land and every person had a price tag. Chapter 137, The World's Most Powerful Swordsman is Here. What makes capital hate is exploitation, ubiquitous exploitation. In order to control everything, capitalists will not even let go of the air. If you want a better quality of life, you can only live in a better quality area. All resources in this area require extra payment. There is no doubt that Lin taught Shuckrickdal and Robin a lesson. Lin will turn everything into money. After hearing about Lin's investment plan, the nobles of Alabasta are willing to invest in Lin's project. For a resort project, Lin raised 7 billion baileys. For the construction of new houses in the industrial zone, pre-sales have been opened before each house is built. The speed of absorbing funds is much faster than gambling and robbing money. Crocodile can't help but admire it. 12. Rapeseed Harbor, Alabasta branch of Lin's Chamber of Commerce. At this time, a group of accountants are counting money. Every accountant's hands are sore and numb from counting money. In Lin's office, Lin threw a cigar to Crocodile. Crocodile was not polite. Bartolomeo, Enel, Aiken, and others were also dressed in suits and leather shoes, each holding a cigar. Robin looked at the group of men smoking and kept silent. I really underestimated you. Sha Crocodile said to Lin. Lin smiled and said, do you want to praise me? Or amaze me about the profession of businessman? Businessman is a job with great potential. Of course, it is difficult to start in the early stage, and you have to suffer a lot. However, only by enduring what others cannot endure can you achieve success. I underestimated your ambition. Shaq Lockdale did not deny it. He thought that Lin En was just for making money. However, after seeing Lin En's plan for the city, Shaq Lockdale realized that Lin En not only wanted to make money in a short time, but also wanted to control the people here from food, clothing, housing, and transportation, so that everyone could not do without him. Moreover, give everyone in this city a living guarantee and make them slaves of money. If this city is regarded as a microcosm of a country, then Lin En can indeed use money to control this country. At the same time, every citizen here is grateful to Lin En for giving them jobs, food, and opportunities to survive. But I never thought that Lin En was exploiting them, sucking their flesh and blood, and squeezing their labor. It is typical that he was sold by others, but he was still counting money for the traffickers, and at the same time he had to sing praises for the traffickers. At this time, Lin En changed the subject and asked Shaq Lockdale, by the way, how is your work agency recently? Recruitment is going smoothly. Shaq Crocodile replied, not long ago, a good young man appeared in the East Sea, but he did not join. Baroque Works is expanding. Lin's capital expansion in Alabasta made Shaq Crocodile realize that he must make progress with Lin. Therefore, Shaq Crocodile is also expanding its influence. At present, Baroque Works is recruiting bounty hunters all over the world and improving their treatment. Oh! East Sea. Lin's mind appeared the green algae head of Sojiang. Maybe the young man Shaq Crocodile mentioned is Sojiang. Just as Lin and Shaq Crocodile were chatting, the Den Den Mushi on Lin's desk and the Den Den Mushi in Shaq Crocodile's arms rang at the same time. Bulu bulu. Bulu bulu. Lin picked up the Den Den Mushi, and Shaq Crocodile also took out the Den Den Mushi. Boss, Hawkeye my hawk is here. Boss, my hawk is here. Lin and Shaq Crocodile looked at each other and put down their Den Den Mushi. Lin and Shaq Crocodile both had spies on the dock. Anyone who enters Rapeseed Harbor will be discovered. Shaq Crocodile said to Lin, he should be looking for you. Although Shaq Crocodile and my hawk are not familiar with each other, he has heard a little about my hawk's life. My hawk is a loner. He doesn't care about robbery and has no idea of upholding justice. As long as you don't provoke him, he generally won't conflict with anyone. There is only one exception, that is, my hawk likes to accept challenges from swordsmen from all over the world. Lin En is a very powerful swordsman. Although Lin En is very low-key, my hawk will come to Lin En sooner or later. I think so too. Lin En replied calmly. However, Lin En said to Kuina, this is a rare opportunity. You should go and fight him first, so that you can directly understand the gap with the world's strongest swordsman. Lin En deliberately paused on the word strongest. In fact, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. The title of the strongest swordsman is the evaluation of my hawk by others. Lin En has not fought with my hawk yet, so it is not known who is stronger or weaker. However, Lin En is full of confidence in his kendo. He doesn't think anyone in the world can beat him in kendo. Kuina nodded seriously and then left the office. At the same time, at the Rapeseed Harbor Pier, a coffin-like ship had already stopped at the pier. My hawk walked down from the ship to collect, recommend, and share. Commas. Chapter 138, The World's Strongest Black Sword. My hawk had been to Alabasta before. At that time, Alabasta had not yet been ravaged by war and the country seemed to be prosperous, with citizens living a good life. However, the Rapeseed Harbor now gave my hawk a strange feeling. The people here seemed to have become even busier. Although it was reasonable for civilians to be busy with their livelihoods, I always felt that their faces were filled with fatigue. Call 2 more people over, and I'll give you an extra 100,000 baileys after you move the goods on the ship. Hurry up. The merchants, with greasy faces, pointed out the situation at the dock and unloaded the goods on the ship. These were grains and vegetables purchased from nearby countries. After being transported to Alabasta, the price doubled. My hawk just glanced at them. At a glance, the commonality of these businessmen can be detected. They all wear uniform suits, and at the same time, the suits have the uniform 1YN logo. Not only their clothes, but also the boxes. All the boxes are printed with the 1N logo. Is this already the territory of Lin Chamber of Commerce? My hawk's eagle eyes quickly swept the dock. Sure enough, this dock has been occupied. Not only are there businessmen wearing suits, but also the 1YN logo on their suits. At the same time, there are also security guards wearing black suits, with the Lin logo on their suits and caps. And the blue work clothes for operating the dock cranes, which also have the 1N logo. Including the port, the blue and white YN flag and the flag symbolizing the Navy were also raised. These are all on display the status and influence of the Lulin Chamber of Commerce here. My hawk didn't stay at the dock for a long time. He didn't need to ask for directions. He easily found the branch of the Lin Chamber of Commerce by just relying on the map navigation on the dock. Moreover, without encountering any obstacles, my hawk easily entered the branch of the Lin Chamber of Commerce. This surprised my hawk. However, not long after entering the branch, my hawk was stopped. The person who stopped my hawk was Kuina. Kuina, the swordsman of Shimatsuki village in the East Sea, wears wado ikimonji. Kuina wore a black kendo uniform and held a sword in her right hand. Kuina saluted first and introduced her name at the same time. Very polite as a swordsman. My hawk looked at Kuina and replied, "Jorikol my hawk. Please teach me." Kuina held the hilt of the sword in her right hand. Since my hawk was called the strongest swordsman in the world, and people never stopped challenging him. Especially young people. However, a young girl like Kuina was the first one. Yet, my hawk nodded lightly, and then drew the sword on his back. Black Blade Knight, the supreme great sword 12 works, is known as the strongest black sword in the world. He could see that Kuina was not an ordinary swordsman, so he drew the sword behind him as a recognition of Kuina. Stepping Meteor. While holding the sword, Kuina began to accelerate and rushed towards my hawk. With the shaving, the speed was like a flashing meteor. I star flash. The moment the sword was suddenly drawn out, a cold light burst out in the starlight, and the sword force was transmitted to my hawk as Kuina drew the sword. Dang! Wado ikimonji slashed on the blade of night. Although my hawk easily blocked it, my hawk still frowned, and his face was full of surprise. Kuina's power exceeded my hawk's expectations. Is it the power of speed? Kuina missed the target with her sword and immediately jumped back to create distance. Instant slash, starfall. At the same time, without waiting for my hawk to counterattack, Kuina's body jumped up like a spring. So fast. And the way she used the sword was so strange. Rather than pursuing speed, it was better to say that she used extreme speed to make up for her own strength and enhance her own explosive power. At this time, Kuina chopped down fiercely, like a meteorite falling to the ground. When, accompanied by a deafening sound of slashing. Boom! The ground where my hawk's feet stood began to sink, sinking several meters into the ground. The whole yard was torn apart by the impact of the sword pressure. Is this Lin En's understanding of swordsmanship? My hawk murmured, his eyes more curious. Then, my hawk swung his knife hard. Kuina felt a huge force coming from the blade, which threw her out. However, Kuina rolled in the air, and after landing, she heard a crash. Kuina's shoes rubbed against the ground. At the same time, she immediately adjusted her posture and relieved the strength on her body. At this time, Lin En's voice appeared in My Hawk's ears. This is the road she walked out by herself. My Hawk looked in the direction of the voice. I saw Lin En and Shukrikdal walking side by side. It seems that the relationship between the two is not bad. Lin En said to Kuina, how do you feel? Kuina put away her knife and replied, he reacted very quickly and predicted all my moves. My training is not enough. Simply being fast is not enough. Kuina's current sword skills have removed the gorgeous sword moves. When choosing a fast sword path, only through speed can one make up for the lack of strength. Lin En nodded, without commenting on Kuina, just asked her to step aside. At this time, My Hawk looked at Lin En and the knife in Lin En's hand. Chapter 139, You are strong, but I am not weak either. I am just an ordinary businessman. This is the first sentence Lin En said to My Hawk. Shukrikdal couldn't help grinning when he heard it. I am not interested in the strongest in the world. This is the second sentence Lin En said. My Hawk looked at Lin En and listened quietly. So, there is no need to decide the winner between us, just have fun. When Lin En spoke, he had already pulled out Huang. The blade of Huang was as black as ink. It was also a black knife. My Hawk said, it's a good knife. Yours is not bad either. As Lin En spoke, his right foot had already stepped on the ground. The implication of this statement was that Lin En believed that Huang would not lose to Black Knife Knight. Shave. Swish. Lin En rushed directly in front of My Hawk with this step. Reverse slash through the clouds. Lin En swung the knife in his hand and slashed directly at My Hawk. My Hawk 617 looked into Lin En's eyes and swung the knife to meet the attack. Bang! Lin En's knife rested on My Hawk's knife. Lin En just slashed downwards, while My Hawk slashed upwards. My Hawk said to Lin En, you are not left-handed. Although Lin En's hands were already wearing gloves, the calluses on his left and right hands could not be seen. But My Hawk could judge from Lin En's movements. What's more, the feeling of using a knife for a left-handed person is completely different from that for a right-handed swordsman. My Hawk and Shanks have fought many times, and Shanks used to be left-handed. Therefore, My Hawk is too familiar with the characteristics of left-handed people. You are worthy of being the world's #1 swordsman. Lin En held the hilt of the knife with both hands and pressed it towards My Hawk. My Hawk also exerted force. How could the ground under the feet of the two people withstand the terrifying power of the two people? At this moment, the ground under the feet of the two people completely collapsed and was destroyed by the strength of the two people at the same time, and the surface of the ground was completely cracked. You are strong, but I am not weak either. When Lin En spoke, he had already changed the knife back to his right hand. Since he was seen through, he would hold the knife with his right hand. Although Lin En said that he was not interested in the world's #1, but he didn't want to win, it didn't mean that he would want to. Dang! 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 6. After Lin En switched the knife back to his right hand, the speed and power of swinging the knife were obviously much stronger than before. At this time, My Hawk was also responding seriously. The two were in the center of the yard, slashing each other with knives. The black knives kept colliding with each other to produce sparks. However, the attack methods of both of them were very simple. Either slashing, picking, or blocking. There were no fancy sword moves. However, if you look closely, you will find that it is not simple. First of all, both of them predicted each other's movements. So when they drew their knives, they used 70% to 80% of their strength and were prepared for defense at the same time. Back and forth, they were constantly testing each other's response, and looking for each other's flaws. Gina watched the battle intently. Enel, Bartolomeo, Akin, Kuro, Weber and others also watched very attentively. How can they make threatening attacks after predicting each other's movements? Lin En and My Hawk, BCAA, are using actual combat to illustrate all this. Suddenly, Lin En's sword swing speed suddenly increased, and the armed color domineering was injected into the blade. Big Brother changed his moves. Bartolomeo exclaimed. Reverse slash. They is a monster transformed from mountain spirits, wood and stone. There are a lot of them, and they will suddenly appear. The old people in Wano country often use these stories to scare children, so that children dare not go to the mountains and forests. Now Lin En's sword moves are more like falling into meditation than sword moves. He is fighting with the scenes everywhere. No matter how many there are, they can be killed. This confident, sharp, and decisive Lin En's sword swing speed is getting faster and faster, and the whole person's footwork has also changed, becoming weird, and the sword is more aggressive. My hawk also had to increase the speed of swinging the sword to respond to Lin En. If the previous unchanged, it was to adapt to and find the opponent's weaknesses. Then the sudden change of moves now proves that Lin En hopes to change the situation and find the opponent's weaknesses. No, it's not just that. Kuina could feel that Lin's sword hadn't changed. It was still as sharp as before. Cut things, and cut nothing. This was Lin's sword art. Lin never changed when he used a knife. Dang! Another knife fell in front of him. My hawk was a little slow to keep up with the speed, so he raised his knife to block. Crash! This time, my hawk was knocked back dozens of steps by Lin. As expected of a man recognized by him. My hawk personally felt Lin's strength. In response, my hawk held the black knife with both hands, and the armed color domineering penetrated the blade. Then, my hawk slashed at Lin fiercely. Lin did the same, slashing at my hawk. The two slashes collided with each other. Bang! The gas explosion caused by the collision of the slashes shook off the smoke and dust in the sky. And Lin and my hawk had a tacit understanding. Before the smoke and dust cleared and the gravel and sand fell to the ground, the two of them rushed towards each other again. Reverse slash galaxy. Lin En's sword rushed down first, and the terrifying sword wave attacked my hawk first. No matter what was in front of him, even if it was the Milky Way in the sky, Lin En was confident that he could split it. The sharp sword force was revealed at this moment. Chapter 140, Swordsmen have always been proud of being alone. Break the night. My hawk poured the armed color domineering into the blade, and a terrifying sword force also burst out from his body. If Lin En's sword force is confident, unstoppable, and can cut everything, then my hawk's sword force is similar. Like a person in the dark, his slash will break all the darkness. The purple-black sword wave and the blue-white slash hit each other. With the two people as the center, the ground was cut by their respective sword energy, the trees behind them turned into sawdust, and the bricks and stones were crushed into powder under the pressure of the sword. At this moment, Lin En and my hawk each maintained the posture of holding the sword. There was no obvious damage to the clothes on their bodies. Both of them were fighting seriously, but they were very restrained. While attacking each other, they also protected themselves. Shaker Rockdale watched the whole battle. The current battle situation can be described as a close call. However, this is only temporary. Because there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. In the fight between monsters, as long as they fight to the death, the final winner can still be determined. It just takes a lot of time. In the end, it is physical strength, endurance, and the recovery speed of armed color domineering. At this time, Lin En has put away his sword. He doesn't want to fight anymore. He has almost understood my hawk's strength. As for whether he can defeat my hawk, Lin En has no interest in the title of the world's strongest. He doesn't need any title to prove his strength or weakness, and he doesn't need anyone to agree with him. This is also a point that Garp agrees with Lin En. Whether Garp is a naval hero, a vice admiral or an admiral, it will not affect his strength and his attitude towards things. My hawk also put the knife back into the sheath. Lin said, "It's been fun today, let's have a drink together. Okay. My hawk agreed. Lin is a strong man. My hawk is not sure that he can definitely defeat him. However, they appreciate each other. My hawk understood Lin's understanding and obsession with kendo from his kendo. Lin is a man with a clear goal. He draws his sword decisively, without hesitation, and moves forward. Moreover, his sword moves are unique and have their own style. Such a person is worth getting along with. Moreover, he has the unique aloofness of a swordsman, which makes my hawk feel like he has found a kindred spirit. Afterwards, Lin took my hawk to the restaurant of the Chamber of Commerce. Lin and my hawk each made their own specialties and entertained each other. Neither of them commented too much on each other's skills, but only said that it was not bad. After all, they are both arrogant people. The so-called not bad is just okay, and there is a gap from delicious. The so-called delicious is a self-standard. Lin and my hawk both think that what they make is delicious. Lin asked my hawk, "Have you met Shanks recently?" My hawk replied, "I met him once last year, but he was busy fighting Kaido at that time." Lin said, "Is it because of Doflamingo this time?" "Well, he came to see me not long ago." My hawk did not hide it. Lin smiled and said, "What a fool who likes to be smart." My hawk came to Lin, and Lin had guessed that it was Doflamingo who instigated it. Of course, Doflamingo's purpose was just to kill someone with a borrowed knife, or to use my hawk to find out Lin's true strength. My hawk didn't stay long. After drinking a lot of wine with Lin and others on the first day, he left on the second day. Lin didn't try to keep my hawk. As for getting my hawk to join, Lin didn't have such an idea for the time being. My hawk is similar to the Red Count Barrick Redfield. He is a lonesome person in his bones. The so-called lonesome means having his own way of doing things. Unless he wants to do it himself, no one can force him. For example, in the Battle of Marineford, my hawk participated in the war just to find an opportunity to compete with Whitebeard. That's all. Otherwise, with my hawk growing his own vegetables and doing his own cooking, alone, a hermit who keeps to himself. Even if the aristocratic government offers him high positions and generous salaries, it is difficult to impress him. However, this battle allowed Lin and my hawk to meet and become friends. If he needs help from my hawk in the future, my hawk will not refuse. Doflamingo also sent people to sneak into Rapeseed Harbor. He thought Lin would fight my hawk to the death. Of course, even if there is no life or death, there can be a difference between the upper and lower. In this way, Doflamingo can also measure Lin's strength. But the result disappointed Doflamingo. The battle between my hawk and Lin did not last too long and ended tacitly. At this time, Treble said to Doflamingo, I say, Dov, let's not bother with him. Now we have to focus on the cooperation with Kaido. Don't be afraid of thieves stealing, just be afraid of thieves thinking about it. In reality, strong personal strength can indeed save a lot of trouble. However, Lin N is obviously deliberately keeping a low profile. Toribel is not stupid either, he understands Lin N's thoughts. Therefore, Toribel hopes that Doflamingo will not provoke Lin N. Then cooperate with him. Kaido is very strong and a terrifying monster. Since it is not easy to deal with, then cooperate with him and get it from him. Benefits. Doflamingo is a man who knows how to adapt. Chapter 141, Princess Perona. The Grand Line is divided into the first half and the second half. The first half is currently firmly controlled by the world government. So far, Lin and Lin Chamber of Commerce have mainly invested in the Rapeseed Port in Alabasta and the Seven Water City. The industrial park in Rapeseed Port will establish a modern industrial system. The products produced will definitely be sold to the countries in the Grand Line. And the countries in the Grand Line are more or less affected by the Seven Warlords. Therefore, Lin only needs to maintain his relationship with the Navy. At the same time, if he can deal with the Seven Warlords, it will be easy to do the first half of the Grand Line. As for those new supernovas, although there are threats, the threat is not that big. So far, Lin has reached a cooperative relationship with Scrooge Dale. And he has a conflict with Doflamingo. Doflamingo is not a fool. He knows that Lin is very strong, so he will not choose to fight head-on. Just like Tesoro took away Doflamingo's golden gold fruit. In the end, Doflamingo not only did not go to war with Tesoro, but cooperated with Tesoro. Lin believes that Doflamingo will find an opportunity to negotiate. And it is a matter of time. Therefore, Lin is not in a hurry to take the initiative to contact Doflamingo. At present, the people who need to be dealt with are Sea Knight Jinbei, the captain of the Sun Pirates, the captain of the Nine Snakes Pirates, Empress Hancock, and the captain of the Terror Bark, Moonlight Moria. Lin plans to follow the principle of proximity and go to the Devil's Triangle to find Moria first. The next is Empress Hancock. As for Sea Knight Jinbei, Lin is not in a hurry to contact him. In the Terror Triangle, there is an island standing in it. The true face of this island is the huge sailing ship, the terrifying bark from the West Sea. The flag is Moria's onion hairstyle and a pair of skulls with flaming bat wings. The front door looks like a huge mouth, which is dedicated to catching passing ships. After it appeared, more than 100 ships disappeared in the Magic Triangle every year. At the same time, it is surrounded by thick fog, which was used in the early days to prevent people who lost their shadows from being destroyed by the sun. Lin En's ship sailed on the Dead Sea. The atmosphere here was gloomy and terrifying, which made people shudder. Kaya was sitting next to Lin En, and she didn't want to see the scenery today. Gina was much calmer. She was practicing on the deck. Enelu now played the role of Suda, and his observation haki spread with the radio waves, looking for suspicious targets. Lin En was flipping through the newspaper. Recently, there were a lot of news about Ace in the newspaper. Now Ace and the Spade Pirates have become famous in the sea. The world government pays much more attention to super rookies like Ace than to Lin En. As Lin En said, he is operating within the rules. And pirates like Ace are unstable factors. Moria is highly recognizable. He looks like an evil, with 2 horns on his forehead, and his ears and teeth are also pointed. There are cross stitches from his head to his neck, similar to suture wounds, and he wears a shirt with a bat-shaped collar and Gothic art clothing. Moria was sleeping at this time. He is now increasingly dependent on others and leaves everything to his subordinates. At this time, there was a loud bang from the direction of the gate. The huge sound, with a strong vibration, woke Moria up, and he was obviously in a bad mood. What happened? Moria roared loudly. At the same time, Don Lee and Brokey knocked down the endless stream of animal corpses, scary corpses, and soldier corpses. These corpses were vulnerable in front of Don Lee and Brokey. Absalom, Hogback, and Perona were watching the battle. It's a giant. To be exact, it's a very good giant. Make them into corpses. Hogback looked at Don Lee and Brokey as if he saw 2 very promising materials. At this time, Moria came to the 3 of them. Moria asked, "Where did these guys come from?" Absalom replied, "It seems to be a merchant from the East China Sea." "What's his name?" "This guy is very interesting. He dared to come here." "Leave them to me." Perona's favorite thing to do is to scare people, especially merchants. Moreover, these 2 giants are not weak, and it is obvious that Absalom can't solve them. "Then leave it to you." Moria turned and left to continue to rest. He is now a hands-off boss. Perona then returned to her room. Ghost clone. I saw Perona 0.0 separate a spirit with self-awareness from her body. The spirit can freely fly in the air, penetrate walls, and change its size, and any physical attack is ineffective. Of course, the weakness is that after the soul leaves the body cannot move and is vulnerable to attack. However, in Moria's castle, Perona will hide her body and turn into a spirit. Perona flew to the front door. After seeing Lin and others, she smiled like a silver bell. It's just that she is already in the state of a spirit and she is laughing, which is indeed a bit scary. There really is a ghost. Kaya hid behind Lin in fear, and only grabbed the corner of Lin's clothes. Chapter 142, Moria who no longer wants to lose his companions. Hala ha ha ha. Perona's laughter is indeed very magical. She saw Kaya hiding behind Lin in fear. Yay, even more proud. You want to scare us? I don't believe in ghosts. Bartolomeo drew his sword and focused his armament haki on the blade. Then, he slashed at Perona fiercely. However, Perona was unharmed. Perona in the spirit state will not be hurt by any physical attack. Even armament haki can't catch Perona. Because the spirit is not her body. How can this be? Bartolomeo looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Since he learned armament haki, he is no longer afraid of devil fruit users. Because he believes that as long as he can cut the body of the devil fruit user, he can kill the other party. But the scene in front of him is beyond his cognition. Negative ghost. Perona released multiple spirit clones from her body. If a body is pierced by a spirit, it can make people's hearts become extremely depressed. The spirit attacked Bartolomeo, Enilu, and others. Lin was very calm and let the spirit pass through his body. The word waste is used to describe me. How can I be so useless? Living is a waste of food. How can I face my ancestors when I am so useless? Kaya is so useless. She only causes trouble for everyone. So I am so weak. Let me die. Bartolomeo, Kaya, Weber, Kuro, Zongjao, and others were all penetrated by spirits and began to lose their will. I am so stupid. It is so hard to catch up with them. I am not worthy to stay with Lin. Even Nojigo was the same. Only Lin, Enel and Kuina were not affected at all. How can the three of them be okay? Perona looked at Lin and Enel in confusion. Humph. Enel looked at Bartolomeo and others with disdain. With just two of you, you still want to deal with God? Zzz. Enel raised his right hand, and the electricity on his right hand was flowing. Enel had been arrogant for so many years as a god, and never knew what negativity was. Moreover, even after being defeated by Lin, he was still growing rapidly with Lin. In his opinion, as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely surpass Lin in the future. In the final analysis, the opposite of negativity is confidence. Since challenging my hawk, Kuina has become more determined in her own path. Challenging the world's #1 swordsman is not impossible. From then on, the lack of confidence as a woman was completely eliminated. Not to mention Lin. Lin is no longer just confident, but negative to be exact. He is determined and unyielding in his direction. God's punishment. Enelo threw out a bolt of lightning directly. In the air, a blue-white lightning struck. Perona was so scared that she quickly floated back to the castle. Lin said to Enelo and Kuina, Moria is very concerned about his companions, just bring them here. Yes. Enelo turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared on the spot. Then, lightning began to strike from the sky, not only attacking the zombies, but also bombarding the city. This group of people is too scary. Perona was frightened. After returning to her room, she just got back into her body. She was ready to run away. She still had judgment. This group of people was not something they could deal with. However, Enelo had already followed. Where do you want to go? Enelo asked. Ah. Perona was so scared that she ran away. However, Enel had no intention of showing mercy. With a crack, Enel casually threw out a lightning bolt and knocked Perona unconscious. Absalom and Hogback watched the whole battle. They realized something was wrong. Hogback went to find Moria. Absalom stayed and continued to be responsible for the front guard. However, Enel had come behind him. Sizzle! Enel's big hand grabbed Absalom's lion head. He was knocked unconscious directly. At this time, Moria finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Absalom and Perona were both defeated. These guys are really looking for death. Mariah's expression was ferocious. It was not a temporary luck that he could become a warlord. Although he was defeated by Kaido and killed all his companions. But he was still a pirate who shocked the world. Mariah came to Lin En in person with endless anger. At this time, Enelu, Kuina, Turai, and Broki had already dealt with all of Mariah's corpses. As for Mariah's recent proud work, the special corpse made from the corpse of the dragon-slaying warrior Ryama, was also defeated by Kuina. The black knife Kyushui was also taken away by Kuina. Lin En said calmly, "I just want to talk to you about cooperation, there is no other purpose, and I have shown my sincerity. I have no intention of killing your companions." Cooperation? Mariah glanced at Absalom and Perona on the ground, and then stared at Lin En, just as he was about to release the Shadow Mage to attack Lin En. Lin En had already drawn his knife. "I know that sincerity alone is not enough. If you don't show your strength, there will be no premise for cooperation, so I will give you a chance to fight." Chapter 143, Bond. Nightmare transformed into power. He 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 he. Moria suddenly laughed out loud. Looking at Lin En's appearance, he couldn't help but think of Mihawk. Sure enough, swordsmen are a group of disgusting guys. Shadow Mage. Beside Moria, a shadow entity exactly like Moria appeared. This is Moria's shadow clone, ignoring any damage. It can help Moria defend and attack the enemy like a Bing. The Shadow Mage rushed directly to Lin En and punched Lin En's face. Boom! The ground was blasted into a big pit by the Shadow Mage. However, Lin En disappeared. Where? Moria is tracking Lin En's location. Swish! 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 Lin En razored and came to Moria. Although you have indeed developed the shadow fruit well, it is not a good thing to rely too much on the power of the devil fruit. Lin En had already slashed with a knife while speaking. Shadow Dancer. Moria did not expect Lin En to be so fast. In panic, he immediately switched his position with his shadow and avoided Lin En's slash. However, Lin En turned around and kicked Moria, kicking Moria out. Bang! The kicked Moria rolled on the ground like a clumsy bear. At the same time, he noticed from the corner of his eye that Lin En was chasing him again. Damn it! How can this guy be so strong? Scatter the bats! Moria did not bother to get up. His shadow turned into countless bats and flew towards Lin En, trying to stop Lin En's pursuit. Reverse slash piercing the clouds. Lin En slashed with a knife directly. The sword wave directly defeated the shadow bats. Mariah distanced himself again. After being defeated by Kaido, is this the only strength you have? How embarrassed are you now? While Lin En was speaking, his attack did not stop. He continued to swing Huang and slashed at Mariah. The sword wave directly cut the castle. The huge mast was also cut. Lin En's sword wave cut everything nearby wantonly. Mariah used the Shadow Dancer to constantly switch bodies and dodge left and right, while the Shadow Mage also came to solve. However, Mariah understood that hiding like this was not a solution. If this is the only level, then you may lose the value of cooperation. Your companions and you may die today. At this time, Lin En's knife was aimed at Absalom. Prepared to pierce his heart with a knife. Shadow Revolution. Since the shadow is connected to the entity, if the entity changes, the shadow will also change. And vice versa, if the shadow changes, the entity will also change. Moria sneaked his shadow into Absalom's shadow, and then controlled Absalom's shadow, changing the shape of the shadow, making Absalom's body stretch. Although Lin's knife pierced Absalom's body, he avoided the fatal blow because his upper body was stretched. His ability is so magical. Bartolomeo and others were also shocked by Moria's operation. Moria was defeated by Kaido, but he was able to survive under Kaido. The biggest reason is his own strength and his development and use of the power of the devil fruit. Otherwise, Moria's fate would be the same as Kid and others. Either be caught and imprisoned, or be killed. Damn bastard! As you wish. Moria stared at Lin En viciously. He didn't expect Lin En would dare to hurt his companions. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, Absalom would have been pierced through the heart. Shadow Gathering Place. This move is Moria's strongest move. Using the power of the devil fruit, he absorbs all the shadows under his control into his body. Although he is usually lazy and relies on others to do everything, he can only trust Absalom, Perona, and others, and they also trust Moria. Companions, bonds. Not only Luffy and others have them. But Kaido once took away everything. Do you want to be a bull again now? How can you allow yourself to experience it again? That is a nightmare branded in the life of the bull. Accompanied by a terrifying and angry roar. Moria absorbed the shadows of 1,000 people, making his body continue to grow, thereby continuously increasing his strength. Go to hell! After the giantization, Moria raised his palm and slapped Lin En fiercely. Lin En jumped up. Boom! The whole island was shaking. The destructive power of Moria's palm just now had cracked the ground under everyone's feet. However, after absorbing the shadow, it takes a lot of mental power to control the power. If the mental power is not enough to support it, it will lose consciousness or go berserk. Logically, Moria should be going berserk now. But go to hell! Moria's huge eyeballs were covered with bloodshot, and anger filled his entire face. People who don't abandon their companions, people who can fight for their companions. That's not bad. In response, reverse slash and backflow, good king. Lin En avoided the attack with a shave and disappeared again. Moria forced himself to concentrate. Behind him. When Moria turned around and was about to attack Lin En turned the handle of the knife in his hand. Originally, he could have cut Moria directly with a knife, but at the moment before swinging the knife, the blade was changed to the blade. From chopping to slapping. However, even so, the power of this attack was extraordinary. It directly knocked out all the shadows of the 1,000 people that Moria had swallowed. And Moria himself flew 1,000 meters away. Damn it! But Moria was still holding on, even though blood kept flowing out of the corners of his mouth, he still wanted to stand up. However, Lin En had turned around and walked towards Perona and Absalom with a knife. No. Chapter 144, Uninvited Guests on Daughter Island. Don't kill them. Moria gritted his teeth and roared with extreme anger in his throat. Hearing this, Lin En stopped and then retracted the knife. I think we can talk about cooperation. Justice, evil. What is justice? In Lin En's view, it is just a matter of the position he insists on. Lin En's concept of justice has long been shattered. The only thing he insists on is his position. For example, his position is a businessman. A businessman should seek the greatest benefit for himself. As for the object of his cooperation, strength is only a part, the important thing is that he must have obsession. People with obsession are easy to communicate. Although Moria has done countless evils and killed many people, those who have been taken away by him can only live in the darkness and shadows. If it is just based on crimes, he should be evil. But Moria has something he is balancing. Companions, Moria doesn't want to lose any more companions. This is different from Mihawk, who is 797 tall, and Shaq Crocodile, who yearns for the throne of Pirate King. Companions are Moria's obsession. Lin En and Moria face each other. Moria is 692 centimeters tall and sits in front of Lin En. His bloated figure is like a meat. What do you want to talk about? Moria had to compromise with Lin En, the madman. Suddenly came to the door and messed up his territory. However, he had to admit the strength of Lin En and others. Moria did not want Perona, Absalom, and others to be hurt, so he was willing to sit down and talk with Lin En. Because Lin En really knew how to kill people, Lin En said, "I am a businessman, so I naturally want to talk to you about business." Moria asked, "What business?" Lin En replied, "All." "What do you mean?" Moria did not understand. At this time, CCI, Perona, who had woken up, brought black tea. Moria asked, "What do you want to do to me? Legal or illegal?" Lin En drank black tea, "All business that can be done." Lin En raised his right index finger, "First, you must let all merchant ships flying the flag of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce pass." Moria nodded. "This can be agreed." Lin En raised his middle finger again, "Second, you must attack merchant ships that are not from the Lin En Chamber of Commerce as much as possible, not limited to your territory. The 7 warlords of the sea have the legal right to rob. Lin En hopes that the warlords can make good use of these privileges. However, Zack Local is currently shaping a heroic image in Alabasta. Therefore, it is not convenient for Zack Local to come out to rob. Not to mention my hawk, he is not interested in robbing. Doflamingo is happy to do it. However, Lin En does not want to find him at the moment. The only options left are Gecko Mariah and Empress Hancock. Mariah nodded in agreement. This kind of thing is not difficult. Lin En continued, "Third, if I need it, you must support me unconditionally. Mariah's zombie army is still useful. Especially the special zombies. If the scale is increased, it will also be a force that cannot be underestimated. After all, there are many corpses of strong people in this world." Mariah could accept it, "That's fine." Lin said, "In return, I will provide you with ships, weapons, and intelligence. All ships are made by shipbuilders in the Water City, so the craftsmanship can be guaranteed. Of course, the most important thing is intelligence, which can help you return to the New World." Mariah said, "It sounds good." Lin said, "Cooperation is mutual. Only when both sides can benefit can there be prospects for cooperation." Lin and Mariah reached a cooperation. From the day of cooperation, the merchant ships of the Lin Chamber of Commerce can directly pass through the Triangle of Terror. This not only opens up new routes and new trade routes, but also expands the influence of the Lin Chamber of Commerce in the Great Route. The Great Route is the place where the 4 seas meet. There are not only strong men from the 4 seas, but also resources from the 4 seas. The strong fight openly, and the merchants fight secretly. Lin keeps a low profile in front of the strong, but is extremely strong in front of the merchants. What Lin has to do is to continue to let the capital snowball. For money, he never has too much. Alabasta, the 10 water capitals, these are far from enough. And Moria alone is far from enough. Lin En needs more partners. Amazon Lily, the daughter island, has always been a mysterious island. This is a country where only the female fighting nation 9 Snakes exists. They were raised as warriors from birth, shouldering all the family expenses and labor, and even gave birth to only girls after pregnancy. The island is located in the doldrums beside the Grand Line, where huge sea kings appear. So ordinary ships cannot enter the waters near the daughter island. There is a pirate group on the island, called the 9 Snakes Pirates. The pirates on the ship are all strong female pirates. The leader is called the world's most beautiful woman, and is also the only woman among the lower 7 warlords. Chapter 145, The Willful Empress. Lin En, why do they all have a snake on their bodies? Kaya's focus is completely on the pythons on the Amazon female warriors. These pythons are wrapped around their bodies, colorful and in all colors. In addition, the female warriors generally wear animal skins, full of exotic indigenous customs. Although it is indeed very special. But they are now pointed at by thousands of people with bows and spears, and surrounded. At the same time, the Amazon female warriors are full of hostility towards the invaders. Where did these people come from? I don't know. Go and inform Lord Kikyo. Some of the female warriors left quickly, and they went to inform the captain of the national warriors. At this time, Lin En took the initiative to say, I am Lin En, a merchant from the East China Sea, and I want to see your emperor. Is he a merchant? Whether he is a merchant or not, we don't welcome you. Yes, we don't welcome you. The women of Amazon Lily are very repulsive to outsiders, especially for men. If Vegapunk hadn't developed sea stone technology, allowing the navy to build ships that can pass through the doldrums freely, Hancock wouldn't have joined the 10 warlords of the sea. If you don't leave, we won't be polite. Why are you nagging them? Kill them. Don't be impulsive, those 2 giants don't look easy to deal with. Although they are brave and good at fighting female warriors. Although they are very exclusive to outsiders and men. But Lin En's group is not easy to deal with. Dongli and Brokey are Lin En's face. The 2 people stood in front of Lin En, one on the left and one on the right, holding giant swords and shields. At this time, Enel came out and said to Lin En, Boss, don't be too polite to them, I can deal with them alone. Lin En looked at Enel. This guy has learned to be domineering recently, and he has become more and more conceited after his strength has increased. Lin En said, try not to kill people. We are here to discuss cooperation, not to destroy this place. Enel understood what Lin En meant. God's sanction. Crack. Accompanied by a loud bang, a blue-white lightning bolt struck down from the sky. A century-old tree was struck by lightning and caught fire. Enel continued to set off thunderbolts. Shoot! The Amazon warrior drew her bow and her armament haki was wrapped around the arrow. Swish! 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 Enel could feel the armament haki on the arrow. How come these people all have armament haki? Enel was shocked. He immediately transformed into an element to distance himself and avoid the attack. The female warriors here are very good at armament haki. If you are not careful, you will be shot. Ha ha ha. Bartolomeo laughed when he saw Enel dodge the arrow. Lin said calmly, you must remember, never underestimate your opponent. Understood. Gina nodded seriously. After coming to the Grand Line, Kuina realized the vastness of the world, which was very beneficial to her tempering of her state of mind. Lin En said, Ajin, Bartolomeo, Kuro, Zongjao, Weber, you also go to help. Yes, boss. Leave it to us, brother. Although you are women, we will not show mercy. Bartolomeo and others also joined the conflict. Their joining was not to speed up the end of the battle, but to prevent Enel from retaliating as much as possible. Otherwise, if Enel used a move of Wangsu, it might cause many casualties. In the palace, Gyulolilisa hurried to Hancock's bedroom. At this time, Hancock was resting in the bedroom. Gyulolilisa was about to go in, but was blocked by Marigold and Sanda Sonia. Gyulolilisa hurriedly said, Let me in, someone is invading here. Marigold and Sanda Sonia looked at each other and shook their heads. They all knew the eldest sister's temper very well. My elder sister just rested. It's better not to disturb her. Because of Gyulolilisa's help, the 3 Boa sisters were able to return to the daughter island. Although Hancock has always been annoyed with Gyulolilisa and thinks she is too annoying and nagging. But Marigold and Sanda Sonia have a good attitude towards Gyulolilisa. Is it still time for a nap? As the Emperor of Amazon Lily, you should defend this place now. Gyulolilisa shouted loudly and kicked the door at the same time. Marigold and Sanda Sonia shook their heads helplessly when they saw this. They had advised. It was the old woman who didn't listen. After a while, the door of the bedroom opened. Snake! Enough, I heard everything. Then hurry up. Gyulolilisa was just about to ask Hancock to support. After all, the most elite female warriors of Amazon Lily are all concentrated in the 9 Snakes Pirates. But Hancock's attitude is very cold, as if it has nothing to do with her. She dresses herself in front of the mirror. Even if the country is destroyed, I will be forgiven by everyone, because I am as beautiful as a fairy. This time the enemy cannot be underestimated. Guruliosa reminded again. I don't want to see her again. Hancock glanced at Marigorod and Sandis Sonia. Afterwards, Guruliosa was thrown out of the palace by Hancock. Chapter 146, Why didn't he get petrified? In Hancock's bedroom, a very unique python was lying on the bed with its body coiled. Its name is Samuro, and it is Hancock's pet. It has a horned skull and a white body covered with vermilion spots, which is highly recognizable. At this time, Hancock sat on Samuro and asked casually, "How many invaders are there?" Standing aside, the female warrior Longden, who was holding a rocket launcher, replied, "There is only one ship, and there are 2 giants on the island, as well as 3 women and more than a dozen men." Humph! Hancock snorted coldly. The number of invaders was even less than she expected. At this time, a petite female warrior ran over. The purple fan 617 Hua said in panic, "Snake Princess, the invaders have already attacked the city." So fast. Sandis Sonia showed an expression of disbelief. How many people have come from the other side? How could they advance from the beach to the city so quickly? This attack speed is too fast. Moreover, every female warrior in Amazon Lily is good at fighting. How could they be defeated so easily? A bunch of useless guys. Hancock's beautiful eyes showed anger. "Sister, I will take people to eliminate them," Sundar Sonia said. Marigold nodded aside. "No. Hancock doesn't count on them anymore. Since the opponent can attack the city so quickly, it proves that the opponent is indeed very strong. However, no matter how strong a man is, he will never be her opponent." Hancock has absolute confidence in this. At this time, the city was already in chaos. Dongli and Brockie teamed up to open the way. Enelu, on the other hand, stayed at the top of the city. He had been restricted from moving by Lin En. If Lin hadn't restricted him, he would have destroyed the entire city by now. Except for Enelu, Nokijao, Kaya, and Gina, everyone else is fighting. Kuro, Zongjao, Weber, and others have significantly improved their strength during this period. However, the one who performed the most eye-catchingly was Akin. Ajinzan was like a ghost, with an expressionless face and no thoughts of pity. One after another, the Amazons were knocked to the ground by his cane. "It's Lady Snake. Lord Snake G is here. Lord Snake G is here to save us." Seeing that Ajin and others were unstoppable, just when Gulaliosa was planning to transfer the children, a more serious chaos broke out in the city. Not out of fear, but excitement. At this time, Hancock appeared on the roof of the street. Her appearance immediately caused countless people to scream. "You dirty, despicable people, how dare you come to my country to run wild? She has jet black hair, dark blue eyes, a pair of snake plow earrings, and her tall figure and peerless beauty." As soon as Hancock appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. However, Hancock stood tall and tilted his head back. This exaggerated recline angle. After Lin En read it, she couldn't help laughing. He had thought about it in the past, but he didn't expect to actually see it. The scene was indeed a bit funny. "Wow, that sister is so beautiful." Kaya was also attracted by Hancock's beauty. Najiko is no exception. "Sweet Ganfin." Hancock's hands made a love gesture, and the love-shaped rays he released shot towards Django, Kuro, Weber, and others. Kuro and others who were fighting the Amazon female warrior were instantly petrified when they were hit by the light. Even Bartolomeo is no exception. Moreover, Hancock has no regard for his own people. Among those who were hit by Tian Tian Ganfin, there were also a large number of Amazon female warriors. Bang bang bang! When applause breaks out. Hancock followed the sound of the palm. I saw Lin En applauding on the tower. Sweet and sweet wind. Hancock looked at Lin at this time, and then made a loving gesture with his hands again. In her eyes, men are all the same, and she can kill them all in one move. In fact, Hancock's deterrence is so powerful. After she became the Emperor of Amazon Lily, she only led the 9 Snakes pirates on one expedition before her strength was recognized by the world government. Even the Flying Squirrel, the Lieutenant General of the headquarters, had to cut his hand with a knife to distract himself when facing Tian Tian Ganfan to avoid being petrified. The love ray shines on Lin and others. Kaya petrification. Nokia petrochemical. Dina had no reaction. Enelu didn't respond either. Lin was not petrified either. How is that possible? How come they weren't petrified? This is impossible. Marigold, Sandisonia, and others looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief 0.0. Even Greliosa was dumbfounded. It is understandable that Kuina is not petrified. After all, she is a woman and has no lust for Hancock. But what about Enelu and Lin? Both of them are men. In fact, Enelu didn't really have much idea about women. In her opinion, she was a god, a high and mighty god. How could she be attracted to a humble ordinary woman? Lin is different. He is indeed attracted to Hancock. He is a very normal man. However, he knows how to exercise restraint. The reason why he was not petrified was simply because he forced himself to hold back his desires. Chapter 147, Hancock's back that he doesn't want others to see. It is very abnormal for people to have no passion. People like Luffy are simply the weirdest among weirdos. Lin En is a normal man who also has emotions and desires. It's just that he can bear it. In his eyes, as long as it is to realize his ambition, all the efforts are worth it. In the process, he can give up everything. Including being able to give up lust. He can be calm, and he believes that as long as he has enough self-discipline, he can achieve anything he wants to achieve. At this time, Lin En looked indifferent. On the other hand, Hancock used Tian Tian Ganfan again after being surprised. Still unable to petrify Lin, Enelu, and Kuina. Moreover, in Enelu's eyes, Hancock's pose was simply funny. Kiss gun. Hancock touched his lips lightly with his finger, made a small peach heart shape, and then used it as a into bullets, aimed at Lin with his finger as a muzzle. Lin raised his hand and caught it with the back of his hand. It's like 12 catching Hancock's blowing kiss. The kiss gun was unable to cause any damage to Lin. Hancock scowled, obviously angry. However, regardless of whether Hancock was angry or not, Lin En had already jumped out of the city. Moon steps. Call out! Call out! Call out! Lin stepped in the air and quickly approached Hancock. Captive arrow. Hancock touched his lips with his finger and transformed into a huge pink heart. Then she drew it back like a bow. Immediately, shooting a large number of pink arrows. Normally, the target shot will be petrified regardless of whether it is attracted to Hancock or not. This is different from Sweet Sweet Wind, this move can petrify non-animals. Dense pink arrows shot. Lin En stepped on the moon step and quickly soared into the sky. Moreover, the speed of rising into the air was extremely fast. Soon, Hancock had to cover the sky. At this time, Lin En drew his knife in the air. Reverse/Ling Yuan. Lin En swooped down from a high altitude, like diving into a bottomless abyss. Even if the front is unknown, he will move forward. The sword's momentum began to infect Hancock. Hancock's heart trembled, knowing that the enemy in front of him was powerful. Boom! The roof where Hancock was just now turned into ruins in an instant. Hancock did a backflip, trying to distance himself from Lin En. Unexpectedly, after Lin En landed, his right foot stepped heavily on the ground. Then, Lin En shot out like a cannonball, directly at Hancock. Hey! The blade cut through the air, and the cold blade brushed against Hancock's cheek. Hancock could even feel the coldness of the blade. The reason why Hancock could avoid this knife was not only because of her strong observation haki, but also because Lin En. Let her go. Lin En grabbed the handle of the knife with both hands and dragged it back. The blade that was almost touching Hancock's face just now brushed against Hancock's snake-shaped gold earrings again. The blade touched the earrings and made a ding sound. When Lin En dragged the knife, he deliberately flicked the blade. The blade flicked and made a light sound, although the sound was small, it was very pleasant. Is this guy looking down on me? Hancock was a little annoyed. She gave up dodging and kicked Lin En directly with a fragrant kick. If a non-life body is kicked by the fragrant kick, it can also be petrified. But Lin En raised her knife, and the armed color domineering wrapped around the blade and blocked it directly with the back of the knife. Lin En said, "The legs are beautiful, and the kicks are beautiful." This sentence was mocking her in Hancock's ears. How arrogant! Hancock kicked Lin En's neck again, and Lin En raised her arm. Bang! The bricks and stones under Lin En's feet broke and the ground collapsed. Hancock had no intention of showing mercy. She hated men. She hated men like Lin En even more. The kind of indifferent eyes. Hancock missed the first attack, and then turned around and continued to kick. Bang! Bang! Lin En only used her left hand to naturally block the continuous kicks. Hancock's foot kicked to the preset position as if there was a script. All predicted. Hancock's pupils contracted, and she was horrified. Don't be distracted. Lin En's voice reached Hancock's ears, and then he found an opportunity and kicked Hancock in the abdomen. Bang! Hancock was kicked thousands of meters away, and her body collapsed a whole row of buildings in the palace. Sister! Snake Princess! Asshole! The pirates of the 9 Snakes pirates immediately surrounded them. However, Kuina and Enel had already blocked them. This is for you. Lin En said to Kuina and Enel. Yes. Kuina nodded and pulled out the Wado Ikemanji. There was plasma surging on the drum behind Enel. Hancock was the only one left in the palace. Damn it! At this time, Hancock had stood up and angrily kicked the roof that was pressing on her. Since becoming the new emperor, she has never been injured again. At this time, Hancock still had blood on the corner of her mouth. The gap between her and Lin En's strength is so big. Where did this man come from? Lin En walked into the palace and said calmly, he reacts quickly, has a strong body, and has a strong armament haki. Hancock just used armament haki to hit Lin En. Hancock gritted his teeth and rushed to Lin En. It's just that an inch longer is an inch stronger. Lin En is 2.7 meters tall, and Hancock is only 1.1 meters. Lin En's arm span is more than 3 meters, plus a 2-meter-long wild sword. Therefore, Hancock was forced to step back and dodge before he got close to her this time. And Lin En's right foot stomped on the ground. Swish! Lin En came behind Hancock, and at the moment Hancock turned around, the knife in Lin En's hand flexibly cut off Hancock's belt. Hancock's red robe fell off. Hancock's face suddenly changed. Her back was exposed. She would rather die than have her back seen. Chapter 148, The Man Who Stunned Hancock. When the jade-like back was exposed, Hancock's face was obviously panicked. At that moment, her indifference, her willfulness, and her unreasonableness completely disappeared. Lin En looked at Hancock's back and said calmly, "So this is the curse of Gorgon. You saw it all." Hancock grabbed her clothes, gritted her teeth, and her body was shaking. Hancock, who was angry, burst out with amazing momentum in an instant. The domineering aura burst out. The Amazon female warriors who tried to enter the palace for reinforcement all fainted. When she was 12 years old, she and her two sisters, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, were abducted by human traffickers from the Nine Snakes pirates and sold to the Celestial Dragons. Since then, their nightmare began. The Celestial Dragon hoof prints branded on their backs are their unforgettable nightmares. The higher she is, the more she keeps people away. The more she wants to hide her inferiority complex, the inferiority complex of being a slave. She doesn't want anyone to know that she was a slave. If the citizens of Amazon Lily knew the truth, she would be despised by everyone. How can a celestial dragon slave be qualified to become the emperor of this country? Lin En replied, well, I saw it. It's dragon hoof prints. Hancock widened his eyes and swore, I will not let you go. Are you going to kill me? Lin En asked back. You must die. Hancock's hands were wrapped with armament haki, and then she rushed towards Lin En and launched a fierce attack. Lin En dodged left and right, and the advanced observation haki completely predicted Hancock's movements, but still dodged them all. Hancock, who was almost losing her mind in anger, did not calm down because of this. It's not that she didn't want to calm down. But she had only one thought, to kill Lin En, or be killed by Lin En. The secret that she had tried to hide for so many years was still discovered. She was forced into a desperate situation. Lin En saw through this. After dodging the continuous attacks, he took advantage of Hancock's unpreparedness and grabbed her wrist. Then, a powerful shoulder throw. Bang! Hancock was thrown heavily to the ground. The whole palace was shaken by the sound of a bang, which showed how powerful Lin En's attack was. There was no thought of mercy. Cough cough. Hancock felt stuffy in her chest and couldn't help coughing. Lin En looked down at Hancock and asked, are you feeling inferior because of the Tianlong hoof print? Ah! Hancock wanted to kick. But her leg was caught by Lin En. Because Lin En had predicted the action in advance, it was like her leg was delivered to Lin En's hand. Bang! The next second, Lin En threw Hancock out with force. The palace shook for a distance before it regained stability. The palace, which was originally magnificent, clean, and tidy, was now in ruins. There was a big hole and a deep pit on the ground and on the wall. Broken wood, broken beams, and crushed bricks and stones were scattered all over the ground. Hancock was in a mess at this time. Her face was covered with small scars and her body was covered with dust. Her white fingers, like onion roots, grabbed the wall hard and tried to stand up. But in front of Lin En's powerful strength, Hancock's resistance was useless. At this time, Lin En walked in front of Hancock. Hancock stood up again. However, Lin En grabbed her neck with her hand. Lin En said, you should have a good sleep now. Without waiting for Hancock to resist, Lin En punched Hancock in the abdomen. This punch knocked her out. The sound of the waves, accompanied by the whistling wind. The aroma of barbecue, the aroma of curry, mixed with spices. Hancock sniffed subconsciously, and then opened her eyes. When she opened her eyes, she saw the man with his back to her. The man was cutting ingredients. The skewers of meat that had been skewered were sizzling by the fire. In a stone pot, curry was stewing. The carrots, potatoes, and meat pieces looked very appetizing. And his knife was placed next to the coconut tree. At this time, Lin En said, this is the beach near Daughter Island. There are only two of us, so we can have a good talk. Hancock asked, why don't you kill me? Do you want to humiliate me? After fighting with Lin En, Hancock also understood that resistance would only bring humiliation. Lin En continued to cut the onion into strips, and said to himself, I came here just to reach a cooperation with you. I have no extra thoughts. Seeing your Tianlong hoof print is just an accident caused by curiosity. Lin En's words are half true and half false. The first half is true, and the second half. He did it on purpose. However, Hancock is no longer flat. She hugged her legs and buried her head in her thighs. She has lost the reason to live. Lin En continued. I also know something about Tian Long hoof print. You can escape because of Fisher Tiger. Hancock hummed softly. If Fisher Tiger hadn't climbed up the Red Earth continent with his bare hands and rescued them from the celestial dragons, the three Hancock sisters would still be in hell. Lin En said, actually, you don't have to put yourself in a difficult position. Hancock raised her head and looked at Lin En in confusion. Lin En said, you clearly hate the celestial dragons and the world government, and you clearly dislike contact with them, but you sacrifice yourself for the sake of your people. You have no choice but to obey the world government and become a Jubukai. Hancock remained silent. Why can't they consider your feelings? Why is it always you who sacrifices? You must have asked yourself more than once. Lin En said as he brought a bowl of curry meat and sat in front of Hancock. As for me, I hate those who let others sacrifice to fulfill the public. Those bastards who always talk about justice and sacrifice their own interests for the greater good should be struck by lightning. Why don't they just die? They enjoy everything openly and build their happiness on the suffering of others with a smile. Well, unless I volunteer, no one can force me, and the same goes for you. You don't have to force yourself. When Lin En said this, he scooped up a spoonful of rice with a spoon, blew it gently, and sent it to Hancock's mouth, who was already staring at him in a daze. Chapter 149, Completely Attracted by Him. It was the first time for Hancock to hear a man say such words. Such words must be selfish in the ears of others. But Lin En said it as a matter of course. Lin En sent the spoon to Hancock's mouth and put it on her lips. Lin En said, either I feed you, or you eat it yourself. Hancock grabbed the spoon and ate it herself. After eating, Lin En sat cross-legged in front of the beach. Huang had already unsheathed, and he began meditation. Hancock looked at Lin En's back. She had met many men. Those men would be attracted by her beauty when they saw her. However, Lin En was different from those men. Not only was Lin En not attracted by her beauty, but his exaggerated words and deeds completely overturned Hancock's impression. Whether it was the Navy who opened his mouth to say justice, or the girl Liosa who kidnapped her for the sake of the country and made her accept the recruitment of the world government to become a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, or the country that worshipped her like a hero, worshipped her 573, but put shackles on her. None of them understood her, and they didn't understand her true thoughts. Only Lin En expressed her feelings. Why was she the one who suffered? Why did she have to work for the abuser after suffering? Why did she have to bear all this? She was obviously the victim. But everyone was forcing her. The world was forcing her. She also wished someone could protect her. There was a sound of sniffling behind her, and at the same time, it could be detected. She has been looking at him. Lin En's mouth corners slightly raised, and a smile appeared on his face. As a necessary means for a scumbag, it is to understand women from a woman's perspective. If you can understand what they think in their hearts, you can deal with her. The next day, Lin En and Hancock returned to the palace. Sandasonia, Marigorod, and others were relieved when they saw Hancock coming back. However, what happened between the two of them yesterday? Although he was full of doubts, the palace had been occupied by Lin En. Dongli and Broki, one on the left and one on the right, guarded the gate of the palace like 2 door gods. At the same time, Enel, Akin, Bartolomeo and others monitored the Amazon warriors throughout the whole process, and Hancock had changed into a new set of clothes in the bedroom of the 9 Snakes pirates. It was a purple cheongsam. Mature, intellectual, and full of beauty. Lin En was not stingy with praise. Very beautiful, I feel possessive, but I prefer casual style. Casual style. Hancock's face was a little red. Lin En's understanding of her attracted her. Yet, Lin En said calmly. Hancock made a note in her heart. Although she didn't understand what casual style dressing was like, she could learn about it. Women dress to please themselves. Lin En stayed in the palace for 3 days. During these 3 days, Hancock would always ask Lin En's hobbies very cleverly, such as what Lin En liked to eat, what style of clothes she liked, etc. She would even secretly measure Lin En's footprints. When a woman likes a man and wants to understand a man, she will become very abnormal. Gu Loliosa can see that Hancock likes Lin En. Although it is incredible, it is a fact. However, this may not be a bad thing. At least Lin En is rich. Gu Loliosa already knows Lin En's identity. As the richest man in the East China Sea, Lin En acquired shipyards in the industrial park of Alabasta and the Ten-Water City. Nowadays, a large number of merchants from the Lin En Chamber of Commerce are expanding channels and markets on various waterways. This is an employment contract. I hire Amazon Lily's female warriors in the name of the president of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce. During the employment period, all goods sold by the Lin En Chamber of Commerce will be supplied to the daughter island at cost price, and hospitals and schools and other facilities will be built starting this year. Amazon Lily's female warriors need to be responsible for the safety of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce's routes and protect the interests of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce from being harmed. Lin En handed the draft contract to Hancock. Hancock signed it without even looking at the contract. Later, Lin En said to Hancock, in addition to the provisions of the contract, the influence of the 9 Snakes pirates is also needed. Hancock said, "I will do as you ask." Became the only material supplier of the Navy headquarters. Reached cooperation with Shaker Rockdale, Moria, and Hancock. So far, everything has been going smoothly according to Lin's plan. After dealing with the Navy and the 10 warlords of the sea, the obstacles and problems in the first half of the Grand Line have basically been cleared. Using the Revolutionary Army, taking advantage of the rise of the Revolutionary Army, and growing stronger. Taking advantage of the background of the Navy and cooperating with the warlords of the sea, it has also been achieved to establish a foothold in the first half of the Grand Line. Now Lin only needs to continue to absorb capital, plunder cattle production information, and continue to grow himself. However, Lin knows more clearly that he still needs to be patient. He doesn't want the world government to pay too much attention to him. Therefore, he still needs the Revolutionary Army and needs Dragon to divert his attention. And the current Revolutionary Army is obviously progressing slowly. Lin decided to help them. Chapter 150, Robin's Discovery. January 1, 1519, Haiwan calendar. It has been a year since Lin came to the Grand Line. His plan was implemented smoothly. The industrial zone in Alabasta has begun production, and the products produced are being sold to various pasts and regions of the Grand Line. The core part is steel. Steel can be used for construction, bridges, ships, boilers, etc. In addition, weapons and daily necessities also require a lot of steel. Alabasta's steel production has accounted for 25% of the Grand Line's steel production. As for the textile industry, the textiles produced account for 36% of the Grand Line's textiles. In addition to the textiles shipped from the East China Sea by the Lin Chamber of Commerce, the Lin Chamber of Commerce has already impacted the original trade system of the Grand Line in terms of price. The silent price war has begun. At the same time, because of the cooperation between Lin En and Wuhai. In addition, the fleet of Lin En Chamber of Commerce also flies the flag of the Navy. Therefore, Lin En Chamber of Commerce is currently the safest on the 7 routes in the first half. On the other hand, other chambers of commerce, especially under the deliberate targeting of Wuhai, are in a more difficult situation. A year ago, Lin En brought more than 1,000 Chamber of Commerce members to the Grand Line. Now, the number of members of Lin En Chamber of Commerce in the Grand Line has expanded to 4,000. Add to that the merchant members who stayed in the East China Sea. The number of merchants in Lin En Chamber of Commerce has exceeded 10,000. They brought industrialized goods to various countries and regions, earning daily for Lin En every day. and Lin En has set up a large number of liaison offices in various countries and regions of the Grand Line. The security forces have also become stronger because of the employment of a large number of Amazon female warriors. Arabasta, Rapeseed Harbor. Lin En is reading a newspaper in the office. Today's front page of the newspaper is about the news of the Revolutionary Army. The more newspapers report on the Revolutionary Army, the greater the threat of the Revolutionary Army. However, this is far from enough. In Lin's eyes, the current Revolutionary Army is just playing house. He needs a larger scale of chaos until the power of the world is reshuffled. Therefore, he began to provide more supplies to the Revolutionary Army, including weapons. Just like what Shaq Crocodile did in Alabasta. Knock knock knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Lin said. With a click, Nakago opened the door and said to Lin, "Doflamingo sent Treble, he wants to invite you to visit Dressrosa." Lin smoked a cigar and said, "Let him dry for a few hours, and tell him by the way to let Doflamingo come to see me on his own initiative." After Lin En dealt with Moria and Hancock one after another, it was difficult to find anyone who threatened him on the Grand Line. Doflamingo felt incredible and was reconsidering his relationship with Lin En. Therefore, Doflamingo continued to maintain a close relationship with Kaido. At the same time, Doflamingo was also making friends with Charlotte Lin. In addition, Doflamingo had reached a cooperation with Guild Tesoro. So far, the Joker in the underground world still has a pivotal position. Doflamingo is very smart. He knows that the premise of cooperation is his own strength. Therefore, Doflamingo came to Lin En after consolidating his own strength. Doflamingo also hopes to cooperate with Lin En. Because of Lin En's ability to make money and speed, the efficiency of attracting capital is even better than running a casino. For example, the longevity secret medicine that Lin En has been promoting for a long time is said to be the secret medicine of the Witch of the Magnetic Drum Island. Now that the medicine has not started to be sold, a large number of people have already invested money in Lin En. They all believe that this is a business that can only make money and not lose money. Not only that, Lin En's real estate projects, from planning to construction, are also madly attracting money. Doflamingo is jealous and wants to get a piece of the pie. In the living room, Toribel walks back and forth. Toribel was commissioned by Doflamingo to visit Lin En this time, but he waited for several hours and didn't even see Lin En. Nakago came over. I say, when will President Lin En be free to see me?" Toribel asked Nakago anxiously. Nakago glanced at Toribel and didn't waste time talking to him. He said, "If you want to cooperate, it's better to show sincerity and let Doflamingo come in person." When Toribel left, Robin happened to come to Rapeseed Harbor. Since Lin and Shaq Lockdale cooperated, Baroque Works has received more funds and is developing rapidly. As the vice president, Robin has to go to more places for Shaq Lockdale and handle more affairs. Among them, Robin is also responsible for contacting the Lin Chamber of Commerce. For example, the newly established liaison office of the Lin Chamber of Commerce needs to share intelligence with the Baroque Works. In addition, the Bartolo Works also needs to provide corresponding services for the Lin Chamber of Commerce. For example, cleaning up local gangs, assassinating officials who make business difficult, and getting rid of pirates or criminals who rob merchants. In short, after contacting the Lin Chamber of Commerce for a year, Robin found that the Lin Chamber of Commerce's position is very strange. Rather than saying that it has a position, it is better to say that it has no position. No matter whether it is the money of pirates, navy, or even the money of rebels and insurgents. They all do the same. Moreover, their enthusiasm for money is simply a group of madmen who only have money in their eyes. Robin got off the boat. Rapeseed Harbor is very busy every day, but the prices and rents here are rising. Even the water needed for life is 3 times more expensive than a year ago. Everyone is busy for life. Although compared with other war-torn areas, the people here have jobs, good living environment, and good income, but it is difficult to see smiles on their faces.